What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, July 7th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Beach City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, wherever, whatever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Wow, I didn't realize what a mashup this was. I could get sued from multiple angles here. Let's try to change to something a little bit more copyright friendly. Ah, so much better. You control me. Chat, we got to think of something. I think we just had a no-com sign up. I am so sorry that I'm so late to stream. It's just like, you know, I got ready and then I had a million little things that I was like, you know, I got to get my food. I got my drink, which is today a lovely combination of butterfly pea flour with coconut water, matcha, and lime. Yeah, you do indeed put the lime in the coconut. It is magical. It's magical. I see people like the thumbnail. I was worried about this, chat. I was like, is it funny enough to just see the whole thing about humor, right? Is it's always going to cross a line, okay? And the question is, do I cross the right lines for the time, right? Am I in concert with the balance of powers in the universe, right? And you know, like, is it funny enough to be worth, like, Dan Saltman calling me a anti-Semitic homophobe over the thumbnail? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Look, it's not like, look, you could be zesty and be heterosexual. Our president is a great example of exactly that. Dude loves.
Super chatted $9.99. I watched Advocates Devil and I think I am a Q person now. Alan Dershowitz was
oh my god,
all the Jeffrey stuff in 1994. There is a sicko group making scavenger hunts.
Wait, oh my god, this is too much, Davy. Let me see if I can let me pull up your chat here so that I can actually look at it in detail. What are we doing? We're trying to get that and get that. We got a butterfly. Wait, do we have a butterfly goal? We don't have a butterfly goal. We need a butterfly goal. Oh my god, chat. Fuck. It looks like yerba mate. Yeah, I mean, it is very green. Yeah, there's different like styles. What is the type of yerba mate that it's like very dusty and very green? You know what I'm talking about? It's something that starts with CH. I can never remember what it's called. What am I trying to do here? Let's see. Got to do that. Then got to do the butterfly goal. I got to do this all in order. Make it 3 hours. Put a butterfly in my hair. Oh my god, Davy, I also shortchanged you because you already did a super chat that would count towards this. Put a butterfly. Let's just say that the goal is for 9. All right. Yeah, 10 you get confetti. But if we hit 9, just tell me and I'll put the butterfly in, because Davy already did a super chat that definitely qualifies. Put a butterfly in my hair. There we go. Boom. That's what we're trying to do. And then we bust this out again. We grab the URL. There's so much that, like, you know, you would think that some of this stuff would be automated by now, OBS, but, you know, apparently no. I still have to do it. A chai tea starts with CH. No, it's not chai. It's a South American, it is a type of yerba mate, right? And I know also somebody's going to say yerba mate. Yeah, that is the, what is that? The Argentine pronunciation of for some reason, our Argentinian Spanish a little bit different, right? Hits those Y's turn into ch. Am I right about that, chat? Any Argentinians in chat want to correct me on the nonsense that I am potentially spewing out of my mouth hole right now? Yeah, but yeah, so again, sorry for being so late. I just like had a whole bunch of stuff that I was trying to set up to make sure that I have everything that I could possibly need before I even start streaming. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but it's a type of yerba mate that starts with CH, and it's almost like emerald green, which is weird because like some yerba mate you get and it's almost like brown, and it can kind of taste like, I mean, look, chat, I feel like the worst comparison to what yerba mate tastes like, if you haven't tasted it before, is like it tastes like if you took the hay in a horse stall and you made that into a tea. That's what it tastes like to me. Like one type of yerba mate, right? There's a lot of different types. Yeah, that's right. Chimarrão, is that what it's called? Wait, is that a Portuguese word or a Spanish word? Chimarrão? Because if it's Portuguese, I'm probably mispronouncing it, since I do not know Portuguese. Wait, oh my god, I was right in the middle of something, wasn't I? I do believe I was. Let me make that happen. Boom. Wait, no, boom. Okay, that's what we're talking about, right? Super chat. I watched Advocate's Devil. Wait, Devil's Advocate? And I think, wait, is there something called Advocate's Devil? Huh. I think I am a Q person now. Alan Dershowitz was just confessing to all the Jeffrey stuff in 1994. There is a sicko group making scavenger hunts. Are you talking about like Epstein and Company? As far as the tastes a lot like, see, here's the thing, like, so as I say, it tastes like a horse stall, right? I will also admit that it is one of the coolest caffeinated feelings I have ever experienced, right? Being caffeinated on yerba mate, it hits different, right? And that's why I kind of like, I low-key, like, you know, the people that sell yerba mate, sometimes they'll advertise it as like, it's not caffeine, it's matine. Right, and it's kind of, I don't know if this is true. Is it really substantially different than caffeine? Is matine really a thing? It does feel different. It definitely feels different than you know, any other kind of caffeination. But then again, so does green tea, and it's all because of the other components in green tea, like L-theanine and EGCG and all that good stuff. Is it 13, Narwhal? I think it's actually, look at that, NoCom. It's actually 30. That is a NoCom membership, which entitles you to literally tell me what to do, right? As the NoCom program. No, it's an old reference to the 2B2T thing. Oh, I did it again, chat. I did it again. I'm so stupid. All right, let's try to fix this. Oh my god, I got more mushmelon too. Like they I don't know what the deal is. This time they sent me guava, which was what I was trying to order when I got this, right? That looks a little bit like guava, but is actually, it actually looks like avocado, but it's actually fatty melon. It's a fatty melon. That's right, chat. We got more fatty melon today. We got some actual guava. What I'm really looking for though is the poker that I had yesterday, the little Draculito steak, right? That's important. Here, I gotta slurp this up before I do anything else. But yeah, thank you, Matthew the Celt, for weaseling up in the NoCom level, right? Which is a very special level. God damn, it's so good, chat. Young green coconut, so damn good. But yeah, like, no, it comes with all kinds of that reminds me, I need to update the wallpaper. That one comes with wallpaper too, right? Wallpaper from some classic. Wait, is it actually $25? Fatty melon sounds so good. I need to come and visit. You do, yeah. Green tea feels healthier than straight black coffee, in my opinion. I love both. I love both. It's so hard for me to choose. But today I decided green tea. Okay. I probably should have put more lime in this, right? I think that's all it's missing. Does fatty melon mix include watermelon? No, it's not just like a melon that is like wide, right? It's actually like, oh my god, so I smell it and it smells exactly like honeydew melon, right? Well, look at it. You see what I'm saying, chat? That's not a normal melon. That melon is fatty. And when I taste it, it tastes like in the melon mating process, somehow a randy avocado jumped into the mix, you know, and inserted its genetic code. We got just it's mostly like, you know, a honeydew melon taste. $24.99. Oh my god. Well, thank you so much, Matthew the Celt. But yeah, technically, chat, if you become a member at the no-com level, you control me. Which I'm not sure, we haven't ever figured out exactly what that entails, but it should be fun. So what is our goal actually at? Our goal is actually at 35. Wow, look at that. We're at 35 already on the bonus goal. Ooh, look, it doesn't say it, chat, but we'll just say that we're at 1 as far as the butterfly goes, because yeah, Davi got that super chat in right after or right before I put the butterfly goal up. So just imagine that 0 on the board is actually a 1. But yeah, there's a lot going on with the Trump stuff. And I do kind of hope to talk about that today or sometime soon. It sounds like a really good topic for a short stream. Like it's right up their alley. Shorts will love that shit. And like, look, this is a MAGA thing. MAGA is not accepting the explanation from Cash Patel and company, Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, etc. Right? These are the guys that were like ginning these people up, saying that they're like basically nodding to QAnon and giving MAGA the impression that there was some hidden shit, right? That was going to implicate Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, all your Obama, Michelle, everyone, like, right, was going to be implicated by this. This was going to expose the deep state. And then they get in those positions, the guys that were talking about the deep state become the deep state, and they say, there's nothing to see here. Epstein clearly Epsteined himself, right? There's nothing else. And look, if that's not convincing enough, here is 10 minutes of video in a common area of the prison, not showing Epstein's room. And there's 1 minute missing, right? So look, here's the deal, chat. Going by the logic of Donald Trump, which we've always seen that the stuff that MAGA accuses other people of is the stuff that Trump himself is guilty of, right? And going by how guilty this looks, right? They didn't have to release anything. They didn't have to say anything. Nobody's really thinking about Epstein. They're doing this for a reason. It's probably a reason related to Elon. They're probably anticipating something from Elon where, you know, he pushes and he has a little bit pushed the Epstein line a little bit more. And they're trying to get out of, they look guilty as fuck. Like, chat, you know, from the outside observer, I gotta say, it's looking more and more like Donald Trump had Epsteined. And that is a possible bonus topic for today, right? Did Trump have Epsteined? Conspiracy 101, conspiracy for dummies. And the thing is, like, we don't know, you know, we can't get anything definitive. So like the honeydew got freaky with a free shavocado? What's a shavocado? I'm not fatty, just a melon. Well, I gotta figure out where my... How did I lose my... I need to find the steak for Draculito. I'm not safe from Draculito until... Wait, I'll be right back. Let me get that steak. Not that kind of steak, chat. I'm a vegetarian. Really? Oh, there we go. Fuck. It was hiding. It was hiding. There we go. So we got the fatty melon, we got the guava, which, like, I love this stuff, right? This is like just the best. It's not sweet, although it's got a hint of sweetness to it. It's mostly floral. It's floral, it's crunchy, it's juicy. Fresh avocado. Oh, fresh avocado. I read it as free.
Derby Cliff super chatted $9.99. I think this is the only possible thing that could fracture MAGA. He's spitting in the face of his vanguard. I guess no MAGA cultural revolution.
I know, and that whole narrative about Epstein and the groomers and the Democrats and the deep state, that was set up to, like, give him the permission structure to do as much fascism as he really wants, right? Free Sha Vo Bak Adu. Wait. Maybe I've heard this before. Is this a rhyme? Is this a Vine with, like, copyrighted music on it? Previous administration is the new deep state. Yeah, pretty much. Well, this one they're not blaming on the previous administration, right? They are straight up saying nothing to see here, please move along. And that is not something that MAGA's gonna go along with. It sounds like candy melon. They're often grown, maybe grown in Australia and Thailand. Yeah, you're talking about the fatty melon. All right, let's take a look at this.
Get to Del Taco. They got a new thing called free shavacadoo.
Free shavacadoo. I have heard this. Wow, chat, it's so weird. Like, I was never a Vine person, but I feel like I've absorbed it anyway. I feel like free shavacadoo, right? I've heard that. I'm familiar with the Vine boom, like, right? There's all these things. What all was a Vine, chat? What are those a Vine? You know, remember what are those? Like, right? It was like, the meme was that you go up to somebody and you're like talking to them, and then all of a sudden you point at their shoes and you're like, what are those? Was that a Vine? Or like, damn, Daniel? I'm trying to remember like the oldest memes that I can remember. I absorbed the Vine boom. That sounds very sexual, almost. I mean, not sexual. Why do I gotta make everything sexual, chat? Everything is sexual to me. But not in a creepy way, in a good way. Not in like a creepy way, just in an awkward old aunt way. Sorry, we gotta go back to the, yeah, Vine is like 5 to 7 second videos, I guess so. Damn, Daniel is back again with the white, he's always back again with those white vans. Back at it again. Damn, Daniel. Back at it again with those white vans. Oh my god, chat. It's the beginning of the internet for me, by the way. The internet began, and God said, let there be damn Daniel. And he saw it was good. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a candy melon, Rave. Should I look at this? Yeah, because I remember, I just didn't know what it meant. Like, free shavacadoo, I have definitely heard that phrase before. I just thought it was a weird thing that people say, like, Don Juan, what is that one sample? It's like Don Juan DeMarco or something. Don Juan DeMarco, you know what I'm talking about? Candy melon. What is it? Candy melon, also known as lemon drop, is a special melon developed by selected crossbreeding with a sweet and tangy flavor reminiscent of lemon candy. Nope, it's definitely not that. Let's try fatty melon. What is that fatty Thai melon? The fatty Thai melon you might be referring to is Thai melon? Nope. Or honey melon. It's fatty though. It's definitely not this. It's green. Fatty green melon? Fatty green Thai melon. Fatty green Thai melon you're likely referring to is the green flesh honeydew melon. It's a type of melon that is sweet, honey flavored, pale green with buttery smooth flesh. That sounds like it. Well, it's not actually fatty. Oh, you broke my heart. It's not actually fatty. It is known for its sweetness and is popular choice in Thai cuisine and markets. Wait, how do you use this in a dish? Maybe like a dessert or something, right? I can't imagine using this in like stir frying this into something. Texture. The flesh is soft, smooth texture, described as buttery, which it might be misinterpreted as fatty. Okay, well, thank you, AI. Oh God, chat, we got some cursed AI shit to look at tonight, right? So yeah, the main topic we're gonna be talking about tonight is actually, yeah, Dan Saltman and Nicholas DeOrio. We saw them commiserating about the Ethan Klein legal actions and, you know, just smug asshole shit. And then we saw them kind of fall out on Twitter, but we didn't see what the fallout was over. I mean, it's like a 4-hour VOD, so I'll try to search around and see what's there. But the problem is, chat, we've got another VOD has hit the World Trade Center, okay? And this is a J-Stalk, a Jestical VOD, that's got, I guess it starts off with Kuihman, and then Dan, Nicholas DeOrio, and Chud Logic shows up somehow. And I'm not even sure what Chud Logic's going to do, what Chud Logic's going to say, what side Chud Logic is going to be on. We've seen recently that some, like he does have some propensity to actually criticize Ethan when he's embarrassed enough by Ethan. Like, you know, so he's got that Kuihman thing where he doesn't want to sweep for somebody that's obviously lying or that's embarrassing or that's just, you know, a lolcow, right? That's, you know, that's where Chud draws the line, but I'm not sure what side of the line he's on this one. This is the question at the, you know, the thing in question is whether Hasan was doxing when he pulled up a YouTube of a chatter that came into his chat and threatened to unalive him, right? So the whole thing with Hasan with the gun where people are like, Hasan's dangerous, he's waving a gun around and talking about a chatter. He's talking about somebody who literally just threatened to kill him and Zoran Mamdani. All right, that's what he's doing. Is it smart to bring out a gun while you're on stream? Fuck no. That's really stupid, Hasan. You shouldn't do that shit. But it's not a threat, and he wasn't doxing. He was pulling up the YouTube because the chatter also happens to be a creator on YouTube. Morebear with the 5-stream watch streak. Congrats on that, Neki, indeed. Neki, and what is Neki? I hope I'm not saying something bad. It's like a Neko thing, maybe? It's a cat thing? It sounds like a cat thing. Roadwork ahead? Sure hope it does. Yeah, me too. Wait, that's a Vine? What's the dog doing? Was that a Vine? Oh, that's my favorite, chat. I love the what's the dog doing meme. I don't know what it is about that. How is that so funny? Yeah, all it is, oh my god, chat, like, do I have to show you this? I probably should show you this. That's not what we're going to, or, there we go. What's the dog doing? All right, here we go. Maybe you can figure out why I find this so funny, chat. It's It's like the unexpected twist at the end, I think.
Hey, let me get a mint. Hey, let me get one too. Hey, let me hold one. Yeah, you get that right there. What the dog doing?
So the joke is like, you know, the dude is just sitting here. Dude is just sitting here minding his own business, right? He's just like, and he pulls mints out of his pockets because he wants a mint. And it's like the second you do there, you know, you just get hit up by like, look at that, 4 people.
Hey, let me get one too. Hey, let me hold one. Yeah, you get that right there. What the dog doing?
Well, sorry, three people and a dog. Yeah, like that, like, you know, it's because like once somebody asks for, you know, like the social taboo, if you will, is to ask for somebody else's, you know, mint, but it's kind of like you get the mint out and you know, you sort of invite that. But then after one person asks for a mint, then it's easier for the other person is like, oh, are we getting mints from this guy? Yeah, let me do that too. And then the third, you know what I mean? Everybody's just kind of drawn to it of like, oh, are we getting mints? Are we getting mints here?
Super chatted $19.99. 2002. I've just finished MGS2. I was talking to my friend earlier that week. My friend told me to use AOL Go to tell him about the end of the game. Then I get sent Goatsy and my first internet experience, and it hasn't improved.
That was wait, Goatsy was that old? Chat, Goatsy is a famous meme. It's a guy that is very open, let's just say, right? You know, maybe too open. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's subjective, right? But, you know, you want to be open to new experiences. It's very important to, you know, have an open mind. But this guy's opening more than his mind, right? He's opening like the other side of his body in a way that makes you worried that maybe his brain might actually slip out of there, right? Because it's very open. He's a very open. Goatsy is a very open type of dude, right? But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davi. We're at 65 out of 100. Damn Daniel, indeed. Dan is a very damn Daniel, damn Dan Saltman, back at it again. What would Dan Saltman be back at it again with, though? I want to know. Chat, what do you think? Like, if he was in the damn Daniel meme, it's not white Vans. What is Dan's like drip? And is it prostate related? He is at that age. You got to start asking those questions, right? You got to drip, Dan. You might want to see, you know, you might want to go in and get that, you know, get that prostate checked out. Better safe than sorry. That's all I'm saying, chat. Doxing is never cool. Doesn't sound like something Hasan would do. Well, obviously he was, yeah, he wasn't doxing, right? You know, he wasn't like, let me fucking, like, let's find this guy's real name and you know, it's somebody that, the person in chat was a YouTuber, right? A very small YouTuber, you know, a nobody, so to say, but a YouTuber nonetheless. The only thing that was really bad about that stream is that he does pull up another person before he finds the actual person that was in the chat, right? And so he pulls up a random YouTuber and he said, "Yeah, look at this shithead. Oh, he's so ugly," right? And it turns out it's the wrong guy. So yeah, it's definitely embarrassing for Hasan. It's just not doxing. And Dan Saltman is like, but by the Twitch terms of service, it could be doxing. If you twist your head just the right way and look at the Twitch terms of service, then you can see how Hasan Piker could be considered in violation. I don't make the rules. I'm not anti-doxing. I'm Dan Saltman. I love doxing. Doxing is my freaking, you know, it's my pastime, right? That's his favorite activity is doxing, right? So, but you know, if we're gonna hold everybody to the standard, then everyone should be held to the standard. And according to the Twitch terms of service, Hasan appears to be in violation of their, and even Nick DeOrio at that point is like, Dan, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're full of shit and you are discrediting our side of things. You're getting in the way of us supporting a genocide. What the fuck, Dan? This genocide is more important than you or I or anybody. You know, we can't be petty people with small and fragile egos, right? In the light of this genocide that we're trying to push, which is, you know, really important to just do a little cleansing of all of that land down in there in Gaza and make way for more settlements in the West Bank, and the greater Israel shall expand, like one of those little shrinky dinks that you drop into the water and it's really small and then it just, and it's a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur, chat. It's a T-Rex. I should get a dinosaur, chat. I feel like that would be a great, like if I had a mount, you know what I'm saying? Like in a video game, like if I had a mount, it would probably be a T-Rex or something, wouldn't it? I'd be riding a dinosaur straight up. I think the melon you're eating is called gulyabi. Ooh, let me take a look and see if it's gulyabi. The Gemini, the AI that like chat. By the way, I'm reading the AI, explanation of what it thinks a fatty green Thai melon is. To illustrate a point, because we're going to see later that there are a lot of people trying to use AI as a referee. Look, I am not somebody who thinks that who thinks that the tool is what makes something evil. Now, there is a lot evil about, AI in terms of its environmental impact, its propensity to, steal stuff from artists on the internet, right? There's a lot wrong with AI, right? But I think that, if you're just asking me, could it be useful in, could you find a use case for it? Yeah, absolutely. You could find tons of use cases for it. One of those use cases is not to be the final arbiter of a legal question. You also would not want to ask your AI to diagnose you with something. You don't want to ask the AI, like a clinical question. You don't want to ask the AI, do I have cancer, right? Is this you know what I mean? You need, so with AI, here's the deal, okay? You got to remember that the AI is like a little kid. All right, it's not like a little kid. It's a large language model, right? But it needs to be supervised. And the second that you mentally switch from being the adult in the situation and supervising the activity of the AI to being in awe of the AI and looking at it as this magical answer machine, that is the moment that the AI stops being useful at all and becomes utterly harmful. And whether the AI is going to make up a religion based around you, right, which puts you at the center of the divinity or whatever, or whether it's going to tell you how a legal case would go. Yeah, no, you can't do that. And that's exactly what Saltman's doing. That's exactly what Saltman did in his tweet. That was where Nicholas DeOrio flipped out on him. Now, the unfortunate thing is that then, Saltman's in chat with JStalk, right, on JStalk's stream, and JStalk takes the prompt that Dan used and says, I think actually, Dan, the problem is your prompt was wrong. Let me ask it with this prompt, right? Let me show you how to ask the AI a legal question correctly. No, sorry, JStalk, there is no correct way to ask it a legal question, right? Like, it can aggregate a lot of information really fast, and that's really cool. You do kind of have to check on the information, and you have to kind of know where to look, of like where the, Yo, Direful Plot, thank you for the 600 bits. Direful Plot says they have lost ground on the term artificial intelligence. They have made that term cringe. Yeah, it's like somebody gave us a skateboard with clear wheels and called it a hoverboard. That's, oh my God. That's the comment. I wish I could bring you up on screen here, Direful, because that is actually, I couldn't have said it better myself. It is exactly like somebody gave us a skateboard that has clear wheels and said, this is a hoverboard. Yeah, and people are believing it. People are buying into it. That's what's so frustrating. We do have to maybe no drug, please, drug vines. Wait, what are drug vines? Like ayahuasca? Oh, wait, I'm supposed to look at this melon. That's my new job, chat, melon expert. Melon inspector, official. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I didn't even think of that. Ooh, it could be, wait, so green flesh honeydew melon, green gulyabi melon. Let me try this. Green flesh honeydew melon. What is it called? What is it called? Yes, that's what I mean. Honeydew melon is called honey melon. Honeydews are known as Bailon melon in China or white Antibes in France. It's related to a cantaloupe. Huh. Yeah, and the gulyabi maybe is like a different... Huh. It does look different than a... I don't think it's just a honeydew. Yeah, that does look a lot like it. The only thing that's confusing me is that I can't like take this image and either feel it or taste it, right? Because that's the whole question of is this the fatty one? Anyway, the goal is up to 71%. We probably need to get going with the stream. Honeydew aside. Goatsy is so old, no one knows how truly old it is? Really? QT made a Super Mario Goatsy cake for Ludwig's birthday? Wow. What's going on with Ludwig? People keep on talking to me about Ludwig and Mango. I guess it's that, like, what I've gleaned from that is that Mango was drunk and entirely inappropriate, like horribly sexually harassing at one of Ludwig's events, and Ludwig didn't like kick him out. I think that's what the issue is. Dan Saltman back at it again with the clip chimp bait. True. Oh no. Stream Elements is saying, how do these dorks get any attention? But I know Stream Elements wouldn't say that. So it must be that the bug is back. I am seeing, this is what Reddit is for. See, that says it's Davy saying that. I don't trust any of this. NPC Miles is Roko's Basilisk. Wait, NPC Miles? Wait, oh no, now it's, oh my God, chat, I'm gonna have to reset this. This sucks, this sucks. Melanie Inspector, welcome to the stage, Melanie Ninspec. What is that? This video is better and probably more correct. Sorry about the distraction. Wait, is it a video about melons? I'm gonna have to reset my chat here because it's giving me the wrong, it's telling me that, wait, refresh, yeah. It's telling me the wrong person. It's attributing the chats to the wrong people, which is not good because people will freak out if I start, reading off a chat that's not even yours and I tell you. Okay, so this might be it. This one says honeydew melon cutting skills. I'm still wondering if the honeydew is the what was it? Gwalyapi? Gallia melon. Oh yeah, it does look like, yeah, it's a type of Gallia. It's a hybrid known for its sweet aromatic flavor. It's a cross between a cantaloupe and a honeydew. That makes sense. Originating in Israel. Okay, in Palestine. Originating in Palestine. There we go. That's better. The Gallia melon is also known as the Sarda in Southeast Asia. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think that might be it. Let's take a look at this chat. All right. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that looks like it, chat. That's gotta be it. I think mystery solved. Yeah, and that's the, yep, that's the kind of bag that you will get, fruit like this in. Although with me, I was lucky enough they gave it to me in a box. It's a little bit easier to handle that way. But goddamn, this melon is insanely good. A mix between a honeydew and a cantaloupe, a type of Gallia. It's not fatty, but it tastes buttery. Hmm. What is this? Is that snails? Oh no, no, no. It's snails, chat. I thought maybe it was a recipe that incorporates the melon in it or something, but maybe not. Anyway, like I said, chat, we gotta get to the topic at hand. If nothing else, then so I can my stir fry. Yeah. I don't wanna dig into a stir fry while I'm trying to talk to chat. I can only stuff my face with honeydew melon and delicious tea. This is so good. Okay. I would never say use Reddit. I would never say use Reddit. Davy knows that, like, that's clearly wrong. I would never recommend Reddit. The problem is that none of the event organizers took responsibility for Mango's actions. That is a frustrating thing. Yeah, I've seen shit like that before where somebody's just like, you know, being completely inappropriate to somebody, totally crossing the line, and like nobody's gonna say anything because they don't want to rock the boat. Ludwig basically tried to pretend like he did everything right, but in reality his team needed training badly. Yeah, or maybe just like not to. I mean, I'm just gonna say it, chat. Like, that's not the guy to bring to a party. Somebody with an obvious issue with alcohol and an obvious issue with his behavior. It's just like, wow, just like how hard is it to be like, yo, I don't know. I guess there's no way to like disinvite somebody without, you know, pissing them off, and that's probably what happened. It's probably the intricate network of social relationships between streamers, if I had to guess, that kept this from happening. And it's the same shit that keeps like a lot of big streamers that are really doing something wrong from getting criticized, right? In general, it is hard, it is nigh impossible to get the ball rolling on holding somebody accountable when they're at the center of a clout cluster. And that's my career right there. That is my career. The truth is that Mango has a history of alcohol abuse, needs rehab. Yeah, if you're his friend, you know, get him help. Get him help. Stop kissing his ass and be real with him, right? I don't know who Mango is, and I'm not gonna learn. Yeah, I never get into the Ludwig stuff. That whole world is this whole world of things, meaning what, the streamer world, Pad? You may be right about that. That's what I mean. You should invite a guy. You should not invite a guy with a drinking problem to a drinking event whatsoever. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can't force him to, you know, address his substance issue, but you could, at least you can avoid, you know, enabling. That at the very, you know, even if you don't care about his behavior, which you absolutely should, right? Even if you're just looking at like, what are you doing to Mango, right? You are enabling, you know, his problem. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the thing to do. Oh, wait, did I already read that? Okay, yeah. So yeah, we should get going here. We have, let's see, where are we at as far as 3 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal goes. So I have a goal every day that if we can get 10 super chats, that I will put a butterfly in my hair, and I did it yesterday, right? I got to apply the butterfly. So if you want to help me out with that, all we're lacking is actually 6 super chats, because Davy did one before I set up the butterfly goal, meaning that we only have to hit 9. Right? You gotta get, if you want the confetti, you gotta hit 10, right? Because that's when the confetti will fall. But if you just want, like, you know, if we get to 9, I will put one of these butterflies in my hair. And probably talk about the color contrast, all right? Mango's a Smash player, so he is part of a niche inside of a niche. Never heard of him until now. Yeah, I don't know him either. Also, the whole thing, he has a drinking problem thing. Oh, no, it's not an excuse. Ped, it should never be an excuse. Please don't think that I would excuse somebody. You know, if you've got a drinking problem that causes you to abuse people, you still abuse those people, right? You can't just be like, no, it's okay, I've got a drinking problem, and you know, like, right, it's not like that. It's like no alcohol doesn't make you a creepy. It just relaxes your filters. Exactly. On top of stopping alcohol, he needs to reevaluate the way he views people in general. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just saying that even for the people that are enabling this behavior of his, right? Enabling, you know, him crossing lines and making people uncomfortable and abusing people. It's, you know, even if you somehow don't see what he's doing to other people is wrong, you gotta see what you're doing by enabling his alcoholism as being, you know, harmful to him. And yeah, probably, you know, it's going to make, like you said, Pet, it's not going to, you know, it releases your inhibitions, right? It doesn't, you know, cause you to become a different person. Andrew Callahan didn't get a pass either. Wait, what happened with Andrew Callahan's been getting weird lately. I feel like we might have to talk about Andrew Callahan at some point. But I haven't really, I don't know. I'm just kind of hoping that it's absolutely not an excuse. It's an indictment of Ludwig for letting the guy and the event specifically designed for drinking. It's dangerous. Yeah. So like chat, if in case you think that I am somehow, what is the word for it? Sides cucked, that I'm like, I love Hasan and everyone associated with him. No, I've straight up criticized Hasan before. And I'll probably do it again at some point, right? I think that in the, you know, pulling back and seeing the forest rather than the trees on the issue of Israel-Palestine and, you know, the controversy between Hasan and Ethan, it's pretty obvious to see, you know, who's right here, but that doesn't mean that Hasan is always right. And it certainly doesn't give a pass to all of his friends. I am not trying to ingratiate myself like socially to any group of streamers. So just in case anybody thinks that, like, for instance, somebody on Blue Sky today said, you know, was acting like I wouldn't look into, you know, Taylor Lorenz's, you know, questions about Taylor Lorenz. I absolutely will. I don't think they were right. They were saying that she was harassing smaller creators when it looked to me like she was calling out somebody for stealing her thumbnail. That's what it looked like to me. But yeah, if she was fucking harassing small content creators the way that Ethan Klein does, I would absolutely call that out. If Hasan was doing that, I would call it out. It's not about sides. He was canceled for a while last year when he got a lot of sex pest allegations. He apologized to women he hurt and said he had a drinking problem that he has to deal with as well. So this isn't the first time. I don't know if Mango's Hasan's friend, Ludwig is Hasan's. So that's why people are trying to make this a Hasan problem, right? Is that like Hasan needs to call out Ludwig for not calling out Mango, and it's just kind of like that's a few more degrees of you know, guilt by association that I am comfortable with dealing with. Ethan doesn't know how to interact with small creators without harassing them. There's no other reason he would. It's pure project. That's kind of what it looks like. But I told them, you know, yeah, no, if you want me to cover Taylor Lorenz, just ask. I do take requests. Anyway, speaking of requests, I can anticipate a few requests from chat that I get moving with the content today so that, you know, the stun lock does not continue. I am supposed to read the results of the poll with only 59 of you voting. Wow. What's going on today, chat? 59 votes on the bonus content poll. We have Ethan's crash out on Taylor Lorenz in first place. We have Anna Kasparian gives up on MAGA in second place. We have did Trump Epstein? Did he have Epstein, right? In third place, and in fourth place, there is Jink debates Rudy Giuliani. Now, if this number gets to 100, which it is 81% of 100 right now, I will stick around and do one of these topics with you. If it gets to 200, I will stick around even a little longer than that, and I will do the top two topics with you, right? The top two topics by your votes. So that vote's going on YouTube right now. If you're on Twitch, feel free to come over and make your voice heard. I'm not telling you to watch it on Twitch. You can go right back to Twitch if you want to. I'm not telling you to watch it on YouTube, right? You can go right back to Twitch if you want to. But to vote, you're going to have to come to YouTube. So that's where that is. Make your voice heard. Pick your favorite bonus topic. And if we get to 100%, I will cover the top bonus topic. If we get to 200%, I'll cover the top two. If we get to 300, I'll cover, etc., 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 chat. It's all up to you, right? And this number goes up every time you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Patreon, which I should probably check to see if there's anything to add there. No, I think we're up to date on Patreon. Wait. Yeah, no, I did already give this person credit. So anyway, yeah, if you're supporting me on Patreon or if you're supporting me on Throne right now, Patreon and Throne are probably, if you want more of the money to actually get to me, those are probably the two top ways. Throne right now, since I'm in Thailand, and I'm not sure if Throne delivers to, in fact, I think it doesn't deliver to where I am. Right now, I've just got like a cash gift that I'm trying to fund, and that is plane tickets and hotel, hotel costs for me to go to Vietnam, I think towards the end of August, right? So I'm going to be going to Vietnam and, submitting my application for an educational visa from Thailand, which hopefully I will get, which will allow me to stay in the country for another year while I learn Thai. And yeah, I'm going to be taking a little vacation. Oh, it's not really a vacation. I will be streaming, by the way, while I'm there. So it's a trip to Vietnam, hopefully to film some cool stuff. I know that it's a little weird, right? Because of all the Johnny Somalis out there, I'm a little bit nervous about the idea of taking my, phone out and, selfie streaming. But I'll definitely stream like from the hotel and stuff when I go there. But yeah, if you want to support me for that, that's on Throne right now. It's the Vietnam trip fund, I think I called it. Or on Twitch, if you're supporting me by getting yourself a sub, by gifting subs, or by using a Twitch Prime, or by using a Prime membership to get yourself a free sub, which you can do at no cost to yourself, right? If you have Prime, you just hook it up to Twitch, and you get to subscribe to one streamer of your choice. If that streamer happens to be me, you will get the emotes for my channel. And everything else, and it will cost you nothing, and it'll put a little bit of money in my pocket. So that's a really cool thing that you can do. So yeah, any of those ways contribute towards this number going up. They also give you the ability to maybe put your thumb on the scale of the poll a little bit, because these are like bonuses, right? So if you donate and you say like, I want to see the Anna Kasparian thing, I've been waiting for that for days, can we please watch Anna Kasparian, right? I will take your donation, I will turn it into percentage, and I will put that percentage right up here. And at the end of the day, I'll add that percentage to the results from the poll. So you can actually help your favorite topic achieve victory and be the bonus content that we get at the end of the day by just letting me know in chat. Oh yeah, bond me. Jeez, I'm kind of like, I'm not sure if I'm cool with gluten, but I might have to make an exception just for those sandwiches. Vietnam is so cool. Have fun for me. I'll try. I don't know that much about Vietnam. First thing Ethan did when he saw Peach Jar's Creator Clash video, he searched for whether she had an OnlyFans. He's a gross little string bean goblin. God damn. Wait, was this on stream today, Rave? But yeah, that's what people are voting for so far. They're voting for the Ethan Klein going after Taylor Lorenz once again on his live stream. So that's what's winning right now. You can change what's winning by voting, or you can change what's winning by donating, right? And when you donate, just let me know in chat, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, you're getting yourself a membership. If you're gifting memberships, if you're giving the gift of weasels, which is a great thing to do, because chat, that's how we get weasels, right? If you want people to have weasels in chat and be able to post weasels, then, the gifting weasels is really the way to go. Or if you're supporting me on Patreon, on Throne, or on Twitch, right? Any of those things make this number go up, and they allow you to put your money where your mouth is by just letting me know which of these topics that you want to see. With that, chat, I have got to thank my Patreons, because they support me every month in a really cool way, where more of the money actually gets to me than, with YouTube or Twitch, for instance, right? And it's off platform, which I really appreciate, just knowing that, you can be deplatformed really fucking easily, right? I don't take anything for granted. I've seen people get demonetized over nothing. You know, justice for Sunday. I've seen people get banned over nothing. Over silly things like little wardrobe malfunctions and shit, you know, that's just like, so yeah, I take nothing for granted. That's why I'm so thankful to have people supporting me on Patreon. Speaking of which, if you're supporting me on Patreon at the $5 level or more, I also give you a fancy shout out. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Orlitz Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Nope. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, chat. With that being said, I believe we are ready to start the stream for real. Whoa. That's a fatty melon. That's a fatty melon you got there, sir. Hmm. All right, so when we last left our heroes, our two zesty Zionists, right? They were in the middle of a very friendly conversation, and Nicholas DeOrio was playing Fortnite. We're going to kind of pick up where we left off, just to see if there's anything else in here, but spoiler, chat, it doesn't stay copacetic. It doesn't stay copacetic, right? They have a blow up at some point. It causes, you know, Nick to go after Dan on Twitter, and it ultimately ends up with a confrontation with Kuihman, who is having none of this, right? With Kuihman, with Augie RFC, chat. Anybody remember that name? Anybody know that name? Augie RFC. We're talking about old school commentary. I didn't know that Augie RFC was still around. All right, that's going way back. That's going way back. But Augie RFC comes out of retirement to dunk on Dan, apparently, and from what I've heard, to dunk on Dan and Nick, and Chud Logic, a mystical Chud Logic appears. And who knows what side he's on. Like I said, he has been somewhat skeptical of all of this glazing up of Ethan Klein, despite the fact that he has probably many of the same bad takes as Ethan, maybe even worse takes than Ethan. Is not a good person, right? But you know, just a little bit less of the God, I hate saying sides cucked, but that is the word that people are using. It's you know, so the sides cucked thing of defending Ethan because Hasan bad, etc., etc. So anyway, let's get to where we left off. Oh, come on. I got through more of it than 2 minutes. What the fuck? That's not right.
The story being like, hey guys, we need to support this woman. Like, this is Ethan Klein's going after this person. And it's especially funny because then you had Taylor Lorenz retweeting.
Do you see how much Dan like just kind of he relies on the sides, right? He gets to be a fucking monster because he's a monster to people that Destiny viewers hate, right? He gets to exhibit these antisocial, you know, this antisocial behavioral characteristics with no social cost because his side wants him to be a fucking monster to these people.
The person that like does not believe, I mean, I assume she doesn't believe in COVID based off of that shit. So it's the funniest fucking shit.
And anyway, did we ever get an explanation about this? This was Casey saying something to the effect that like, you know, I want to go out without a mask on. I don't care if I'm like going to put people at risk or the, you know, poor people or old people are going to die. Do we ever get an explanation for that? Because that sounded like satire. That sounded like, you know, like a parody of so it didn't like the description of it doesn't sound like something that somebody would say for real. But I don't know. I'm not a Casey Tron expert, so maybe she did say it. I don't know.
was around the time people were like licking food in grocery stores, right? Like that was the prank meta, was to go in there during COVID and just start like fucking. Weren't OnlyFans women doing some really weird shit during that time frame too?
Yeah, they spread diseases. No, just kidding. Anyway, let's try to pick up. I don't remember where we were at. Maybe
I'm pretty sure it's just a racist term,
Oh.
Mr. Oreo.
Fuck. Okay. Well, that
are they talking about Trump saying the Shakespearean word?
Is Zog an actual food?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just a racist term, Mr. Oreo.
Fuck. Okay. Well, that sucks. I was wondering what it would taste like. All right.
I mean,
as
you
a
could
fat
try
guy,
renaming
I
it.
was interested. Like, what is the cuisine?
You're thinking of za. Is you thinking of za?
How fat are you actually? Like, what are we talking about? Like actual
Fat
fatness
enough,
level?
bro. Dude,
Okay, really fat enough, or are you like doing a lot?
Fat enough to be known as iconically fat. I am
Is it iconically fat?
Yeah.
What's your BMI? I feel like I should.
Bro, I don't
here's
know
the
my
thing. If you
BMI.
What is going on here?
and I look at you and
Dude,
you're not fat,
I haven't
then
gotten
it's
my
like,
BMI from fucking since high school.
okay, when you put on a belt, can you no longer see the belt anymore?
I have a lot of problems with Nicholas DeOrio. His body composition is not one of those.
Dude, that implies that I wear belts, bro.
If you wore a belt one time.
I have no idea.
Zog is a globalist term, I believe. Yeah, no, it's a thing that Nazis have been saying for a long time.
If you had to put on a belt, imagine you were wearing a belt.
I mean, like the annoying thing about like the occupational government thing is that Israel is occupying. That's not untrue, right? But the let's see, the cradle, I guess, of the term, Zionist occupational government or something, is the neo-Nazi side of the internet, right? So it's at the very least, like, and I have seen some people that don't seem to be anti-Semitic try to adopt it. I don't think that's a good idea.
99 cents. Jeffrey equals high-tier celebs and power players. Diddy equals mid-tier celebs and power players. Destiny equals low-tier celebs.
The low, yeah, Z-lists.
Same web people.
It's the depths. It's the Epstein web. That's right. It's the Diddy G web. Good point.
Right now, and look.
And thank you for the super chat.
Do you think that the belt would be
I
visible?
feel like belts are an inconvenience.
Oh my god, how long?
Yes, exactly. Literally, yes.
Well, no, wait, they're better for fat people because then you have more pant options for you. You can
Dude,
go
we're
bigger.
gonna do a belt cam next stream so we can clarify this.
I always wear a belt. If I'm not wearing a belt, I don't feel right. That's what I'm telling you. If you gave me a pair of sweatpants, I would feel.
Well, they say I'm right regardless.
I would feel completely fucked up all day.
When you put the belt on, do you become alt-right? Or
why would you become alt-right wearing a belt?
Because you said, never mind.
It's like a 3 out of 10 joke. Maybe that's pushing it. That's pushing it a lot.
All right. Back to the top. But we were talking about like lawfare. You don't think that like rich YouTubers can literally just fucking swing at every fucking poor you? Because I think that Hasan has an argument there.
No, because they could have already done that, and they can still do that moving forward.
Is this where it starts?
Nothing changes.
No, but the normalizing
is this like there's a little bit of like, I think Hasan has like sort of a point there. It's a little bit of a
happening is the problem. Like, because nobody was doing this before, or at least it wasn't happening on a large scale.
Anglo-American military colony. That's why I call it the Zionist entity. Yeah. Just don't take memes from Nazis. You will not recuperate a Fuentes level meme.
Nowadays, it feels like every YouTuber.
Lefties are famous for never wearing belts.
The minute they get into conflict, it's like, y'all actually be chatting with my lawyer about this. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but
think
but how many do it?
It's not a precedent. It's not a legal precedent, but I do see it as
precedent.
toxic for this community, for sure.
I don't know. People have been threatening to sue people on the fucking internet since the internet was the internet.
Yeah, but now they're actually doing it.
You'd think they weren't suing people before, Nicholas?
No, that's why there's only like fucking 6 copyright rulings to pull off of.
There is so many copyright rulings to pull off of. It's just they don't always involve YouTubers because usually you guys just get DMCA'd and we move on. Do you want to know why there's not more? Because normally people aren't this fucking retarded as these 3 people were. It is a level of...
It is an absolutely average react, all right? From what I've seen so far, it is an absolute... like it's par for the fucking course, right?
Retardation that has not yet been seen publicly since today. Like, or not today, since like a week and a half ago. Nobody has seen someone. You need to understand, okay? What's copyright infringement? Oh, that's like when you're selling Avengers DVDs for $10 on the side of the street. Yeah, that's bad. If you get sued, you would lose there, and all the money you made, you would have to give it. These people are dumber than that. They are somehow
Is that what their chat is saying? Dan is being obtuse.
have gone past selling Avengers.
Well, yeah, and purposefully so. Like remember, this is Dan. No good, no bad tactics, only bad targets. Saltman, right? This is his whole thing. If he can weave something into. If he can, ship of Theseus something into something untrue into sounding plausible, he will. He absolutely, if he can trick the fucking rubes, the Hasan, and when the Hasan haters, oh my God, they're such suckers. Like this guy is farming them. This untalented, uncharismatic piece of dog shit, overprivileged, landlord is fucking farming you. Is making money off of you, is making potentially a career out of you, and you're just slopping like the dog, just drinking that water.
Avengers DVDs on the street.
Yeah, creating DVDs is the copyright infringement, not selling them.
To the point of saying,
says Narwhal by Nature.
Latest Avengers movie. Instead, come here. I'm gonna give.
Here's the deal: if you're selling Avengers DVDs. You are fucked whether or not you say, watch the Avengers here, not in a theater, or whether you say, hey, I'm selling these DVDs, but don't let it dissuade you from buying a ticket. You should really support this IP. We love the Marvel Universe. It doesn't matter. It would not make any difference. It would zero difference that those two people get the same judgment against them if they fucking go to court over that, which they wouldn't. Obviously, they would settle.
Give it to you for free, and then you can pay me money because
the commentary community having a Pisco moment, realizing, wait, the H3 are H3 the baddies? Then they realize, there's a bigger revelation to come up too when they realize that not only is H3 wrong about Israel Palestine. But in supporting him, they're on the wrong side of history. Like to the level of if they were criticizing like MLK and the Freedom Riders in the 60s. Like that's how bad this is, right? And what always happens is that the people that said, I don't know, I think that MLK is stoking violence, or you know what I mean? Like blaming MLK for riots and stuff like that. Those same people you're going to turn around tomorrow and say, MLK said he had a dream of, people being judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Why do you got to always make it racial, right? It's like they end up adopting like the people they went so hard against and sanitizing them and turning them into a symbol of something entirely different, right? This is there's going to be a big, and you could already see it. You can see it. You can start to see it in the media. You definitely see it in the public and polling. Oh my God, chat. Israel is very unpopular in the United States, at least. It's the first time I've seen Dan talk. It's wild how much he sounds like Pestany. I mean, this is the thing. Orbiters will generally, like one of the things they do, if you ever listened to Demon Mama in the back in the day, she kind of sounded like a mix of Destiny and Vosh. And that's not me criticizing her, right? Because on some level, if something works, people are going to emulate it, right? But yeah, they definitely, especially if they're orbiters like Demon Mama or like, was orbiting Vosh, or like Dan Saltman is orbiting Destiny. It's in their interest to, have as many similar elements to what the streamer that they're orbiting has, right? In order to make themselves like a suitable substitute, right? We talk about market replacements here. That's kind of the game that orbiters play.
I hate Disney. Does Disney own the Avengers? It's like that. And also it's on launch day, okay, as well. It's like, don't go watch it there. Watch it here instead. It's like, it's the case of, it's like, Dan, can you design the world's easiest to win copyright case of all time? And
I'm
like,
not
okay,
arguing that the case is.
I'm sorry, but this is a guy that asks when he wants to see if a copyright, if a case has merit, he asks ChatGPT. Not that he asked ChatGPT to pull together some research for him or some case law, which might actually be useful. I mean, you do have to check it. You do have to make sure it's not hallucinating. But no, to straight up ask it like it's his mommy, like it's his teacher, like it's a wise, professor, Professor ChatGPT. Will you tell me who wins this court case? It doesn't fucking know. It's an LLM. It will give you the answer that it thinks that you want, right? Which is pretty fucking useless, if you ask me.
Easy to win. I do think it's easy to win. That's why he picked that instead of defamation. But now are we going to start the thing where like we're actually really mad at somebody for X reason, but Y reason is really lucrative to our lawyers. So fuck it, we're gonna hit him for that anyway. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna hyper analyze everything every person does to try to find the ideal way to attack them.
Things will keep on like they've been keeping on. Like for the most part.
Oh my God!
Don't want to Streisand themselves. If you want,
are we hearing a nothing ever happens argument from Dan Saltman? Is that what we're getting?
Actual answer of why this isn't going to happen.
Like, no, everything's going to be fine with us in the Destiny sphere. We'll just keep on going like we've been going. Wow. It's funny that the Destiny sphere is sitting in a burning house at this moment. Like, I mean, you know what it is? It's that they look at Destiny's numbers and they see, hey, he's got 10,000 in chat. It's like it's not a disaster. Like it hasn't, his audience hasn't disappeared, right? I mean, sure they go and watch Jay Stalk talk shit about him at night, right? But he's still got the DGGers in the chat. The difference is, chat, that now DGG is under quarantine, right? Just like Vosh is under quarantine. If a Vosh viewer came into here and I were to say something, mention something that the Vosh had gotten wrong, and they defended Vosh, they would have their fucking flesh picked to the bone by daylight. All right, they would it would be like the desert scene where you see the skeleton out there, right? They would get the barracudas would come and get them. All right, right? It's not you may be able to watch Vosh may still have an audience, right? But when somebody tries to come in and
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Nothing ever happens, it just gets worse.
God. I mean, not entirely wrong there. What was I fucking saying? ChatGPT? Why can't my lawyer do shit? Yeah. No, these fuckers literally think ChatGPT can give them legal advice. They're treating ChatGPT like it's their lawyer. Didn't Vosh emulate DM? How so, Darful? Vosh definitely started first. But I think that Demon Mama's, what I'm talking about is her cadence, her presentation, her way of talking, her way of handling her shit, right? It's a, kind of a hybrid of Vosh and Destiny, which a lot of people, to be fair, were back in the day. But yeah, if a Vosh person comes in here and is trying to, right, he's not going to pick up new audience, is what I'm saying. Like that, and same thing with Destiny, right? There's an embarrassment. You come in here and you say you're a Vosh fan, and immediately the question is, are you a, fan of short stack goblins? Are you wanting to see videos of lolies and horses doing unspeakable things, right? Are you a creep, right? That's the question, and with Destiny, it's more like, are you a predator, right? Predstiny, right? So for that reason, there's a quarantine, right? They're kind of limited in terms of their potential growth, right? Anyone who knows about them already is not going to fall victim to, it's not going to get pulled into that community, right? So, so they don't seem to see that as a problem. They don't seem to see that as the eventually, like, these are the seeds of their own doom. Like, this is DGG, starting to fall apart. And they're just in that house on fire, acting like this is fine. This is fine. We've weathered bigger storms than this. No, you haven't. But regardless, Davy, thank you for the super chat. No, wait, did this not come up? Yeah, nothing ever happens. It just gets worse.
Often is that most people don't want to turn into Billy Mitchell or Ethan Klein. That's it. That's the end. That's why it won't get bigger.
Becoming Billy Mitchell this year is probably pretty based.
Yeah, but it wasn't probably so based for the last 10 years, bro. He had to go through a lot to get to this
To
fucking
this
point.
generational win.
Do you think that he would have wanted, like, if he could change things, do you think he would to get to this point and maybe do things a little bit
Billy
differently?
Mitchell is a core villain.
I
Billy Mitchell.
well,
loves
maybe,
being a
maybe,
villain.
maybe, but for a long fucking time.
I remember DM being a streamer when Vosh was still a DGG member. Yeah, a streamer for like 15 people. That's, yeah, I mean, technically you're not wrong. She hadn't developed her style yet. That style that she adopted came from a mix of streamers who were already successful, streamers who had gone, you know, Xander Hall, technically speaking, chat, Xander Hall's streaming career maybe predates Vosh, but Vosh very quickly, you know, superseded Xander Hall and you know, absolutely mogged Demon Mama in terms of numbers. Wait, Joni? Oh, you know, they said Billy Mitchell. What is this? The Donkey Kong guy? I don't know much about this guy. He claims to have a record at Donkey Kong, a very old video game. Was it the first Mario video game? Was Donkey Kong? Like Mario actually shows up, but he's called Jumpman. Is that right, Chad? He's called Jumpman. Billy Madison. Did they say Billy Madison? I'm sorry. Did I miss it? I like too preoccupied rehashing the history of Demon Mama on Twitch.
He could change things. Do you think he would to get to this point and maybe do things a little bit
Billy
differently?
Mitchell is a core villain. Billy Mitchell.
Well,
loves
maybe,
being a
maybe,
villain.
maybe, but for a long fucking time, he wasn't winning. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. He wasn't winning for a long time. And
He's talking about Billy Mitchell, right?
Billy Mitchell.
Well,
loves
maybe,
being a
maybe,
villain.
maybe, but for
What the? How do we get on Billy Mitchell?
like, if he could change things, do you think he would to get to this point and maybe do
No,
things?
So like, wait, all I know about this guy is he's kind of a lol cow. He said that he had a world record at Donkey Kong. A lot of people seem to dispute that, and maybe did he get like litigious?
A little bit
Billy
differently.
Mitchell is a core villain. Billy Mitchell.
Well,
loves
maybe,
being a
maybe,
villain.
maybe, but for a long fucking time, he wasn't winning. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. He wasn't winning for a long time, and people had a very different view of him, and that's fucking true.
I think that Ethan Klein should start a hot sauce company and just start making like.
You notice you're
malicious
dodging
discount
right now.
codes.
Can somebody explain? I'm a little lost here. All right, so Billy Mitchell had a hot sauce company. He was losing for a long time, but now he's winning. What, he's winning in court? Is that what it is? He successfully silenced his critics with litigation. Is that what he's saying? You're thinking of the Donkey Kong sucks scene in wait, there's a Donkey Kong sucks scene in Billy Madison? I remember Billy Madison saying something sucks and that peeing your pants is the coolest. Pretty sure there's been a bunch of really silly Billy Mitchell. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Why are they saying he's winning now? I haven't, to be fair, I have never really paid attention to this. Like, I am not a knower, as Dan says, when it comes to Billy Mitchell. I met the voice of supermarkets at a convention once, and he made inappropriate comments towards my outfit. Never meet your heroes. Wait. The voice of supermarkets? The voice of supermarkets? Like in a commercial? Dude faked the whole event of beating the world record. There was a documentary about it on Netflix. Did he sue the documentary maker or something? Like, what are they talking about? Where they say that Billy Mitchell's a winner now. At first he was a loser, but now he's a winner. Carl Jobst kind of fumbled the case. It was Carl Oh my God, I should know who that is, shouldn't I? Is that like a dream SMP person, Carl Jobst? Do I have that correct? It's Super Mario? It's not Jumpman? He's not called Jumpman? Really excellent documentary, says Vadim streams about Billy Mitchell, called The King of Kong. He was the Donkey Kong champion, and the doc is about him losing. I think that... Okay, so wait. So he was successful, and then he became a loser? Or then he started losing? I thought they were talking about losing in court. Billy Mitchell is a lolcow that sues everyone over his cheating record at Donkey Kong. But is he suing them successfully? I'm just trying to understand when they're saying that he was a loser at first and now he's successful. Are they talking about successful in litigation? Is that what they mean? And that's so fucked up. I could see Dan, doing this as a both organizations for defamation. Wait, what? Twin Galaxies and the Guinness World Records, which incorporated Twin Galaxies scores into their records, removed Mitchell's scores based on this evidence. Wow. Wait, based on the evidence, is there a pretty shoot? Yeah, there's been a bunch of Billy Mitchell lawsuits. While Guinness restored Mitchell's scores, Twin Galaxy countersued Mitchell. Both Mitchell and Twin Galaxies settled in 2024, and Twin Galaxies posted Mitchell's scores on a newly created historical leaderboard. Wow. I didn't realize there was so much lore to like old school video games. Chat. What are the old school video games? Like you got Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, and people do people like speed run these, or like they're is it just like trying to set a record as far as score? Because like aren't the old video games, right? They instead of, I don't know if Donkey Kong, can you beat Donkey Kong? I feel like I remember hearing that old video games, rather than having an endpoint, like a final boss and a win state, what they'll do is just keep on ramping up the speed until it becomes impossible to play. But maybe Donkey Kong, is Donkey Kong one of these ones that ends at like level 100? Don't get us started on Atari, Irene. Oh my god, I don't know anything about Atari. Wait, what's in Atari? Atari has the Pitfall, right? That's Atari. What else? God, King of Kong is what it's called, but he claimed that he beat the world record, but he was found to be cheating. I don't know. So it's kind of like a dream situation then. I don't know anything after the documentary. He's not that interested. I mean, it didn't sound interesting to me, so I haven't really looked into it. Galaga, is that the one where you're fighting bugs? You're like a little spaceship dude, and you fight the bugs, and then one of the bugs like hypnotizes your spaceship and was like, come up with me and fight against the spaceship dude. And it's like, no, I got hypnotized, right? And then it's like fighting against you, but if you shoot the bug that hypnotized the spaceship, then the spaceship comes down and it hooks onto your spaceship, and now you got two spaceships, right? Is that the one?
Malicious Dodger, you're afraid to call out Billy.
Adam Sandler's Pixels movie, Peter Dinklage character is basically a spoof of Billy Mitchell.
You don't want to get sued by
No,
Billy.
Billy's
See?
winning.
Is Tetris Atari? I thought Atari was I thought Tetris was Nintendo or something.
Already, yeah, exactly. Look at you. You're like, no, Billy's
Oh wait, no, was it that Commodore? Is it a Commodore game?
winning. Billy's winning.
Billy won.
Your big hot sauce has already set a precedent, and you're afraid to even talk negatively.
No,
of him
I
right
think
now.
that you have a really good argument, because Billy has been malicious with lawsuits
Bubble Bobble?
in the past. Sorry, Billy. I know you're a moderator here. Okay, Billy has been malicious with lawsuits in the past. That's something that he's absolutely known for.
No, but do you understand?
But do you want
you're
everyone to be
asking-
more like Billy Mitchell, like
No.
previous Billy?
Billy cheated with by modding boards in the game. By modding what levels? Is that what boards mean on Donkey Kong? Is a board is like a level? Because I remember Donkey Kong, yeah, there's like a, screen, right? Is what I would call it, right? The levels are screens, and the screens have Donkey Kong at the top, throwing barrels, Jumpman at the bottom. He can get the hammer to hit the barrels, or he can jump over the barrels, and he's got to get to the princess, right? And that's beating the level, I think. And then a new screen. Jumpman, which you mentioned, was a Commodore. Wait, he's not called Jumpman? I thought he was called Jumpman. Wait, who is Jumpman, chat? Is it Michael Jordan? Is Michael Jordan Jumpman? Jumpman's like an old school reference, right? I think Moist Critical roasted him good. Moist Critical's great at that.
Billy
But
Mitchell?
you're asking, why have I not sued some people?
Because Billy Mitchell is a
And-
good argument for my point, right? Like
No, he's a good
Carl Jobs,
He's a
Billy
good
Mitchell.
argument from my point. From my point.
No, my point. He's good for
No.
me.
No, you're wrong, goddammit.
You're wrong, sir.
Because the amount of fucking people that have the
So as we see this pleasant conversation devolve into an argument, I want to note that neither of these motherfuckers is above doing kayfabe. Right? That's another possibility. We don't want to get trolled by a fake fight that's set up for drama, and I feel like these two would easily do that. So I don't really know what to make of this yet.
the balls to survive being Billy Mitchell or to be me or to be Ethan Klein is like
Jumpman is the Michael Jordan and the logo on Jordan's shoes. Mario, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Mario was Jumpman. Jumpman is a game? Is a separate game? What do you call Mario in wasn't Mario? Oh, Qbert. Oh, that shit's cool. I want to play that. Actually, I think I've played it before and I suck at it. Something about Qbert like just confuse, like I don't know. It's not like other video games, right? Qbert it's a cool video game though. It's a cool concept. Qbert is a little dude like Pac-Man, but instead of a mouth to eat with, he's got a nose to shoot with. Does he shoot like balls out of his nose? And his enemies are like, there's like a snake and there's like, I only remember the snake, to be honest. I can only remember the snake. There's a snake and there's other enemies, right? And he's pretty much got to stay away from the enemies, right? The enemies will own him. He can't, it's like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. You can't, but doesn't he shoot something out of his nose? Maybe he can, does he get like a power pellet or something? I don't even know, chat. Played Qbert as a kid, but I would play Qbert. That looks like fun. Also, I mean, I tried though, and I remember trying and just sucking at it, just being like, this is such a simple looking game. Why do I suck at it so bad? Also played a DOS game called Jumpman that was actual shareware, apparently. So it is a separate game then, it sounds like. From what you and Vadim are saying, I think Billy Mitchell refused to compete with people watching in the Ooh, okay. I think he wanted to submit a VHS tape of him playing where the video glitched out occasionally, and it was obvious that he was cheating. Oh, damn. I believe they're referred to... Oh, no, that's what you mean by boards. Oh, the circuit boards were modded. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about, like, the levels. I'm still thinking of this at a software level. Jumpman is a game that came out in 1983. So what was Mario called in Dig Dug? Oh, that shit is so cool. I love that. I love the idea of a man that digs deep underground to find a hidden world of monsters that he can fight by inflation. Is that where the inflation fetish came from? Is it like a Dig Dug thing? Qbert just jumps. He doesn't shoot his things out of his nose. I think his nose is an in hole and an out hole. Wait, he eats things with it too? He runs around changing the world by jumping on squares. I wish I could do that. That's goals. The two games I got to play on the game console when I was a kid were Qbert and Pango. Qbert would Pango, would jump either left or right in the triangular board. Can he go up though? Can Qbert go up? Pango would had to escape danger on some rectangular board.
Almost fucking nobody. Like, if I go and I'm like, Nicholas DeOrio is a pedophile, do you want to be the guy that's going to sue me because I called you a pedophile, and then it's going to be like worldwide news?
No, but like, if
you will be the guy.
No,
that
but
was
if we're in a huge fucking fight right now, and then someone goes,
Yeah.
"Hey, dude, that guy got up and walked away from your video," I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, dude! Holy shit!"
You wouldn't do that.
You're thinking of the pink dino from Mario that shoots stuff out of her, like Qbert. Yeah, she shoots but she shoots with her mouth, right? Like the dino doesn't have a nose hole. The dino has a mouth hole.
You would be scared. You would be scared.
Why would I
You
be
scared
scared about it?
What I feel like I should know the name of the dino. What is the dino called? Oh my god, I feel like I should know the Egbert, Egg. Oh my god, I can't remember, chat. What is the dino's name?
Copyright abuser, okay?
Because you are a YouTuber, and you'd be like, if I fucking do this, a lot of people might turn against me. I don't want to be like most. You have to understand.
Actually, I would never think that someone would do that, except.
Wait. Qbert can snort his enemies, like fucking what's it called? Like Kirby? Like Qbert can like inhale his enemies. He can definitely jump both up and down.
Last week.
Okay, but
Birdo, thank you. It's Birdo, yeah.
You are missing a major point here, okay? Because you're not Jewish, which is fine. I'll forgive you for this, okay? You don't understand. All right?
Shalom, motherfucker. Explain it to me.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Most people Like Ethan doing this won't lose any audience. Nothing will change for him. The people that hate him will continue to hate him. The people that like him will continue to like him, and nothing will change moving forward.
I think he's lost some support. I don't think it's been.
No.
I think
well, if he lost support,
he's lost content creator support from people who are afraid.
Support.
Maybe from
not
other
really.
places.
You fucking listen. You've no, that's not true. You're a goddamn liar.
Yeah.
You're fucking the Pope of H3. Don't tell me you are sitting here sucking the teat of Ethan Klein directly as he leans over. Based. I appreciate
you, Mr.
it.
Logic. Thank you.
Yes. No.
Can you do a British accent for me?
Hold on. No, I don't know if I can do a British. Actually,
Nicholas, why don't you suck the dick of Ethan Klein more, Nicholas? Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry. Oh, a Chud Logic joke. I get it. I understand where you're going. Nicholas Klein. No, I can't do it. I can't do a British accent. I have to learn it.
Bro, that was worse than my JF. That was actually brutal. What the fuck was that?
I can't.
You didn't even add like a British to it.
I can only do like the funny words, like, oh, park the. No, that.
Hubert is not Kirby, but yeah, but does he inhale? Can he do anything to his enemies with his nose? Does he get like a power up and like?
That's Boston. Park the car.
Why did you
no,
slander me and say that I'm Bunty King?
Because honestly, it was. I remember that Destiny debated with Bunty King, and that he was an Indian guy, and I had never actually, I hadn't watched a ton of your content at that point, so I didn't know if you actually were Bunty King because I only saw your Wiggler at that point, and I was like, is this where this guy went? Is this where Bunty King went? He became a commentary YouTuber.
All right, listen, man. Do you know why we're really here right now?
Why?
Do you remember our first interaction?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Remember our first interaction? Do you remember what happened in it?
You remember who won that? Who won and who was the rape?
Won? What are you talking about? You don't remember, dude. You don't remember what happened?
I remember something to do with copyright, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You threatened to strike my YouTube channel. I'm gonna make you look like an asshole.
Yeah, and you know what? who removed half their section of their thing, like the beta bitch that they were.
Yeah, it's fucking. I had to do that. I had to do it because
it was the funniest.
I don't think I've never talked to somebody where I could literally just repeat the iDubbbz line from the Sam Hyde documentary.
Oh, that's right. He did do that in the iDubbbz thing. I forgot about that.
Sam Hyde. The iDubbbz and the Sam Hyde thing.
That was so fun. I was like really.
Yeah, why didn't you just squat on? I didn't squat on their parallel, dude.
I know. I remember that I was like really malicious about it. Or no, I don't know if it was you or someone else. I was like, listen, I know how to do it too. I'm not going to use. Actually, no, I'm not going to say this because this could actually affect other. You know, I was very sneaky in myself about it as well. But that said, that's like all that ever happens. Like as far as actually getting sued, I just don't think that like
you
most people are going to do it.
His next question is like, why did you donate to the Daily Stormer? But he was like too much of a pussy to say it after that.
Wait, what? Who?
For Sam Hyde. You just know that Ian's next question after that was like, why did you donate to the Daily Stormer? And then he probably freaked out.
Oh yeah, I don't know, dude. iDubbbz is such a fucking. He's just such a sad dude. Do you want to hold on? Can I show? I want to show you something really funny. Actually, 1 second.
Sure.
Do you like?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I thought you were gonna say, do you like looking at old balls sometime? I was like worried, chat, when he was like, "Let me show you something." All up into the point where he's like, "Do you like looking at old tweets sometime?" I'm expecting something more like, "Do you like looking at old balls sometime?" He's gonna get his sack out on stream and be like, "Look at this, Nicholas. This is what your sack will look like when you're my age."
Sure. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, hold on. I got a really funny.
I dabble in Taylor Lorenzing sometimes.
Okay, I gotta pull this one up. So you have to give me a second. Okay.
Taylor Lorenzing is pulling up people's old tweets. Okay.
Okay. Let me.
Okay.
Bo Black
could also call it destinying.
Uses Nick's bathroom. He sits on the toilet and opens a book to the table next to him. The first page reads, "To my other favorite CC." The camera zooms in.
Content creator.
His face, his eyes widening. Dude, that would unironically, that's cinema, bro. I should have a book that like next to my toilet that says that I'm a cop. That's a really good one, dude. Holy fuck. Also, thank you for hitting the goal. Did you find your meme yet, Mr. Saltman?
No, it's so good.
They hit their goal. Chat, we're still 4 super chats off of our goal. It looks like we have hit 1 goal though. I think we got we did unlock 1 piece of bonus content at least.
Keep talking to me as I look for it though.
Oh yeah, it should say 101, right?
Find it, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my god!" Oh, fuck! I'm close. I'm close.
Bro, I just fucking I just squid gamed. Bro, I just fell to my death. Holy fuck, dude.
Okay, I want to tell you this.
Wait, he's naked?
Okay, are you ready for this?
Does that happen to you in Fortnite?
Here was the setup for this. I'm gonna send this to you, so don't pull this up.
What the fuck happens? You turn, if you like, you take fall damage and you
Did you find your meme yet, Mr. Saltman?
No, it's so good.
and you lose your
you
outfit.
to me as I
You
look
lose
for
your
it, though.
skin.
I will find. It. You're gonna be like, oh my god.
That's fall damage, right?
I'm close. I'm
Bro,
close.
I just fucking.
What game mode is this?
Bro,
I'm
I just
close.
fell to my death. Holy fuck, dude.
Okay.
You lose your
I'll tell
skin?
the setup of this. Okay. Okay. Are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here was the setup.
Get out of there!
I'm gonna
Get
send
out of
this to
there!
you, so don't pull this up on stream yet. Okay.
You're taking damage.
My Discord.
Okay.
You're gonna be like, this is some massage shit. I
You're gonna
can't
pull
trust.
up
You're
porn
gonna.
and get me banned.
No. Well, I'm saying don't put it on stream yet. Where the fuck are you?
Where
oh,
am
you're
I?
here.
I'm in fucking Tomato Town.
Okay. So
Use code
this,
DeOrio in the Fortnite item shop to buy all the new.
All right.
Wait, is Tomato Town? I thought that was like old shit. That's like in the song. Yeah, I thought they got rid of. Did they not phase out Tomato Town?
Cool skins.
So don't pull up this tweet yet, okay? So I had a plan, and I thought it would be the funniest fucking thing, okay, to do this, but I didn't execute. This was too much effort.
Casual anti-Semitism really gives away the lie of the whole Twitch harassment campaign against Twitch. Yeah.
But I was gonna do it. So I was
So the super rich version of Fortnite. Wait, what is that? What you have to pay for this one or something? You have to.
gonna do is gonna take this. I
I thought you had to pay for like skins and stuff.
slightly.
The Saltman Oreo fight is with a 2028 timestamp from WB72. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, and thank you, WB72. Do you want me to skip to this, chat? I mean, you could see that, developing. You can see the like storm clouds gathering in this conversation already. Let's see what this is. Maybe this. Oh my God. WB, if you found the Justical stream for me. Ooh, wait, what is...
Bro, okay, so it's okay if I say...
Hasan Piker doxing allegations. Destiny's co-host confronts me. This is 13 hours ago. Okay, so this just got posted today. And this is the one I'm looking at is like 5 days old. Okay. Yeah, I think we should probably switch. Yeah, based. Yeah. Based.
Set my name to Nicholas DeOrio on Facebook. He's doxing my point.
Yeah, we do need to move along, chat, because like I said, we got a whole Justical stream to act. This is not it, I don't think this is it. Is this it? Hasan Piker doxing allegation. Yeah, it sounds like it's a it doesn't say anything about Justical on here, so I guess. Oh my God, I'm saying his name right. I'm sorry, J-Stalk.
Sorry, Nick is dodging my point. Let me scroll up. Oh, what's up, BB? Hello. Bro, okay, so it's okay.
The cracks are forming indeed, Joel. I'm so glad you're all here to watch this. This is kind of beautiful.
If I set my...
Get your popcorn.
Chargoon super chatted $19.99. I didn't know anything about this Dan Saltman guy, but he blocked me on Twitter, and so now I know about this profoundly racist and perverted freak, and I wish I didn't log.
Oh no!
Like a human stormfront.
I mean, yeah, he's a piece of work for sure. J-Stalk and Kuihman were roasting Dan all night. I've got that. The only place I could find that, WB, and I don't usually do this. I don't like to pull up kicks. I everything about that website scares the fuck out of me, and creeps me out, right? But I may actually pull that. In fact, I think I will pull that the J-Stalk. Apparently, is J-Stalk banned from Twitch and YouTube? Is that why he only streams on Kick? You said storm clouds. It's literally starting to hail. NCC controls the weather. Pray that I am a merciful goddess. Yes, there we go. I hope I'm giving you some good weather out there, chat. I'm like Marie-chan. All right? Yeah, if the weather sucks, blame me. Absolutely. Because I am determined. I'm not just like predicting the weather, chat. I'm creating the weather. Certain part of me controls the weather. Let's just put it that way, chat. It's an Umbran witch thing, okay? You wouldn't understand. Anyway, let's see. Don't forget your butterfly goal. Oh yeah, that is true. What are we at? As far as that, 6 out of 10. So chat, yeah, I said that when we get to 9 out of 10, I'll put a butterfly in because Davy super chatted before I even got the butterfly goal up. So therefore, I give you one for free. If you want the confetti though, you'll have to hit 10 out of 10. But if we hit 9 out of 10, I will apply the butterfly. The butterfly will be applied. But wait. So what? Was I in the midst of talking to Dan in chat? I hate these cutesy bouncing avatar. Blame Caffles for that. Or you can blame me for the weather. All right, the weather is indeed my fault. All right, it's my mood really that more than anything that dictates the weather. And you know, I'm just a force of nature. I guess you just got to deal with me. And then but Caffles is the one that came up with the cutesy bouncing avatar, as you say, Lairdbot. J-Stalk is still on Twitch, but he switches between that and Kick now, I think. Yeah, I just didn't see his socials for Twitch, but maybe Kick doesn't let you show Twitch socials. Currently storming in Nebraska. No lawn mowing for me today. Hey, I got you out of that. Thank you. You can thank me. You can thank me. But yeah, we got to put this up to 121. We are now starting to close in on maybe two pieces of bonus content for today. All we have to do is hit 200 to make that a reality, and you will keep me on for extra long. It's been flooding in the part of Texas I live in. That was actually Trump's fault. That one was on Trump. Right. That's, you know, taking down the National Weather Service. You know, I cannot control. I cannot help. The weather itself is, you know. Waluigi needs to fight him? Wait, what?
Cyber, super chatted $5.85. How do I turn back time to before I heard anything about Dan Saltman?
How do we turn back time? I don't actually have the I don't have the subathon thing live, but that is one way to turn back time. I've been teasing this for a long time that I want to do what's it called? I want to do like the Jubilee thing on Twitch, and then if I do that, then I got to do some subathon for like YouTube exclusively too. I thought maybe like a Sam Cedar debate compilation or something like that, or even going back to, oh yeah, the other thing that I was thinking of was the rewatching the Hasan versus Ethan on capitalism socialism, although that's such a one-sided battle, but I still think it would be enjoyable. I don't know.
Name to Nicholas DeOrio on Facebook and start shit talking streamers and have them pull up your Facebook. Okay, Dan, there's a huge fucking difference than you pulling up my Facebook that is privated, that you would have to like get access to by friending me and shit.
Are you a virgin?
And
No,
pulling up a
I'm
YouTube
not.
channel.
Why would so many
It's a
people
YouTube
be
channel.
doing
These are
that?
all publicly available videos.
Owen,
They're
but
uploading
everyone else
videos
groans in
with the
unison
express.
about-
Dan, you want to call about this? Do you want to?
Is it worth it to go back? Is there anything before this, WB? Thank you for finding this for me, by the way. Is it worth it to wind it back to the beginning? But yeah, we're seeing, yeah, Nick straight up call him out for the same thing that I said he was full of shit for. Careful with the Jordan Peterson Jubilee. It's like pulling teeth in slow motion. Oh no, it's painful to watch. Dan Saltman is a bit like Bill Ackman, except without the money. Wait, why am I having trouble remembering? Do you want me to pull it back a little bit? What do you think, chat? What do you think, WB? Should we rewind it slightly to like 19 minutes or so?
Would be able to hold. You know, the gun is in proportion to his actual head. That's why it's so slow. You know, small. Well, I guess slow as well. That's another one. That's fun.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought his head was small.
We'll just go with that. Just wait. What else is there? That's the segment. Well, we're gonna keep going, but yeah, I don't know. I think that's a little stupid. Nick DeOrio addressed the bee allegations, dude. You could be a bee.
Is this
We did kind of
wrong?
defame Hasan. I have to defend him here because we kind of defamed him last time I streamed. We posted this segment going over Hasan, and yeah, we definitely did. Actually, there was a whole Reddit post about how I defamed Ethan Klein too. I'm on a defamation spree. Tell me right now, this is not the greatest thumbnail in history. Look at this thing. Hates women, right? Do you see what's hidden beyond under the time code? It's a question mark. So the The thumbnail that you can see, because the time code on YouTube blocks it, is Ethan Klein covered in blood with the text "hates women," and it's not technically clickbait because
How did
if you pull the PNG, it will show you what the intention.
Okay, wait. So 2 questions, right? How did you cover Ethan Klein in blood? I'm assuming there's not a video where he's bleeding that you got that from. And second question, why did you cover him with blood? What are the women beating him? What's the deal? What's that supposed to be? Also, I don't know. I think my thumbnails are pretty good, but yeah, you know, look, Nicholas does have huge text, right? I got to do more of this, right? One big face, huge text, like random Canva background, and then I'll have the same number of views as DeOrio. That's right. 5,000, 6,000 in chat automatically. Just have to make the titles bigger on the thumbnails, make the captions bigger.
Thumbnail actually, well, that's one of the fucking greatest thumbnails I've ever made. But this is what I did actually defame Hasan on purpose here, so I will be hearing from his lawyer.
You can be a vexatious litigant.
People are asking if that was a glitch, dude. When I said Hasan Piker was brave to say you could be a bee.
You can be a vexatious litigant.
Let's stop.
Nick is doxing my point. I'm sorry. Nick is dodging my point. Let me scroll up. Oh, what's up, BBB? Hello. Bro, okay. So it's okay if I set my name to Nicholas DeOrio on Facebook and start shit talking streamers and have them pull up your Facebook? Okay, Dan, there's a huge fucking difference than you pulling up my Facebook that is privated, that you would have to like get access to by friending me and shit.
Is a virgin?
And
No,
pulling up a YouTube channel.
Why would so many
It's a
people
YouTube
be
channel.
doing
These are
that?
all publicly available videos. They're uploading videos with the
Chargun says the tour of a YouTube channel has a YouTube channel. It has videos of racist, Islamophobic, new atheist cranks like Sam Harris. The tour? Fake blood from an episode where Ethan is faking cutting off his arm. Thank you for reminding me, because Trish was on AOL. Now I remember. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot that happened. I forgot that even happened. 2 trees fell on my house on Thursday from all the wind and storms and hail. We lost internet and cable and phone for 3 days. Everything is fine now. NCC, that is NCC hurting her own numbers by making it impossible for a chatter to watch the stream. Dude promotes like fringe neo-Nazi garbage. It's ridiculous how... and now, you mean Dan Saltman, and now Destiny is on some anti-Trump debate. It's a fucking joke. It really is. Yeah, this is the thing. Chargun, you're onto something real here, right? And I've noticed this at various times. Dan Saltman is not just like, you know, woke or like a enlightened centrist, right? He's not just an enlightened centrist, right? He's not just a he's not just like an IDW heterodox thinker or whatever. He's a little bit right wing. He's a little bit right wing, and it is weird that he's like, you know, attached to Destiny at the hip, considering that.
Dan, you want to call about this? Do you want to talk about? I don't want to fucking blow up on you on stream, but I will bring you in here if you want to argue this with me, because this is the easiest debate I've ever had in history. If you come in here and talk about it, I would love to. If you want to come on here and explain this to me, you're already calling. Okay, listen, that's not doxing. Hello, Dan Saltman on the air. What's going on?
God, I've been smashing my fucking face against the key.
Yeah, I low-key hate Destiny as an anti-Trump interlocutor, because his idea of a win is to glorify the dead the dead Trump fan at the rally where Trump got shot, right? His whole strategy is giving conservatives like the easiest dunks they've ever had. Saltman is extremely right-wing. I mean, he's a huge Zionist. I mean, he's more right-wing than, like, let's say Ethan Klein, right? Also, and then you can see a little bit of right-winged flavor on Ethan Klein, but with Dan Saltman, I think it's more pronounced, right? I think it's actually weird that Destiny, the strange like bedfellows that you know Destiny and Dan make up. Oh wait, that's what I was going for. Oh my god, yeah, because you know what, Chargund, your super chat a little while back. Oh wow, we're at 7 out of 10, so we need two more super chats to make my hair get butterflied. Let me look at this again, because I was gonna. Oh my god, I gotta bring this back up. It's been a while, chat. But you just said, let me see if I got this correct. You just said that Dan blocked you? Chargund, it's the Destiny's anti-Trump debate. You called Pangburn events or something? You're called Pangburn events? Right. It's like oh, that's right. I used this to transcript. All right, so you said oh my god, there's too many instances. Come on.
H3 podcast highlights Dan bans Rich Lux from YouTube chat. Lord have mercy.
God damn it. I'm trying to find this.
Panel dude, Dan is petty as hell. He is petty as hell.
What the fuck? This doesn't even sound like Rich Lux.
Dan's an asshole. I'm sorry. Dan is an asshole.
What? Wait, oh my god, I thought I had this stuff. I thought I knew where this was. Is that just a very old, like, no, that's 2 years ago. Rich Lux sounded like that? Wait, I need Dan as the queen. Fuck me. Wasn't there like a Dan blocked me? It's these H3 origin videos, but oh, is it this one? Ethan Klein won't fire Dan.
I can't stand Dan.
There we go.
Dan blocked me.
Dan blocked me.
Dan blocked me.
There we go. There we go. Dan blocked you. All right. There we go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it took you so. It took me so long to find the appropriate soundbite for your super chat, but there it is. There it is. Chargund. Dan blocked me. Anyway, I'm sorry. When I get something in my head, I gotta.
Please, just tell my audience why I'm wrong and a malicious actor.
Oh, you're so wrong. You're so dumb. So what about, okay, you're thinking about big YouTubers. What about if I'm just fucking Orpheus, like Orpheus 315, and I'm small and my YouTube is just me hanging out with my kids and nobody knows about it, and I have fucking 3 subscribers.
Yeah,
do I get to go on there?
Orpheus? Of all the mythological references to pull.
Up a YouTube channel with somebody's kids that they willingly upload.
Dan, the difference between you and Orpheus is that Orpheus had talent. Phenomenal talent.
It's nothing to do with anyone else, bro. It's not. I just set my name to someone else. I come into your shit and I start shit talking.
YouTube is not a site to post your private movies and family fun and all that stuff.
I would
it's
agree.
It's a website.
I agree. This is retarded. Okay, but people have public Facebook pages also. Okay, so you
sure,
can't
and
say
it's different than a content creator on a content creator website. And
This is definitely Dan being purposefully obtuse.
Second content creator website. That's
okay, so
insane.
if my name was Nicky D316 on FB, you would have no issue pulling that up on stream, and you wouldn't feel nervous.
No, because my account's private. If you got into my account and you started,
Still frustrated. No one has clipped Dan Saltman on Rectone's pod with Nux Lolly. Wait, is Rectone? Oh, Tectone. He's basically summed up his MO, and that is a one-to-one mirror of the Hasbro's playbook. Is that the one where he says there's no bad tactics, only bad targets? Is that the one that? Yeah, Orpheus is a sleepy boy. That's what I've heard. Someone on Twitter succinctly put it: the Hasbro's playbook is not to convince, it is to exhaust. Yeah, this is like yeah, it's kind of like a confusionist debate, like the kind of like talking points that you get from like the cigarette industry, right? When it's pretty much known that there's an ironclad link between cigarettes and lung cancer, and they'll try to just throw up things to confuse you. Well, what about this study that shows that there was no link, right? And it's like, well, that bad methodology, right? You look at the n equals 5, or it's like small samples, right? There's But you can kind of, if you can throw up enough confusion, like, right, with something like smoking, which people already want to do, or something like cholesterol, which people, or, saturated fats, which people already want to eat, right? That you can make $1 million. And Chad, during the 2010, so many fucking grifters did this. They were like, actually, Ansel Keys was working for the sugar companies and yada, yada, yada. Ansel Keys, government corruption. Right, it doesn't dispute the obvious link between cigarettes and lung cancer, or saturated fat consumption and heart disease, but it is something that people want to hear. They would love to hear that. Actually, no, cigarettes. This study shows they're a little bit protective against lung cancer. This study shows that people who smoke cigarettes got less colds and coughs. This study shows that people who smoke cigarettes had higher cognition. Right, and we can just throw in a little confusion there, and get people that really don't want to stop smoking, give them an excuse to not stop smoking. That's the kind of argument that we're getting here from Dan Saltman.
Pulling up my family members based off that. Because I've gone out of my way to private all that information, so it's not easily accessible.
Wait, he said, let's go the chains of context. Oh, let go of the chains of context, and embrace the optics battle. I have seen that clip. Well, I feel like I've seen it clipped. Maybe I saw a video or something, but you're right. Yeah, somebody should clip that out as a standalone. That would be great. Responding to Test Tone, asking, wait, is Test Tone on the juice? Is Tectone on the steroids? Is he on the hot sauce? Is that what we're calling him, Test Tone? How to take down Hasan, or something like that. Kuihman tore Dan apart. We're gonna see that in a second. For his appearance with Tectone and Nux. Oh wait, I don't know if this is the one. Given their sex pest PDF analogies, is this what happened on JStalk stream, WB? All debate perverts are willing to lie to win. Lies and personal attacks and talking over their opponents. That's why I don't value debate. Oh yeah, this is why debate. The sphere of the internet is unreliable if you're looking for truth, right? This is where truth comes to die, honestly. That and Prime Kai's panel. I'm sorry, I just had to say that because, wait, what did I say? I think about the joke was Prime Kai's where truth goes to die or something, just because of those shitty debates that he used to hold. I do think that I participated in one of, to be fair. I do think better when smoking. Yeah. It could help your. The cost is my ability to breathe. Exactly, Joshua. You got it. Yeah. But they'll just try to throw in something to kind of confuse you. And if it's something that you want to do already, right, it doesn't take much. Or climate change, right? People don't want to change their lives. People certainly don't want to cut back on, things like car travel, right? Even though the majority of, climate change is driven by industrial production and not personal behavior, right? But people don't want to change their lives. So if you can tell them that maybe climate change isn't actually real, then it's really easy to convince them of shit like that, right? Higher cognition thing is real. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Just because nicotine is a stimulant, correct, and stimulates, increase the brain activity, crack and meth also increase cognition. Yeah. And there are even some studies that maybe even suggest that if you could somehow take in like nicotine, like absent of all the, stuff that you get from smoking, that, maybe I don't want to, I'm just I'm not agreeing with this, right? But it is something that I see people keep on bringing up. And again, that's why the Lord, or more precisely the Swedes, made Zens. Don't start a nicotine addiction. Definitely not. No, we're going to keep NCC safe of the Zens because they're very cheap here. They're actually very affordable in Thailand from what I've heard. And I don't need to get started. It's bad enough that I have a caffeine addiction. I'm in a country that does not allow most ADHD meds. I think you know what the only one that's allowed here, I think, is Ritalin. Right? The other ADHD meds are like, it's wild what you can and cannot buy in Thailand. Like, for instance, did you know that you can't buy a dildo? I probably shouldn't have said that on stream. You can't buy a marital aid. That's what I was trying to say. You're not allowed. Although some guy got arrested recently. He put three bad dragons. He put 3 of those bad boys on his motorcycle, and he went and rode around in the rain. I think drunk maybe until he got pulled over. And the fact that he had sex toys, strapped to his motorbike was I think he got in some trouble for that, right? Pushing Zens now here in the UK, they seem quite cheap. They're not cheap in the US for sure. Nicotine still has negative effects on your heart by itself in conjunction. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to sound like I'm coming off as saying, well, maybe nicotine by itself would actually be good for you. There are some people saying that right now, but yeah, random 3POs bring out the counter argument here. It has effects on your heart by itself in conjunction with caffeine. It has detrimental effects on the elastic. You know what? That's interesting. Random 3PO, send me that. If you want to send me that study on heart health and caffeine, I would love to see that. Because the funny thing about caffeine is you would assume that there's like a drawback to it, right? You'd assume that caffeine is a vice. I just said I was addicted to caffeine as if it was a bad thing, right? The funny thing is that I've never seen that borne out in any way in terms of studies. So if there's a study, connecting like a caffeine intake with heart health in a negative way, or heart elasticity in a negative way, that would be news to me. And I would love to see that. Chris Cuomo made fun of Adam Friedland for Zens and said, "Smoke like a man," before admitting he doesn't smoke anymore because it was fucking him up. Yeah, I had so many problems with all that. We never got to see that. That was a really cool episode. Wait, was this the second Chris Cuomo conversation or the first? Oh no, the first one was on. Yeah, the first. What? Wait, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it was like from a year ago, right? Or a year or two ago. That's the one where Chris Cuomo tries to make Adam admit that he had an attraction to him during COVID. The effects of caffeine are totally different depending on the source. Whether we were talking about that earlier, whether it's tea or coffee. Yeah, so that I think what the point that general public is bringing up here is the fact that tea or coffee is not just caffeine. Tea is tannins. There's other molecules. There's other substances in the tea or the coffee as well, and they affect the overall. Even though caffeine is a molecule that binds to certain receptors, right? It can affect things like the uptake, right? For instance, quitting nicotine, green tea, for instance, like I said, L-theanine is in there too. ECG, there's other stuff in there. Quitting nicotine is also so much worse than quitting caffeine. Caffeine being a diuretic, it actually recommended for me to promote kidney function, just not green tea due to oxalates. Wait, interesting. I wonder if there's like a threshold that they want you to not pass. I mean, oxalates are in a lot of things. They're in spinach. They're in, are they in celery? Yeah. Chard. Oxalates are in chard. But I haven't ever heard. I wonder how concentrated they are in tea. Tea is generally good for health, but coffee is actually considered bad. A lot of people say that, but like what I haven't seen is like the evidence behind coffee being bad. Like I suspect as well that maybe there's a drawback to caffeine, right? But I just haven't seen it borne out in the research as of yet.
Average person. Sure,
So
100%.
anyone who has a public
And by the way, just to be clear, your argument right now is that Ethan Klein is a doxer because he literally did this. Ethan Klein literally pulled up a Facebook account or an Instagram account.
This is the great part. I'm only arguing that it's illegal on Twitch. It's not illegal on YouTube. Twitch is retarded, okay? And you can't deny that he absolutely broke the fucking golden rule. It's completely different on YouTube. It is.
So wait, what is illegal on Twitch? Do the courts use that to serve somebody? This is why it's fucking cringy.
When I say illegal,
so
I mean against their terms of service.
He's a doxer in like respect to Twitch? That's so fucking stupid.
I agree. It's fucking autistic. It's not autistic.
So then why is the argument that Hasan's a doxer and not that Twitch's TOS is bad?
Well, that's something you have to take up with Twitch because Twitch will ban people.
Because you're Karening really hard here. Dude, we understand Hasan Piker gets...
Dan is a huge Karen.
That's completely unfair. No, Hasan Piker doesn't get preferential treatment. If I was not banned on stream, or if Destiny wasn't banned on Twitch, if I went on there and I pulled up someone's fucking profile and started shaking a gun around, saying,
this is my argument. I just gave it for fucking...
Yo, Joel Silverwood, thank you for the gifted sub to Charlie Kelly. Charlie Kelly, you just got weaseled. Echoplex Media says Twitch TOS is fine. It's easy to understand, and if something goes wrong, you can get to a human being via email. That is true. Well, I mean, that's nice. I actually don't know how to get... I've never had that problem. I've never had moderation affect me negatively, knock on wood, because I know a lot of people who have and have gotten banned for very silly reasons. But Echoplex Media is telling me that you can get a hold of a human via email and maybe get an answer, at least if that happens. Whereas with YouTube, it can be pretty damn hard, right? I think I've talked to somebody on YouTube, but it wasn't in conjunction with moderation. It was actually like a program that they were rolling out that it sounded like I was supposed to have, but I couldn't find how to activate it yet. And they actually did. I did get to talk to a human. I had a warning early on. Now, if I had a real person who now I have a real... Oh, okay. So you got somebody to you got a contact. Congratulations. It's really cool. It's very, very useful to have somebody that you at Twitch that you can actually talk to, because sometimes some of their decisions are a little bit opaque, right? You know what they're talking about here is the Twitch TOS when it regards doxing, right? And what Dan Saltman is saying is that according to his reading of the policy, Hasan should be in violation. He's also saying that he thinks the policy is stupid, and Nick's pointing out that Ethan did the very same thing on YouTube, and Saltman's like, but that was on YouTube. That was on YouTube. Hasan is in violation. Like, I don't agree with these terms of service. I think they are arsler, but these are the terms, and Hasan should be held to the same standard. I mean, he's just such a fucking Karen. Nick is right about that part. I have only emailed them twice. Sub 1 hour for the butterfly goal. Oh yeah, thank you, Joel Siverud. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, we were very close indeed to the butterfly goal. Why am I talking like a Muppet? Oh, we are one away. We are literally one super chat away from the butterfly goal. I will put a butterfly in when we hit 9 out of 10. We were one away from that. But yeah, Joel is mentioning that we are 1 hour away from the end of the goal, at which point I will not be able to put the butterfly in because it'll be too late. So if you value a butterfly in my hair, you have 1 hour to make it happen. This doesn't tend to apply to public figures, at least it's stuff in boxes. I never talk about random people who aren't in the discourse anyway. That's just creepy shit. Oh, yeah, so we're not talking... The situation with Hasan Piker is that he was streaming, somebody came into his chat, made a death threat against him and Zoran Mamdani, and Hasan, pulls out his gun and kind of like, he's just kind of like holding his gun. Right? The message being, oh, you want to do something to me? You want to do, like, the implication being that if, somebody broke into his house to hurt him, that he would be armed and dangerous, right? And then and then one of Hasan's mods pulled up a YouTube that they were like, this is the chatter. This is the, you know, they found a name on YouTube that was the same as the chatter's name. And Hasan pulls it up, starts to make fun of the person, starts to rip on the person, and then somebody's like, actually, Hasan, it's not that account, it's this account, right? So he got the wrong account. You know, he did look, admittedly, pulling a gun out on stream, not a smart idea. You know, yelling at the wrong person for something that a chatter said, not a good idea either. But what he wasn't doing was doxing. He was pulling the person that was making those threats had a YouTube channel. He was pulling that YouTube channel up, right? So it's not like, you know, going and finding somebody's Facebook or like, here's the picture of their mother, like Ethan Klein did, right? It's a very different situation. But according to Dan and Destiny, you got to understand, these guys live and breathe hate for Hasan. They're like, I'm trying to think of the cartoon. Like, what is a like, they're like the coyote, you know what I'm saying? And they're always ordering a new invention from the Acme catalog. They're like, we're going to get the Roadrunner this time. We're going to get Hasan. And Hasan's always like, beep, beep, and runs through the, you know, they paint like a you know, tunnel on a cliff face, right? And Hasan just runs right through. And they're like, what? How did he run right through? Here, we should go chase him. And they hit the wall when they do. You know, it's that kind of thing. It's that kind of that's the dynamic, right? They're like, stupid, sexy Hasan. Let's get him banned, and it somehow just never works. Also, Omega Star, thank you for the super chat, putting us, I believe, over the line. Yeah, look at that, 9 out of 10. Butterfly, 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 and now I gotta choose what butterfly I want in my hair today. Ooh, yeah. Okay, something like that. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. And wait, have I got everything added up here? I think we're at 133. I might have missed. Let me know if I missed any of these. It's not TOS to show a gun, right? I think I've seen other people do it. Yeah, I don't know. It may actually be TOS. I don't know what Twitch is, you know. It's the kind of thing that I would just never do, so I haven't really given a lot of thought to like whether brandishing a gun on stream is allowed or not. It wasn't even a real gun, but it looks like one. I don't think that'll actually matter whether it is a real gun or not.
Get a 24. I wouldn't get a 24 or a 30-day. You would be gone forever. Forever.
Well, I think Destiny's kid's banned forever, right? Just to be clear.
He is banned forever. And he didn't even do the doxing. Sure. And it was the wrong guy. But that said.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Destiny's kid is a Nazi, right? He should be banned for completely different reasons. I would never even tell anyone if I own any weapons. Yeah, it's just there's not a lot to be gained by what Hasan did. Like, I understand him being mad and, you know, having to, you know, you have to deal with a lot of weird threats as a streamer, honestly. Even as a small streamer, you do. I can only imagine what Hasan is dealing with, but yeah, it's probably not the right deal. Probably not the ideal way to handle it. But yeah, people are saying that he's had guns on stream several times, which implies that he's looked into the rules on Twitch and he has determined that he is in the, you know, in the USA 2A. We are the most gun perverted nation in the world. How is this TOS?
Wait, that's the brandishing the gun part. The doxing part is stupid. He pulled up the guy's YouTube channel. That's what we're arguing about.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is the reason that rule's in place is that anyone could set their name to someone else. And that's a scary thing. Like, if you are just a nobody.
Well, thank God that they only set their name to YouTube.
Hold on. I'm just saying, hypothetically, let's say that you're literally a nobody.
He's pointing out that somebody could, like, and this does happen. right? Like this has happened. This kind of shit has happened to me, where they set their name to be the target or referring to the target of their harassment. So instead of coming into my, chat to harass me, sometimes my stalker would go into other channels, into other channels with names that like referred to me or referred to one of my mods, and people would take the bait and be like, oh, I guess no comment chick is, is harassing me now, and has decided to make an alt called no comment chick's alt or some shit like that. Like, it's just like, really can you not figure out what's going on here? And a lot of people can't. A lot of people just want a simple answer, right? So yeah, that's another reason that probably what Hasan did wasn't smart, because like somebody could come in, could change their like YouTube name, to could make a Twitch name to match a YouTube name, or could change their their YouTube mate. You know what I mean? You don't really know who you're dealing with, right? And if you see breadcrumbs, like if you get harassment and you see breadcrumbs leading back to someone, that may not be the person harassing you. That may be the target of the person harassing you. And you can be getting used to help them do the harassment. And some people did. I won't name any. Oh yeah, well, Desert Rat definitely fell for that shit. But that's okay. Desert Rat, who is Desert Rat? Nobody anymore. It doesn't matter.
Online, but you hate like an ex-girlfriend, okay? And you set your name to this ex-girlfriend. So you're like Sarah Susan's YT, okay? And you go on there and you start talking shit.
Then Sarah Susan is a stupid bitch for uploading fucking public videos on a public platform. I'm sorry, like it's fucking YouTube.
That's the rule. That's probably the rule. It's in.
To be fair, Hasan is not known for being smart. He's known for eating Kaya's chicken. True.
It doesn't have to be YouTube. It could be Facebook or something.
That's not doxing. That still wouldn't be doxing.
I don't know.
I do. It's absolutely not.
I would say it's not. I would say it's not from my perspective, but it's actually also
from Twitch's perspective. That's so stupid, bro.
Why? Do we not have to live in Twitch's ecosystem?
No, we don't. We agree that all of their TOS is fucking stupid.
Well, if we're just gonna roll on that, then sure, yeah. Dude, then everything is. Then the only doxing is literally like taking someone's email. Their argument right now is
like when they're talking about, the clip where they're like, "Oh, it's the hypocrisy that's the worst part," and they're like, "No, actually,
it's not the worst part. It's the gun waving and pulling up an unrelated person, calling him a fucking loser is the bad part, and that's why they probably have the first rule that you're not supposed to do this."
And Dan, that's a solid argument. I got no problem with that one. I agree with that one. But when you extend it to doxer, you give people tons of range to call you a bad faith schizophrenic, and then you get on my fucking stream and you're like, "Actually,
I'm gonna pee really quick. I'll be right back. Don't sue me, Nick.
This is where you got it wrong. It is illegal on twitch.tv.
Sorry, well, dude, I mean, that was...
Dude, the Twitch police are going to come arrest you.
You know what? You are a son of a bitch. Okay, you're using that one word, not illegal.
No, you're using that one word, doxer.
Well, that's what they say. You look at the fucking page, you dumb bastard.
Then why did you not... Wait, why did you not pull up... why did you not circle the publishing confidential information part and only point to the cause inconvenience and embarrassment? Your doxing policy that you're telling me that they have is that they...
Because you Twitch gives an example of what confidential information is, and look, it's photographs.
Then Dan, you deserved your ban. You pulled up fucking Dan Clancy's social media sites and laughed at him. You're a doxer. You deserved it.
I'm not arguing. Why doesn't Hasan get it then?
The goat.
Why doesn't every streamer who's ever laughed at anybody ever get hit by this policy? It's because obviously it wasn't the intention when they wrote it.
I mean, the intention is that if you're trying to make someone feel uncomfortable, that's like at the top there, right? If you're attempting to make someone feel inconvenient harm.
No, the top is the publishing confidential information part.
DeOrio.
It's circled in red right there. Why?
No,
what is it?
I know, but you forgot the rest of the sentence.
Okay, we can go through it. You won't win on this. I'm a debate bro. You're stepping into my world, okay? I'm a debate bro.
You're stepping into my world. You're a co-host.
You commentate on the debates. I make the debates, okay? This ain't gonna go the way you think, guy, okay? It's not. I'm gonna tell you right now. You're not ready. You're not cut out for this. Listen, it says attempting to cause inconvenience, harm, or embarrassment or shame by doing this shit. I agree.
What shit? Please tell me what shit he did. What was the shit?
Publishing confidential information.
Dude, the confidential information of his public-facing YouTube videos, Dan?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Can we look at the list of examples that they give right below? It's very helpful of Twitch to do that.
Do you understand that even YouTube videos can be private, right? Distributing private YouTube videos is different than distributing public ones, right?
I missed some. That first one there is too, the real name. I think that was in that one as well. That's not good.
Okay, dude, so if you critique anyone using their real name, even if they set that to their channel name, that's doxing.
I mean, if you're doing it, attempting to cause inconvenience, harm, or embarrassment,
I can hit every Twitch streamer. I can ban them all. I can ban every Twitch streamer because I use my real name on YouTube, and that's TOS breaking right now. Dude, Hasan will rue the day when I file these reports.
On Twitch, sir. On Twitch.
Dude, Hasan is gonna rue the day he criticized me.
Mr. Oreo.
No, listen, there's a big difference between Twitch and YouTube. Okay, YouTube is way better, way more intelligent with this stuff. Twitch is like the Care Bear, like stupid space of all this stuff. I
gotta be honest, Dan. I agree with you 99% of the time that Twitch, in and of itself or whatever, constantly fucking has horrible TOS violations. We've talked about the DMCA shit, but this is an example of you clip chimping their TOS and trying to find meaning in it when it's not there.
I really don't think so.
I do.
I think well, hold on. Wouldn't you say that a reason that this is put into place and that Twitch would want it is that so that streamers wouldn't pull up random people that are not related to this whatsoever in front of 30,000 people and call them
But he's in the game. That's a YouTuber. He's in the game.
Listen, it could have been a Facebook. It could have been something else.
But it wasn't. And if it was, we would argue it differently. But again, Ethan Klein is literally pulled up.
Yeah, but
like,
that's why this rule is put in
shit.
place to I'm not defending Ethan. You shouldn't do it either.
Okay.
They're all bad.
Wait, is Nick being doxxed right now? What did I miss? Freaks are eating each other. Chair react. Yeah, you got here just in time for a chair react.
But like, why is it bad when Taylor Lorenz isn't posting the footage of Hasan doing bro tip, but we can just ignore that fact based on and make this argument about Hasan Piker?
Wait, I'm not following. What's that?
Well, it's bad when Taylor Lorenz pulls up that clip from 10 years ago saying that Ethan Klein harasses women. But everyone says, Taylor, you've got to watch the video of Bro Tip where he said if you're old enough to count, you're old enough to mount. And then you have to address that one.
That's the game.
That's the game. That's the game. Yeah, take something that's take something that was meant as parody and pretend that it was in seriousness. If you're old enough to count, you're old enough to mount. That is what Hasan thinks, right? You lock him up, I guess. Hasan just said that he was. Come on. Come fucking on. You can't tell that that's a fucking parody? Wait, what happened? Pixar didn't happen. Dan should leave the internet and go be with his family. Oreo is eating him. Yeah, he got destroyed in this conflict.
Trying to get the truth. I'm sorry. Like I'm not here to play your game.
It's not my game. That is the game. Like if you're out here like I can't believe you're pulling up tweets from 10 years ago. Well, listen, bro, I don't know what to tell you. That's the world. That is never changing ever, no matter what. That is what everyone does all the time, nonstop. It will never end ever. And your side is based.
It's not a good argument.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be a good argument. That's what everyone does.
But you're just throwing shit at the wall. What makes you better than him? What makes you better than Hasan Piker?
I'm glad you asked because my side is honorable and it was obviously taken out of context. Their side meant it, and they still haven't changed.
Oh, so it's just sides cock. This is
extremely. What is the word for this, chat? Nihilistic. There's another word though. What am I missing here? Mao was right about. Okay. Because Hasan said something similar back in the day. Really like to be on a timeline where Twitch sues Dan for the lies that he's spreading, causing reputable media outlets to issue retractions due to misinformation. Like, this is cynical. Like the actual definition of the word cynical.
100%.
That's the big issue though. That's why unironically that's why we can't do a show.
Well, it's not me saying that.
No, it was you. You just said that.
No, I'm saying that's how the game is. That is the game. 100%.
All right. Well,
do you not think that that's what people do on Twitter all day, every day?
Yeah, but you're the guy on Twitter, so you can't be like, you know what this is? This is the argument for why Hasan Piker is allowed to be a socialist with a big ass house. It's the same thing. It's like, well, unfortunately, this is the landscape that we're in, so I might as well do it. If we lived in a whole socialist society or whatever, obviously we'd be redistributing, but I could buy a Porsche and a huge house because unfortunately that's the current world we live in.
I guess what I would see you coming at this is like you have someone like shitting on you, like doing a lot of stuff, and you're
Hasan
like, well, that
Piker
really sucks.
smeared me as a Nazi. Hasan Piker has fucking said that I'm a fucking far righter. He said that EFAP is a far right podcast. He's pulled up my shit all the time and stuff like that and said a bunch of horrible shit about me that's not accurate. And you know what? There's a huge list of stuff I can critique with him. I don't have to make anything up though. There's enough here that I don't need to like stretch it as far as I can go. Yeah, I don't need I don't need to stretch a 50th example of when Twitch.tv was too lenient on Hasan Piker's ban. There's plenty of examples as it is that are stronger. But all you do is put fodder in there for him to respond and get an easier clap back with.
I don't know. I kind of disagree with you. I mean,
so you see what Deodorant's argument is here, right? Is that he's all in line with the Hasan smearing, but he's like, just don't make it so obvious. Just don't stop saying the quiet part out loud, right? We got a good game going. We got a good thing going on here. Don't fuck it up, right? I'm grifting off of this Hasan hate gravy train. I'm sucking up to Ethan Klein's, hole, and I'm receiving clout, right? Don't fuck this up for me by lying in such an obvious manner.
I mean, especially looking at
yeah, it's very cynical.
How many people thought that this was egregious? I think that you might be having a very commentary brain to take care versus what the
commentary
general public...
take is to not lie.
Yeah, this isn't the lie though.
You sent me a screenshot where you circled half a sentence.
Wait, what did you think that was supposed to be showing there?
The published confidential information part was pretty important to that sentence. That's a pretty important factor when determining doxing is the confidential information part. That's
this could include, what is the first example on that thing that I didn't even circle?
Okay, but that would literally that would make me the biggest glitch in YouTube
I understand.
history.
Twitch's terms of service is retarded. What do you want me to say? I agree. Yes.
Okay.
But you can't be like, hey, it's only confidential information. It's confidential information. It gives you a fucking list of what it is, right there, and you're like choosing not to acknowledge that. You're
because
like, no,
it's laughably ridiculous.
Considering how many real names Ethan has showed us along with his lawsuits, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be bothered by Hasan.
Say that a social media
then
person,
fucking blame them. Then blame them.
Nicholas DeOrio,
and to answer the question about Hasan's fucking mansion, yes, we can go and nationalize that shit right after we take care of the landlords, Dan. You won't be around to see it, but we'll take Hasan's house too. And we'll make it a nice place for all of us, right?
Someone said it on Twitch. They would never enforce the policy like that. You want to say Hasan Piker?
Point to the fact that like people like Nathan got permanently banned.
If they unbanned Destiny right now, someone they hate on the platform, and Destiny went live and said Nicholas DeOrio made a new video on me, they would not ban him for that. They would never enforce this policy on Nicholas DeOrio.
That line there, attempting to cause inconvenience, harm, or embarrassment. That's
guess what? Your friend hates me, so I'm pretty sure he wouldn't do it for the love of the game.
Maybe he would. Maybe he'd say, hey, go check out this latest video. It's pretty good.
Maybe after the J-Stock stuff. I don't know.
But, I mean, yeah, exactly. He's coming back.
All right. Well, I think we've kind of exhausted this. I'm going to get back to my segment now. But that's really... I'm not really super happy with that combo.
Did you see the... Don't forget you go to the mic one. That's a much more...
The mic stuff is here. It's on the list. I'm going to talk about it because Mike retweeted something about me. So I'll let you go.
Okay.
Dude, holy shit. I just fed the small commentary channels for a month. What the fuck, bro? Holy shit, dude. All right. So we're gonna run this segment as quickly as possible, I guess. I don't know, because this is gonna get reposted everywhere. Okay. So yeah, just finishing off the doxing segment. I can't. You know what I actually realized? Even when Ethan covered it, I don't even mean to be a dick here. He put the word...
Is that what he said I'm not super happy with? Oh, I thought he said with that combo. Oh, the convo. Shameless liars versus liars with a whole iota of shame. Pretty much. And then with Kuihman, it's like a few iotas, right? There's several iotas there. And they're all kind of fracturing over, like, you know, how much actual shame. Like, Dan's like the no shame guy. Nick's like the iota of shame. Kuihman is like the, you know, several iotas, the Celtic cross of iotas, you know, and then at each other's throats now. Nick said, "You're welcome, Irene." Wait, Nick DeOrio did? Wait, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, when he said, I'm feeding all the small commentary channels for like a month. Yeah. He has such an inflated perspective of his importance. Who, Dan or Nick? Unfortunately, Nick is fairly influential. Dan, only so through Destiny.
Doxing in quotation. I don't even think Ethan thinks that this was doxing. And I think that he owes this guy an apology because it had nothing to do with him. He literally...
Did you hear that? Ethan's used as the example. If not even Ethan considers it doxing, then... Like, Ethan is like the example of the person that's gonna be disingenuous that DeOrio reaches for, even after he's trying to suck, you know, clout from Ethan's teat, as Chud Logic said. Never mentioned to catch a Kuihman. What generation is that? XY or BW? Or yeah, it's one of the new ones. It's the new generation. Dan and Destiny having a crash off this week, kind of. Wait, what is Destiny crashing out about? The Cherry and J-Stalk stuff, or
Ethan thinks this isn't doxing.
Or is it the Trump stuff? No, yeah, Dan Saltman is nothing without DGG.
Why we're fighting this one. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Hi. Okay, Future Nick here, probably for the final time this video. Thank you, I guess, for if you got this far, but that was the debate with Dan. Now, first and foremost, before I get to any of the stuff that happened,
I don't want to get copyright struck.
It's important to include, and I probably stream about...
Also, why did Nick looks like is this Nick cleaned up? Oh, he's Billy Mitchell. I get it.
Later, but I think it's important to have in the VOD. I do want to point out that in the conversation I talked about how Dan's ban was likely justified. I don't know the reason they inevitably hit Dan. It's probably something stupid where they just like deleted his whole account and said he was a harasser or something. But ultimately, Dan did deserve to get banned.
I mean, that would be fair. That would be fair.
From Twitch, and it's extremely hypocritical if he's going to grandstand on any moral issues here when he's talking about going through the Facebook account of Dan Clancy or subsequent people who are associated with the trust and safety team. In this case, specifically Dan Clancy, going through and getting all of his vacation photos with his children and claiming he will be using those against him.
They don't sleep good at night knowing that I'm downloading every Facebook comment that you've made, that I've gone and I've...
They is the trust and safety team, the employees of Twitch.
They don't sleep good at night knowing that I'm downloading every Facebook comment that you've made, Dan. That I've gone and I've basically downloaded every comment you made everywhere.
God damn it, Nick. Why are you fucking with copyright music? Why are you fucking with Hanna-Barbera?
Stuff with your kids, literally everything. Downloading it all, going through it.
I want to put up music over this just to...
It all, against them.
As a bulwark.
Redact.dev.
There's a lot to unpack here. This is probably the most insane business promotional advert I've ever seen. I wonder why they don't run these as ads on YouTube channels. What we see here is Dan directly threatening the CEO with images of...
Again, chat, sorry for putting up this train wreck of music on top of music, but I do not want to get sued by Hanna-Barbera, unlike Nicholas DeOrio.
His children on vacation.
Not to say that I do want to get sued by Nick, I'm just saying that, like, Nick is, you know... Nick is playing footsie. He's playing chicken with Scooby-Doo. That's a bad idea.
So I don't really think that Dan has a ton of room to stand. That's what he said. These are his words. I don't think he has a ton of room to stand on this issue. Now, fundamentally, that's not the main takeaway. The issue that I seem to have is that there were tons of viral tweets here talking about how he was displaying a weapon, which, fine, absolutely. I agree with the position I shared when I made the stream. Probably should get like a 24-hour ban, right? But doxing two different people, one of whom is a completely innocent victim, it's not really fair. Calling for Amazon, Jeff Bezos, fire Dan Clancy. This is just like a fucking operative, I guess, who's just glazing Dan the entire time. This is like a 400 likes. I've seen tweets with way more. Obviously, people have been spreading this clip around.
Yeah, the thing that Dan's gonna end up doing, like with these ops, right? With these hetero ops, I guess we're gonna call them, is, you know, he's gonna discredit, right? He's gonna get to the point where not only anybody, look, he does these things where he brigades like what seems like organic complaints, right? He coordinates in Discord to try to be like, send in a, report on this person, use this as your template, but change a few words here and stuff like that. Like when that stuff gets outed, right? Not only are his ops gonna start to like, be ignored, right? When people figure out like this is a brigade, this is not organic, right? But even an organic like, series of reports on or complaints about one of his opponents is gonna be assumed to be an op, right? He is long term hurting his own cause this way, right? This is the boy who cried wolf. The boy who cried terrorist in this case, I guess.
In numbers, implying that someone was doxxed here. I've still seen absolutely zero evidence anyone here in this video is doxxed, even by Twitch's TOS standards as outlined previously.
Is Nick just like a Scooby-Doo stan or something? Like, why is he playing Scooby-Doo music? It's so dangerous.
But I made a thread talking about it because honestly it frustrated me. Like it was kind of annoying. And I do want to show this to you because it's like extremely like ridiculous that people.
Chat, has Scooby-Doo ever been problematic? I can imagine. I can just picture that, right? You got the Scooby-Doo stands that are like, Scooby did nothing wrong. And meanwhile, Scooby's doing like everything wrong. Do you think that Scooby-Doo could be problematic? Possibly in like an Alf kind of way? I mean, he's got that laugh, right? Like, ree. Like, it kind of sounds like he's doing something wrong. I don't know. Should we trust this guy? That sandwich was asking for it? Wait, what? Oh, God, yeah. Scooby.
Are still trying to argue this.
Yeah, he eats whole shit. He eats people's food. Scooby's a thief. He's a food thief. He steals people's He steals their Scooby snacks. Maybe it's free, not original Scooby. Oh, it's like a cover? Yeah, it could be.
So the thread that I put out was Hasan Piker did not die.
Most problematic thing about Scooby-Doo is the cheap animation. Yeah, but Darful, are you looking at the backgrounds? The animation may be cheap. The backgrounds are very, like, intricate. Strangely, isn't Scooby-Doo from a minstrel show? What? Oh God, we're making Scooby problematic. Yeah. God, your hair has always looked so good. It's slaying even more today. Is it really? Is it really? I feel like I didn't get enough chance to style today. It wasn't the doxing that Hasan showed. The Twitch name of the guy. Yeah, it was the same name as his YouTube account. The one thing that he did wrong, right, is the guy that you're seeing down there, the curly hair guy, on the clip is actually not the guy. That's not the guy that made the death threats, right? So that was the biggest mistake, I think, other than waving the gun around, which just what are you doing? What do you do? How, I don't know. It's, look, I get that he's frustrated with getting death threats from fucking randos all the time. But yeah, I don't think that flashing a gun is the best idea. And yeah, then the other fuck up was that they at first identified this guy as the culprit when in fact it wasn't. It was somebody else on YouTube. They did eventually pull up the right account, and then Hasan's like, "Oh God, it's even worse." Like he's making fun of these dudes' looks, basically. But no, he's not doxing anyone. That's a crazy thing to say. It's like how a lot of characters like Mickey Mouse wear white gloves. The slight curls in front. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I'm glad you liked that. That's really cool. My hair is naturally wavy, so it could either be curly or straight depending on how I style it.
Dox anyone in this clip. He pulled up the public YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, not to forget, as Tanner Dude reminds me, that one episode where Shaggy denies the Armenian genocide.
Apex Crypto YT. YT means YouTube. So the account that they had on Twitch was Apex Crypto YT.
Or the one where Velma talks about how she doesn't want to be called a birthing person.
And then he pulled up two separate accounts. Now, one of them was the wrong Apex Crypto. That was a different person, was not the guy who supposedly said it. The second one was supposedly the guy who made the claim. Now, what is the claim, by the way? When I watched Dan Saltman's video, the interesting thing that I noticed is that Dan seems to just bolt through it, which is...
To be fair, I think Hasan was baiting his haters with the fake... What do you mean baiting his haters? Like baiting guys like that, like Saltman?
Odd. Doxing and threatening an innocent...
I mean, to be fair, Eric, if you're saying that Hasan came out of this one smelling like roses, I think you're right? The net effect of this controversy is that a bunch of pictures of Hasan holding guns looking cool Maybe cooler than he look, but maybe cooler than he deserves to look, honestly. And then the smoking, the meat smoking one, the one where he's half naked standing in front of a barbecue grill, smoking some meats, right? It just ended up making Hasan look like kind of a Giga Chad. I don't know.
Person with an authentic gun, or authentic looking gun in front of 30,000 people, and we don't actually ever really hear what is said because Hasan will read out all of these messages, and Dan kind of oddly skates through it.
Time to crusade Iran and Gaza. Mamdani communists. Let's go to war against the left.
Notice he starts fast forwarding as soon as this person says that Hasan Piker should be.
I pointed this out. Yeah. Yeah. That was one of the biggest things I pointed out in the Dan clip. Was the fast forwarding, and I was like, I wonder what's behind this fast forwarding. Then we watched the actual VOD from Hasan, and I'm sorry, my spidey sense, it's so damn accurate. That smoking pic, I've never wanted to be a grill so much in my whole life to receive the meats. Oh my god, Chad, I'm sorry. That reminded me of the Venture Brothers when they made Velma as Valerie Solanas. Oh god, I need to catch up with Venture Brothers. I've only seen a few episodes. Headline: boy cries wolf while pointing at a husky. Yeah, pretty much.
The person for treason, and then hang Hasan for treason. I think it's interesting he chooses to fast forward here, because the average person won't know what led to this. Now, it doesn't justify brandishing a fake gun. I think that absolutely is something, and I've repeated this multiple times, that should be enforced. I think they need to slap you on the wrist for that. A 24-hour, a 7-day ban, a fucking 30-day ban even potentially, right? They don't want people brandishing guns on their site, and it starts from the top down. It absolutely...
Damn, Chad, if you've ever wanted to see a bunny throwing it back, that's what's going on Twitch chat right now.
Should be something that happens to Hasan Piker to let people know this is something that you...
Saw Scooby-Doo at a grocery store. I told him how cool it was to meet him in person, but I didn't want to be a douche and ask for pictures or anything. He said, "Oh, like you're doing right now?"
Can't fucking do on the platform. Sure, 100%. I agree. Right? The issue here is that this guy didn't get doxxed. I'm sorry. Like, his name is Apex Crypto YT. It's a YouTuber on the site who's referencing their YT handle in their username. You could say, well, what if it's some bad faith actor? It's like, but it's not. Okay? Maybe we can navigate those those trees of dialogue and some other hypothetical Discord debate, but realistically, we can only...
Multiple rhythms? Damn, there's multiple... Wow. I mean, that's a cool thing. There's twerky, and then there's... What's the other one? Shaky. Okay.
Operate with what is happening right now. This clip has been shared thousands of times across Reddit and Twitter, but not once have I seen a single person think to blur the docs because it doesn't exist. That's
Wait, what is this? I'm so taken aback. All I could say was, huh? But he kept cutting me off saying, ruh.
Issue here that I wanted to point out is that even in Dan Saltman's fucking live stream, this fucking kid's face is still visible.
Oh my god.
The issue is that showing this kid's face is inherently doxing.
Many twerks.
Doxing when I do it. Why is it not doxing on Dan's Twitter? Why are we signal boosting this guy's fucking vicious doxing spree of these two, one of which is apparently an innocent content creator? If they're really being doxed, I should not be able to go to Dan's Twitter, find the video, and show you who these people are. Next point. A commenter told Hasan that he was being treasonous. This is more of a shot, I guess, in this case, the H3H3 subreddit is where this came from. A commenter told Hasan he was being treasonous. So what does he do? He grabs his Glock on stream, it's a toy gun, tells the viewers to find the guy, and starts waving the gun around like he's in a movie, asking, and again, this isn't really the clip. This isn't really what happens in the clip. And like, why would you remove the part where it says that Hasan is gonna get beaten soon?
So he's definitely trying to be Billy Mitchell here. Somehow it looks like a fascist uniform, like a Mussolini black shirt. I don't know, but it is supposed, the reference is Billy Mitchell, I'm assuming.
Direct threats here and saying that Hasan should be hanged. It doesn't justify the action specifically, but it also makes Hasan's reaction being more aggressive make sense, if that makes sense, right? Like,
what is he playing?
We have to leave out that the person who did this is a bad person, or fast forward through it, or not really, I guess, challenge our worldview by actually hearing what the guy had to say and then making our judgment that way. It feels really odd to try to like glaze over someone saying that Hasan needs to be hanged. Okay, that's insane to me. He was calling for Hasan to be hung. He said that Hasan should be beaten.
Yeah, the
Hasan pulled up 2 YouTube
the Donkey Kong guy.
public profiles. This does not constitute doxing by anyone's definition. I maintain that position as well. If your response, and this goes to the audience, the people watching, if your response to any of what I just said is, but he brandished a fake gun. First of all, I agree with that. I think it should be a 24-hour ban, blah, blah, blah. Everybody said this. But this tells me that you're pretty much completely morally bankrupt and you're unable to acknowledge when people are just straight up fucking lying. And I think that, like, there are a billion examples of Hasan getting special treatment at Twitch. We can literally go back to the whole terrorism arc and the fucking musical people.
Joel Siver, super chatted $5.85. Oreo is grilling Saltman into a burnt piece of shoe leather.
He is indeed, and there goes the confetti. Congratulations. Congratulations, official sub goal, official super chat goal gotten. We're at 144, is that right? I must have missed some, but let me add that up. 144. We're at 144 out of 200. If we get to 200, we will get not just one piece of content, but the top 2 in the poll that is open for you to vote on right now in YouTube chat. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube. I'm not trying to get you to switch your platforms. Just if you want to vote, the vote is going on YouTube, so you'll have to make your voice heard there. 120 of you have already. And the winner so far, the first place is Ethan's crash out on Taylor Lorenz. Second place, we got Anna Kasparian giving up on MAGA. Third place, we have Trump Epstein. And fourth place, we have Cenk Uygur debates Rudy Giuliani. So if any of those sound good for you, go ahead and make your voice heard over on YouTube. You can also, when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting a membership, you're supporting me over there on Throne, the link right down there, throne.com/nocommentchick, or on Patreon, or if you're supporting me on Twitch, any of those things, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will take your donation and turn it into a percentage, which I will add to the topic of your choice. If you so desire, all you got to do is let me know which of these topics is sparking joy in you right now when you donate. Okay.
And the
is he relevant for some reason? They were talking about him in the conversation. Yeah, I think that's why DeOrio made his avatar. Although, wait, Chad, I gotta ask, like, what's behind this? Are these like Nick fans that are doing edits of this GIF or something? Like, who's actually doing the costume change? Because yeah, what basically, they were talking about Billy Mitchell for some reason. I think that because he was a lol cow, but then he like won a court case. I didn't figure it out, Chad. I honestly don't know that much about Billy Mitchell. But he did come up in their previous conversation, and I think that's why DeOrio is got his Wiggler costumed up as Billy Mitchell.
Hijacking ship, right? Between Hasan and his direct orbiters and how they were initially treating the tier list before people started complaining, right? It's obvious that these people get special treatment on the platform. I think everybody knows this.
That's bullshit. Nick, you're stretching as much as Dan Saltman was. If you think that tier list was anything other than a joke about who has the fucking Habibi pass, you are fucking stretching, my dude. You are stretching so hard. It's weird how this guy undermines himself. He shows these little glints of, like, you know, not being sides cucked or whatever, or of having some iota of decency, and then he just immediately reminds us of what a piece of shit he is, how much he's sucking up to Ethan Klein for clout. And Gila, who he called a fucking horse. He called Ethan's wife a horse, compared her to a fucking, you know, creature that Vosh would probably mess with. And somehow that just all gets washed away because he's Team Ethan, right? Yeah, it's ridiculous. If anyone gets special treatment, then it's not special, it's just treatment. They got banned for doing nothing wrong. All right, I maintain that. That was 5 streamers catching a month ban because they were, you know, because they were Muslim and or Arab on the internet. That's what that was. right? Twitch giving in to a harassment, to a fucking racist harassment campaign. That's what was going on. It's disgusting. It's not Twitch being, protecting people or protecting Hasan's friends. It's Twitch, giving into Islamophobia and to racism. That's all that happened. But he's trying to say, well, they didn't ban them for a while. Yeah, because they didn't do anything wrong. They looked at it and they said, nothing bad happened here. But then they kept on getting yelled at, and they kept on getting yelled at, and they turned out to be cowards. They're not, like, these people want you to think that Twitch moderation are some kind of, like, fucking, like, leftist, affinity group. Okay? No, they're not. They're employees at a corporation. That's what they are at the end of the day, and they act like employees at a corporation. There's no consistency, in terms of the bans. It's all about, like, how much pressure can somebody apply, and it turns out when it's really easy to brigade, Muslim people. It's really easy to brigade Arab people. It's just, that's what we saw.
I think they know it. I think that's why they stream there, to be honest. So we don't need to make things up, It's super obvious that this is already happening on the site. We don't need to bend over backwards and create new scenarios in our mind. Simultaneously, this is also a really easy clip to criticize. You just have to focus on the gun, right?
I mean, there we go, chat. There we go. This is, basically Nick, can you put on the 2 Twitch subs and the 2 teal super chats towards Ethan and Taylor bonus goals? Yeah, I will, actually. Wait, Ethan and Taylor? Oh, yeah, the Ethan and Taylor. Okay, yeah, that one's winning already, so. Let's see. 26, I believe. Goes to Ethan Crash Out on Taylor Lorenz, which is in the lead right now. Again, if we get to 200, we get the top 2 topics on here. If we don't get to 200, we get one of the first top topic, which right now is Ethan Crash Out on Taylor Lorenz by a country mile.
Right? Like, we don't have to add this.
But yeah, this is his whole thing. Of like, listen. The whole trick, the whole meta is to be a little bit dishonest, a little bit disingenuous, but in a way that's not easily discernible, in a way where you have plausible deniability, like when we got those Muslim and Arab streamers banned for nothing. Like when we said that they were being anti-Semites when they were just stating the obvious fact that Sabra hummus is garbage, which even Ethan admits, right? Yeah, stick to that shit. Stick to those lies. Don't do the extra lies, right? Like Dan Saltman, because you're gonna blow our cover. We're a bunch of liars. We're telling lies about people. We're smearing people, and we got a good gig going. I'm kissing up to Ethan. I'm getting that clout. Do not fuck it all up for us, Dan, please. Right? That's what I'm hearing from this guy.
Weird hypothetical fake doxing angle and pretend that we get scared when people show YouTube channels on video, as if that's not the entire point of the huge reaction genre that like took over Twitch and is also what we're doing actively on YouTube over here. Everyone does this. Everyone shows the fucking YouTube channel or plays videos where people's faces are in it, some of which are aggressive and mean, right? Obviously they don't enforce the TOS that way. We don't need to make up a fake doxing claim to enhance our pathetic gun brandishing claim. When I say pathetic, I mean it's pathetic that Hasan did it. Also, if your response to this thread/evidence is he took off the orange tip and that's illegal in the state of California, I just want you to know that I loathe you, and I do. I absolutely do. If your whole response to people are lying, they're spreading misinformation knowingly or but Hasan is bad, that just tells me that you're subscribed to the team sports theory and you're not serious about any of the issues you claim to be serious about. I think that if you're pushing for Twitch to be consistent, that should start from the bottom up, I guess, in this case. And by bottom, I mean you, the viewer. You probably should have like some semblance of consistency.
Did he just call us bottoms? Chat, are we getting bottom shamed by this zesty Zesta cracker here?
before you do that. Otherwise, you're just like an unhinged schizophrenic Hasan hater, and you're the stereotype that he portrays you as to his audience. If you're this fucking guy, he's like, actually, he has a fucking black tip on his gun, which should be orange in the state of California. Well, you're really no better than the people that we spend the last 6 months criticizing, right? Like, you're literally making snark-level arguments to justify your obsessive hatred of Hasan Piker. It could be justified, but your argument certainly isn't. Then I mentioned this one, and I think this is the funniest thing. The implication here makes the Lance from the Surfs and his debate with Destiny like have a whole new meaning right now. I'm not really sure if you guys remember this. This is like a long while ago, but Lance from the Surfs pulled Destiny aside and said like, hey dude, that's Mike from PA. You know why he calls himself Mike from PA, right? It's because he doesn't want people to know his name. And Destiny's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, if I didn't want people to know who I am, I wouldn't name myself Mike from, like, name from location. That's like ridiculous. That's why they called Mike from PA redacted from redacted, because it was a dox. Destiny was talking about how Mike had run for public office.
Do you know why Mike from PA calls himself Mike from PA?
Because he's Mike from Pennsylvania.
Or the same thing, why he calls himself Mike from PA on Twitter?
Because he's Mike from Pennsylvania? I don't know. What do you mean?
Because he doesn't want to reveal his full legal name. He uses it as an alias.
Chat, this is old shit. But didn't they actually dox Mike? Am I wrong about this? I feel like somebody actually doxed him.
Then why would he
run
run
where
for
I'm going with this?
public office?
Right, but he doesn't use that in his Twitter or his Twitch or anything, and he does that with intention.
Pretty easy to like Google around and see like the very public news articles.
I'm never going to contest that, but that's still like that's his prerogative, right? So by putting that on your stream, that's doxing him.
Nah, I don't buy into that one. Not even remotely close. That somebody who runs for, if he wanted to be like completely invisible, why would he put his first name and the state that he's from as part of his name? What? Hold on, wait. What you just said?
Obviously, like referring to him as Mike from PA or even saying Pennsylvania is not doxing him, right? But I thought there was something about him. Like, didn't the Destiny people like look up like Mike's like real? Didn't they like find his real name or like they? I remember they were always talking about his run for office. And something like, what wasn't his mom or his dad was a like Republican or something? 154, thank you. Wait, did I miss something? Maybe I missed something. What's even the argument here? I'm not sure. This is almost before my time. I remember seeing this debate at one point, or part of it at one point. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's that $10 thing. That's so weird. $9.99 and it makes a noise and it does a notification. But $10 and it's treating you like garbage, Narwhal. That's unfair. Narwhal by Nature says Bill Burr has a rant about recognizing people with dark triad traits. Whoa, let me look that up. Bill Burr dark triad maybe, such as Machiavellianism and staying the hell away from them. Just a random aside. Probably good advice though from Bill Burr. Probably good advice. But thank you for the super chat.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. One sec. Because I'm trying to do this conversation better. I was about to say a lot of really, really mean stuff.
For years, it's been a laughing stock joke of Lance saying he's like a horrible debate person or whatever, and it really started here, I guess. Or
the mic is cutting out. Are we currently getting the mic cut out, chat? I'm watching it. The only time it should cut out is if I like turn my head, maybe. You know, if I face away from the mic, right? Or if I talk really softly, it would probably cut out. Anybody else noticing what Metal Slime is noticing? Streamy doesn't recognize me anymore. I've seen the DGG. I don't know what that is. Yeah, Stream Elements, right? If I could find a different service to replace it, I would. A lot that I don't like about Stream Elements. That's why I don't. That's why I do not. They do donos too through Stream Elements, but you won't see a Stream Elements dono link for me because I don't want them. Like it's bad enough to have YouTube and Twitch skimming my donos. I don't want Stream Elements making any money off of me. That's why we don't do sponsorships anymore. Sounds fine to me. I have sound from Twitch. Yeah, I was on the YouTube side. Narwhal by Nature on the YouTube side says I didn't hear a cutout. They looked up his run for public office. His family is conservative. He grew up right wing, but he changed his views. He ran, and the team called him a lawyer. Oh, that was the whole issue. He claimed he lied, but so in the same way that Legal Mindset is a lawyer. This old debate is making me think Lance is a sussy baka that's talking shit about Mike from PA and trying to dox. Wait, I don't think that's what happened, is it? Was Lance? I thought that Lance was on Mike's side, maybe trying to dox him to Destiny. Who knows? Well, no, yeah. I don't think that's how it went down, was it? Audio is cutting out for me too. I closed the stream and then reopened it and it's fine now? Okay. Well, refresh and reload if you need to. That's a possibility, I guess. He graduated with a law degree. They banned him for running, I think. But then he contested in a court, which is fine. He didn't do anything wrong. Seen DGG type say his full name. Well, we didn't hear Lance, right? That wasn't that was I don't think they were talking to Lance there. That wasn't Destiny talking to Lance. Yeah, it's confusing, right? Because like listen to this voice. I don't think that's Lance.
Why would he put his first name and
it's Destiny?
Nah, like the very public office.
Right, but he doesn't use that in his Twitter or his Twitch or anything.
Okay, so that is Lance. Wow, he sounds different.
The docs. Destiny was talking about how Mike had run for public office.
Do you know why Mike from PA calls himself Mike from PA?
Because he's Mike from Pennsylvania.
Or the same thing, why he calls himself Mike from PA on Twitter?
Because he's Mike from Pennsylvania? I don't know. What do you mean?
Because he doesn't want to reveal his full legal name. He uses it as an alias.
Then why would he run
where
for
I'm going with this?
public office?
Right, but he doesn't use that in his Twitter or his Twitch or anything, and he does that with intention.
It's pretty easy to like Google around and see like the very public news articles.
I'm never going to contest that, but that's still like that's his prerogative, right? So by putting that on your stream, that's doxing him.
Nah, I don't buy into that one. Not even remotely close. That somebody who runs for, if he wanted to be like completely invisible, why would he put his first name and the state that he's from as part of his name? What? Hold on. Wait. What you just said was, hold on. Okay, hold on. One sec. Because I'm trying to do this conversation better. I was about to say a lot of really, really mean stuff.
For years, it's been a laughing stock joke of Lance saying he's like a horrible debate person or whatever, and it really started here, I guess. Or making fun of Mike for I guess being doxxed when he named himself first name from location. But I guess now with Dan Saltman's new policy here that he's talking about or he's trying to argue, it depends on, it really changes day to day. In the debate, right, he'd have you believe that his whole angle here is about Twitch TOS hypocrisy and that the Twitch TOS is the one that he created in his mind. But as you'll find out in a minute, I guess Dan has decided that like now he's going to use ChatGPT and create an entire...
Oh, there we go. This is when it gets good, chat. He's asking ChatGPT for legal advice. Like I said before, I am not a reductive, thinker, and that I'm going to say that I mean, obviously there's AI poses a lot of problems. It uses a lot of energy. It uses dirty energy, right? There's a lot wrong with AI, but as a tool in and of itself, I think that it can, there can be certain use cases, right? I would try to avoid using those cases because, again, like I said, it's ridiculously costly. It also raises the prices of your of like chips and stuff, right? All the chips get bought up by crypto shit and AI shit, right? But in terms of like, is it useful? Will it give you useful information? Yeah, in certain cases, right? You can use it to aggregate a lot of information very quickly. You just have to remember that you are the adult and ChatGPT is the child. If you ever start to regard it as a prophet or as a sage, right? If you're asking it, what would a judge decide in this court case, given the limited amount of information that I've given you, you're a fool. You're a fool for doing that. That's not what it's for. You are becoming the child, and you're treating ChatGPT as the adult. You have to supervise it as if it was an agricultural animal, right? Like an oxen, right? You're not going to let your oxen go around and eat all your crops. You're not going to let your, you're going to control where the ox goes, right? You're going to guide the ox to certain places to plow your fields. You're not going to let the ox run wild, right? And ChatGPT is very much the same kind of thing, right? So anyway, what I'm trying to say is I don't think that it can't be used for anything, but when you start asking it to like, add up the facts and determine a subjective question that is in like, how would a human decide? Yeah, it's not going to give you good. But that's what he's doing. That's what Dan's doing here. Like that's his whole thing right here. He's written this mega fucking effort post all about his fucking ChatGPT query. And so that's where we're going next with this.
Entire new argument.
But yeah, the Lance thing, I'm trying to understand. The Lance thing, so was Lance claiming that calling him Mike from Pennsylvania was doxing? Or did Destiny actually go, like using the information that, he's in Pennsylvania, did Destiny's community like go and like dox him? Not only does Irene control the weather, she also controls the livestock. True.
But the next day because he's mad, but I'll get there in a second. We're not there quite yet. But yeah, no.
But honestly, I should have said water buffalo instead. It's more, it would be more Thai themed that way.
Pulling up the public channel of Apex Crypto YT, where he shows his own face, and the Twitch chatter is referencing their own YouTube channel. If that's doxing, then I mean, Mike from PA was doxed.
My work is trying to force me to integrate an ox into my programming work.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Wait, so Zara's got an answer, maybe. No, Lance was saying it's using more information than his handle. What did they do? Using more information than his handle?
It was Mike from PA is a horrible human being who has retweeted people making threats on me recently, right? But unfortunately, Mike from PA has been a victim of harassment for like the last 5 years, according to Dan Saltman, and he got doxxed long ago, and it was extremely fucked up, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the way I understood the internet is actually completely wrong. My whole brain has become wider because of Dan Saltman's new policy. Speaking of Dan Saltman,
the stuff with your kids, literally everything, downloading it all, going through it, and use it all.
Oh, okay.
I see the ox being AI. I gotcha.
Okay, good. That's the guy who's telling
I thought you were saying they were like, put some more oxen in here.
This stuff. And again, as I mentioned before, if Hasan Piker doxed the poor man, why are people shamelessly sharing his face and information online without blurring it? True.
Okay, so what Destiny did was reference his political campaign, thereby tying him to like a real name. Is that the idea?
This guy's smart. You should listen to him more. So then Dan Saltman inevitably came out and responded to this with his own thread. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to scroll through it real slow like. If you feel like reading whatever ChatGPT cooked up, and I'm not looking that up. He literally shows the screenshots. Feel fucking free, dude. But I started reading it for...
This guy is so fucking cringe. Like, he's like... And chat, what we're about to see is really worrying me, right? Because look, I know what I think about AI. I know what my friends think about AI. I don't really have a good bead on how the general public sees it, right? Obviously, a lot of people are, essays are a joke in college now because, most people, have ChatGPT do a lot of the work for them in terms of writing in order to save time, which is understandable, given that you don't have enough time a lot of times to do all the things that you're required to do for your degree. But it's in terms of what people, think that it can do, you know what I mean? Think that it's useful for in terms of what like, I mean, I only have, the cases of people, having ChatGPT construct a religion around them or, that kind of stuff. Putting ChatGPT like an authority on anything is just silly because you can get ChatGPT to say whatever you want. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Direful, Dan is the one guy who is more human when using AI. That's probably true. And thank you for re-upping your membership, Direful. What does that put us at? 157. So we were closing in on maybe double content for today. We got close to it yesterday, but didn't quite get there. We'll see if today is any different.
Fucking times, and I mean, it's all here. You can tell me if I'm cooked, chat. I will put it all here for you to look at. Pause at your leisure. I won't be doing that. Maybe I'll check it out on stream in the next segment. If Dan Saltman wants to make an entirely new argument, that's fine, I guess, but it's probably gonna need an entirely new segment, because this one's about all the stuff he's trying to bury from—
What is this now? Is this like Zelda music or something?
The night before, and we could ultimately get to that live. I don't really see a value of doing that offline. I went to try to respond to Dan, and every time I did it, I was greeted with the fact that this fucking idiot took 4 attempts to get this thing done.
Running for office, that's not hidden info. If he went to disclose his home address, phone number. So here's the deal. Mike ran for public office under his real name. All right. But he doesn't have his real name associated with his social media enterprise, and that is true about most creators, right? It's dangerous to have your name to, like, you know, have no comment chick featuring Irene Geller, right? It would be much more it would be much simpler if I was just NCC, right? Can't give that as a dono because I gave Direful that membership yesterday. Wait, what? I can't give that as a dono? Wait, am I missing something? I think the concern, though, is that if you attach Mike from PA to, like, Michael whatever that ran for office in, you know, for whatever seat, for whatever position in Pennsylvania, then you basically, that was a gifted. Wait, that was a gifted? Oh, am I not reading this right? Wait. So Narwhal by Nature wrote this? Dan is the one guy that's more human when using AI? But it came out as a Direful member chat? That's wild. I gifted them that membership yesterday. Oh, I see. Huh. So it says became a sponsor, but you're saying that's Oh, interesting. I see. I think I see. Okay, well that calls into question a bunch of I've been counting the I guess I don't know how member chats work, but you can just use them whenever, like, you know, it's something like 1 a month or something. Is that how that works? I was gifted this a minute ago. I used my 2-month subscriber message to type that. A minute ago is a day ago. Because of the international timeline? The international dateline? It was their free membership comment. Okay. Yeah, it says so-and-so something sponsored, right? That's, I think, what confused me. I hate to admit this, but I have improved my social skills by practicing talking with AI chatbots. As someone who is neurodivergent and has bad social skills, still don't like AI, and I know it's bad. Just because someone can connect the dots doesn't mean someone should disclose personally identifiable information. Yeah, what exactly did Destiny disclose? I guess that's what I'm confused about. And that is, I guess, what started this whole debate about a figure that is using an anonymous handle instead of their full legal name. I know New York. Oh, a New York minute means a long time ago. I got it. There's a song about that, right? By the Eagles.
I kept trying to quote tweet him immediately, and every time I would do it, I'd have to delete the tweet and start over because it took him 4 fucking attempts to make this tweet.
That's hilarious.
I don't know why. My favorite part of it, which I don't think is even in the final version of the tweet, is when he started talking about—
Keffels made the same argument about why it doesn't count as doxing if she found public information online. Oh yeah, she was like she got really, she hired a, so I mean, Kevil's got like seriously fucked with, like seriously stalked, seriously harassed, fucking swatted, right? Kevil's had a lot of real shit happen to her, right? And but she, in order to deal with this, right, she hired a private investigator. Which, look, having been a victim of stalking myself, I can kind of understand, right? You just want it to stop, and if somebody can make it stop, then yeah, here, have my money, right, or whatever, right? But this caused Keffels to get really into this kind of like research on people. I don't know if the private investigator showed her some things, showed her some techniques or something, but there's screenshots of Keffels, just like doxing people to people that she's chatting with, for instance, right? And so she got really like she got way too into it and was just in the mindset of like, yeah, no, it's like publicly available information. It's not doxing.
How he still loves me, but in this one certain case or whatever, I mean, this is really weird. It's extremely odd that he did this, considering that last night after the conversation,
If you talk about an artist with a nickname and then you want to personally address them by using their real name, I mean, I guess that depends on how much is public, right? Like if it was like Marshmello, Marshmello is still anonymous, right? The DJ Marshmello, the guy that wears the bucket on his head that looks like a marshmallow. Like if you somehow knew Marshmello from high school and you addressed him by his real name on the internet, and assuming that he hasn't released that information, then yeah, I guess that would be doxing.
I have on good authority he was pretty fucking pissed off, and he actually went through and just redacted all of his DMs with me preemptively before I even said anything further after the stream. Maybe it's because I said I wouldn't do a podcast with him, which I absolutely fucking won't, but like he just went through and deleted all of our DMs, and then the next day he tried playing like coy about it, being sorry boys, he kicked me from his Discord. If it makes you feel any better, I'll wait for legal mindset to clarify. Not much more to say until then. Also, I don't know why he's ad-homing, as I thought we were we already had the debate. But again, you have to understand that whilst people are interacting with this on Twitter, the segment until I tried playing like coy about it, being
I don't understand.
Absolutely fucked through and just I mean, this is really weird. It's extremely odd that he did this, considering that last night after the conversation, I have on good authority he was pretty fucking pissed off, and he actually went through and just redacted all of his DMs with me preemptively before I even
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership to Sitting Cow 2. Sitting Cow 2, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. That brings us up to 160. Ever closer to the vaunted double bonus content. I always think of Bob's Burgers when I hear Marshmello. Wait, what? Was he on an episode? Put it all on Anna. I will. Oh, look at this. Anna's getting an infusion. Anna's getting an infusion, chat.
Said anything further after the stream. Maybe it's because I said I wouldn't do a podcast with him, which I absolutely fucking won't. But like he just went through and deleted all of our DMs, and then the next day he tried playing like coy about it, being sorry boys, he kicked me from his Discord. If it makes you feel any better, I'll wait for legal mindset to clarify. Not much more to say until then. Also, I don't know why he's ad-homing, as I thought we already had the debate. But again, you have to understand that whilst people are interacting with this on Twitter, the segment hasn't been posted yet, unless you were there live or you're watching from like the members only VOD. A lot of people don't even know we talked yet, so they're seeing this for the first time. They're like, why is Nick's reaction to this big long wall of fucking this great wall of Dark Viper AU slop? Why is it this you get fucked nerd? And then I immediately doxed him, apparently. Yeah, there he is, dude. This fucking you, Dan, this fucking you. I guess it's not illegal on YouTube, dude. It's only illegal on Twitch. So
Yeah, I showed you this yesterday. There was a character named Marshmello on Bob's Burgers. He was a cab driver and smoked crack. Maybe that was the real person behind the DJ,
Probably okay to put this in the segment. And then Dan's like, why are you arguing with me? I didn't write the law or the Twitch TOS. Find an attorney who says that you're correct. This is obviously a contract/legal issue and not a feelings issue. Maybe Pisco will back you up. Like, and by the way, he's also like completely raped by Pisco. I don't really understand that.
Find an attorney to back you up. You mean like the attorney you found, like ChatGPT, Dan? Find an attorney. Yeah, get ChatGPT to tell you it's an attorney.
Either. Pisco wanted to talk to Dan, and you
Convince ChatGPT it's been through law school.
usually I would just like, okay, whatever, you're just looking for attention. But Dan is like obsessively, continuously talking about Pisco because it's like the one lawyer that doesn't agree with Dan. So I guess maybe Pisco might back me up on this. I don't know why he would dive in to defend me on anything. I don't really know Pisco, but it seems like Dan has an issue with Pisco. Maybe he should go hash that out with him and not push that off to me. And then I wrote, because you're a discourse rapist who makes us all worse by comparison through bad faith attacks. And I will actually double down on that. I do believe that Dan Saltman is just straight up malicious. And I'll actually give you another example to this at the end of this video, because there's going to be a little bit more of the segment, and then I'll put another one there. I had 2 conversations with Dan Saltman. One of them was 4 hours long, and I wouldn't really fault you if you haven't actually watched it, but I will be placing the segment in question where he has like extremely weird Hasan derangement syndrome about Diddy, and I had to push back against that like fucking—
Wait, I'm sorry, about Diddy? About what? What?
days ago. Like 2 times in a week, Dan has got me on here. He's just begging me to agree with him when he's just completely taking everything out of context because he hates Hasan Piker. At least that's the way I view it. If that's not what's actually happening here, I sincerely apologize, but the way that it's coming off to me is that Dan is like an autistic warhead, all right? He's like a junkyard dog. He just says, I hate Hasan Piker, and I will do anything by any means to take him down. I hate Dan Clancy. I will do anything by any means to take him down. Again, I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting you.
If the press was writing a story about his political career, they wouldn't include his anonymous handle. They would just that like the person, like Mike, the person, the Mike from PA's real name ran for office, right? This might be the same person behind the Mike from PA account, but when you when you refer to him by his full name or use other personal identifying information, right? That's or even just connect the social media person Mike from PA with real name who ran for office in Pennsylvania, then yeah, you've effectively doxed him. Is that what Dan was saying? People make fun, or sorry, is that what Lance was saying? People make fun of Lance for this? Oreo is doing a Pierce Morgan flip.
That's how you portray yourself online. And I think that a lot of people kind of think this about you.
Yeah, they're using autistic as a fucking pejorative. What the fuck?
Unless they're also somebody who does not actually care about facts, does not actually care about the things that they're preaching, that they're all just on team fuck Hasan, and it's any way they can possibly achieve that goal.
They're Wile freaking Coyote, and Hasan is the Roadrunner. Yes, that is true.
When should we substitute our own feelings of what someone did versus what the law says? Now, if you watch the debate, this is probably extremely weird to you, because he explicitly said, like the night before this, that it wasn't illegal.
Can somebody
that he was—
Can somebody look this up for me and make sure it's not BDS? Chang. I'm pretty sure this is a Thai company. I don't think it's connected to any like larger multinationals. But yeah, let me know. Let me know if this is BDS.
Just talking about Twitch TOS. Now, obviously, after he lost the debate, he woke up the next day and then fired up ChatGPT, and then I guess created a new legal argument, Mama Maxian style.
I love the idea of firing up ChatGPT as if it is a steam engine, but go on.
Mama Maxian attempt here. You're not really engaging with anything in my post because I already won. Just calling me bad faith. I'm not even sure what you disagree with. Twitch calls it doxing. They don't. You continuously keep saying that. They absolutely don't. Your interpretation of the Twitch TOS is extremely warped. California law calls it doxing. I don't even know if I agree with that. Then I said, you sent me the screenshot last night, ignoring the word sensitive information and could. Then you admitted it wasn't illegal doxing last night live on stream, and mostly a critique of your Twitch policy that you intentionally misread. You have frantically been trying to find a new position to better fit your end goal all night. I hope this is more obvious now that we're seeing it all in rapid succession, that is very clearly what Dan was doing, and this is the screenshot that I showed you earlier when I jumped in. Then he said, when
an article is written about famous drag queens, they don't put the government name in parentheses unless the person asks them for it or it's relevant, for example. Yeah, and in this current environment, like that could be, not doing so could have deadly consequences for people, given how much demonization and moral panic has gone on around drag queens recently. I mean, I think his online persona and political career are quite united, but I do take the point. I mean, if he's uniting them, right? If he's like, hey, y'all, I'm running for Congress in this district, this is my opponent, then yeah, I guess he would have effectively, kind of doxed himself at that point, or he wants to, as you said, unite his political persona with the online persona. In which case, that's fine. But yeah, I don't. To be fair, I do not know the deets, or remember the deets behind Destiny versus Lance. I vaguely remember that debate happening. I don't remember like anything about it.
An attorney who agrees with you. Why? Does the attorney litigate Twitch TOS? I thought that was what we were arguing about, but you've pivoted mid-conversation when you realized you were wrong. I'll take ChatGPT agreeing with you so long as it's a fair prompt. I won't, because ChatGPT isn't a lawyer, and you guys are fucking retarded if you continuously do this. Then I wrote, so you're just agreeing that you have no idea what you're talking about, and frantically throwing prompts into ChatGPT all night to try
minus the slur, of course.
Avoid taking an L, lol. He goes, no, I am correct in trying to give you a graceful way out before more attorneys agree with me. I'm scared. We're all talking about the definition of a word, but you clearly don't want to rely on attorneys. But instead, you're wrong personal views. Again, Dan literally expressed last night that these were also his personal views. It's in this fucking conversation. He literally agreed with me and then pushed it off saying it's a technicality based off of Twitch TOS. He is literally lying here. And it's with it, and he's doing this because the fucking interview's not out yet. Nobody's seen it yet, so he's trying to get ahead of the narrative. It's really pathetic. So I've seen the way he treats me. I know the way that he's treating Hasan then. I'm sorry, this is like insane. Doxing is mostly based on intent. This is obvious. Obvious to fucking who, motherfucker? ChatGPT when it gave you the prompt? I said, I'll give you a grace and a chance to admit that Mike from PA was doxed by your handler and harassed for years when Lance called Destiny out, since you surely believe that now based off of the pathetic inability to back down. I personally don't think that, by the way, but it fits your standards.
So yeah, these guys take it as an article of faith that Destiny did nothing wrong when it comes to Mike from BA. And so Nick is pointing out that, well, you're in violation of that article of faith there. I guess you think that Destiny did dox Mike there. Ching Beer Company is a Thai company. You good. Owner is Thai, Thai/Chinese billionaire. Awesome.
A glove, and then people were immediately jumping on my dick saying like, let the record show that Nick defended Mike from PA. I mean, if you're that fucking stupid, yeah, sure, dude, 100%. Mike from PA for the win, okay? I support him 110%. Yeah, 100%. Are you defending Mike from PA? I don't know, bitch. Can you fucking read? So Dan Saltman redacted all of our DMs because we disagreed on stream, and then he tried to portray it as like, well, I had this inkling that this might just happen, and he's complaining that he got kicked from the Discord. Bitch, why the fuck would I keep you in my Discord? Wait, why? Dude, if I woke up and I saw that all of our DMs after you were begging me to do your podcast are gone, okay? Why would I let you you redacted your DMs, I redacted your ability to read my fucking comments, okay? That's what happened. Like, if you're gonna fucking redact all of your communications with me, I'm gonna redact your ability to read whatever the fuck I write to my audience, okay? Obviously, that's like a normal thing to do. And simultaneously, right, I actually went back because he didn't redact the stuff that he wrote in the chat. He was in chat coping the night before, so I don't really know why he's like, I don't know what his angle is here. That clip is actually pretty funny, talking about a clip from the debate. It felt like an older, less autistic Bo Blacks losing an argument. And then Dan jumped in to like talk to my fans in my member server, saying that he regrets nothing. But he's lucky he did this when J-Stalk's life was exploding. So like, he knew he looked like shit, which is even weirder. Like, he's literally admitting that he knew he looked like shit. And he's glad that J-Stalk...
to be fair, Eric FM, I don't know what the actual details behind the accusations of Destiny doxing Lance are, and I take it neither do you?
Smoke screen, so nobody talks about it, which is funny.
Like that's the whole thing that I'm running into is I literally don't know what was said. You know, this is like a big deal for DGGers like Nicholas DeOrio, but I you know, I don't know what the original like I haven't watched that debate in forever. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember what Destiny said that Lance said was doxing, so I can't really speak to that.
Then also someone...
Yeah, that's not what jumping on my dick means, but go ahead. Did he use jumping on my dick like get somebody getting on his balls? Is that what he's doing?
Bro wants to fake ego cope after he got reamed live, and he goes, actually, I do a weekly show. I don't think you know me. I don't care. Like, this is like an admission that he got...
I do a weekly show with Destiny called Anything Else.
pushed in live on stream, and then he just woke up and he's like, all right, let me fire up ChatGPT so I can write me a new argument. It's really pathetic. But yeah, no, when I posted this thing, I actually just let a bunch of people start replying to me because I kind of wanted to get the litmus test viewpoint of what people were thinking initially. So they said, well, legally it isn't, but according to Twitch TOS it is. I don't know, it's actually not. You're falling victim to the most malicious possible interpretation of this.
You said it like jumping up my ass.
People who call it illegal at Twitch are using that terminology to mislead. No reasonable person would view saying Hasan Piker's name, for example, as something that could break the spirit of their doxing rules, but in this case, we're ignoring the word could entirely, and people are conducting the most malicious possible reads. That's what's happening here. Someone said, someone could make the argument, though, that he's inciting his fans to harass him, or that what he did threatened by threatening the wrong guy. And I go, it hits harder if you don't kick it in lies and bullshit, which I think is fully accurate. Of course, I hate Hasan, but I only want the truth, and you always deliver. The big thing here is that people who hate Hasan should want to signal boost shit like this. Bad faith actors who are lying and providing slam dunks only serve to help him. Oh, and to keep his audience oblivious. It's generally not best practices to deliver layups to Hasan Piker if you want to criticize Hasan Piker. In totality, with the semantics argument, it was still a very explicit call to harass and an actual threat by both Hasan and his chat directed at the individual. Sure, 100%, but you're not engaging with the tweet at all, and you're kind of backpedaling. So it's like, hey, dude, you know all that stuff you just said? Sure, but it's bad because this reason. You sound like a snarker. Like, I don't think that you're a snarker. I'm not trying to insult you on a personal level. I don't know what you actually say or what you believe in, but this is the mentality of the types of people that Ethan has been criticizing. It's like, oh, you got me on something. Let's take 2 steps back and then reevaluate it like we didn't just fuck this up. That's the snark mentality. That's the thing that we've been fighting against and ragging on streams since fucking February. Okay, so I'm not going to accept it from my own audience. No, absolutely not. That's funny.
But the thing is that you're calling it the snark mentality. I feel like a better name for it would be the DGG mentality. This doesn't... He's so lost in the sauce, no pun intended. Okay, absolute pun intended. That he doesn't realize that this is you. This is you. This is your friends. This is your community. This is Ethan's side of things, right?
He still brandished a fake firearm. It's like, who cares? Literally, in the context of this thread, right? Obviously, people care outside of it, but in the context of this thread, does that make lying okay because he brandished a fucking toy firearm? Is this not the exact behavior Hasan and his orbiters were criticized for? I think that people are calling it doxing. This is a good point. I think people are calling it doxing because it's what Hasan's minions said when H3 did the same thing. That's fantastic.
Yeah, Hasan's minions.
But when all the tweets are being shared, nobody's putting in, no, you don't understand, dude. It's not doxing. It's actually hypocrisy because doxing sells better. So no, they just choose to lie instead. It's like, yeah, I guess you can rationalize it that way, but that's the type of thing that needs to be explicitly stated. If this is a hypocrisy argument, which obviously for Dan Saltman, according to whatever ChatGPT shit he was able to fucking scrounge up on a moment's notice here, he's obviously not making the hypocrisy argument. You know, it's just not what happened.
Like, he should be roasted to infinity for fucking posting ChatGPT as his as his receipts. That's fucking pathetic.
It's all exhausting at this point. Oh yeah, someone's like, well, he deserves this. I go, he deserves to lie because he's a hypocrite? Do you think that people should always abandon all ethics when faced by someone that... Yeah, so this is basically what we're doing. I engage with a lot of people. I engage with people under the Yeet post. I recommend that you go and check some of these things out. Yeah, I mean, I think this is fucking crazy. I'm gonna finish this segment now. I'm gonna let you back to the Hoodie Nick. I'm Billy Mitchell Nick. I'm gonna give you back to Hoodie Nick. He's gonna finish off the segment and give you a couple little tidbits, and then immediately after, Dan Saltman P. Diddy debate will then play, and you can watch him do it again, because fuck it. Well, we're not poisoning the well, because the well's already... We're in the well. We're dancing in the well right now. If we dump some more sludge in, I mean, we're already swimming, you know? So we're gonna play the rest of it. I think it's funny, so I'm gonna play it. And this is the clip of Nathan, obviously. This is a permaban on Twitch. This is a decent argument. This is why I think what Hasan did should probably be a 24-hour at minimum. But this is what Nathan did, and he got perma'd.
Oh god, it's blurred.
Destiny is so cooked.
And like they banned this guy for doing this to his dad. So there was like the risk here is so minimal. Like this is obviously a joke. Hasan was doing it in anger. See the orange tip? It means it's a toy. Hasan doesn't have an orange tip. Well, you know what you should do if you want to be a virtuous attacker?
Put an orange tip on your dick.
you should fucking write a letter to the congressman that Hasan
Just so like, yeah, I mean, like that's
Piker
everybody knows it's not a weapon, right? We,
that orange chip off of his gun. Oh boy, that'll show him, dude. We need
And while you're at it, tell them that Ethan Klein destroyed legal currency.
we need to call the police and let them know. This is so stupid. I don't give a fuck about that. Either way, it's a go. I'm sorry, I need to watch that one more time.
You know what it was? I'm gonna bet that they banned Nathan. Is this Nathan? Nathan is his name? I'm gonna guess that they banned him for dangerous behavior, right? What's the difference between what he just did and what Hasan did? They both had, airsoft guns or BB guns or something like that, right? Which are not lethal, but they can hurt you. Hasan didn't shoot anybody. Hasan didn't turn around and shoot Kaya. Hasan didn't say, "Hey, mom, get in here," and then like shoot her with the right. That's the difference, right? Look, there's a at least it's in the YouTube terms of service, if not in the Twitch terms of service. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. But when you do what is considered dangerous behavior on stream, even if nobody ends up getting hurt seriously, yeah, you catch a ban sometimes. I feel like this is pretty straightforward. Why Nathan was banned and why Hasan was not.
It literally walks in and actually shoots Destiny. Someone call the FBI. He painted the tip black. That's a permaban. So I think the argument that this should be at least a 24.
He was banned for posting the stream title, "The Execution of Destiny Live."
Or slap on the wrist.
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of a banger meme. But yeah, in violation of something. Do you think it was the name that got him and not the behavior? Oreo sucks. He's crying about facts. Nathan didn't get banned for shooting him with his fake gun. He got banned for the stream title. Yeah, I guess that makes sense too.
Because honestly, I think that you need to do stuff like that, or people are going to keep doing this on the site. Eventually, it'll be somebody that they don't like, and then they'll get 24 hours for it. And people will ask why Hasan didn't get 24 hours for it. It's the way that Twitch runs their fucking site. What they do is they give a double standard to their larger creators. We've heard this story a billion times.
Yeah, so that I do believe in. I do think there's a double standard for larger creators, right? And that's a question in and of itself. I don't think that's fair for them to do that. But it's not him getting it because he's Hasan. It's not him getting it because he's left wing. It's him getting it because he is making Twitch a bunch of money. And I am not making Twitch nearly as much money. That's the difference, right? People go into Hasan's chat and they drop 100 gift subs, right? Right? That's going to get you treated differently. If you're a cash cow for Twitch, the way that Hasan is, you're going to get treated differently than a little differently than NCC.
Ask why everyone else gets banned. This is just the first stage of when it's going to happen to Hasan. Legal Mindset said that Twitch opened the door to a host of legal and non-legal issues if they fail to act on the recent crash out. Just to be clear, if Twitch fails to act on this strongly, then they open the door for a host of other issues, legal and non-legal. And we'll check out why he thinks that also moving forward. Asmon Gold gave a take on this, and I'm going to find out if I'm going to completely disagree with Asmon right now. Because I do think people have been a little brain wrecked on this.
Oh, yeah. They already got fucking clapped.
And again, it's not presented to people when you say Hasan Piker is a doxer. They're not pulling up the screenshot of Twitch on every tweet. They're asking you to ask them to give them more information about it. And they're like, well, actually, they're a doxer because Twitch's TOS is written poorly.
Oh, Twitch staff simultaneously instant bans anyone who insults Hasan while does nothing while he doxes and threatens the chatter with a firearm in front of an audience. That's crazy. To pull out a gun and be waving it around on stream? Wow.
Am I the only one who thinks there's a funny way to do this? It's still probably bad. I think that, yeah, it probably shouldn't be allowed to just pull out a gun and just fucking start I think there's probably a funny way to do this. It's a really sad thing, too. Yeah, but that's a A+ reaction to it. Damn, bro, that's crazy. The real crime was the cringe.
Wow, that's a lot. The gun's loaded?
Imagine a fucking hip-hop YouTuber beef. Actually, wait a minute. No, they might actually shoot each other. Dude, I said that immediately. The first thing that jumped to my mind is 50 Cent,
He's having issues.
50 Cent.
holding it while aiming it at himself. I don't know if the gun's loaded or not. I have no idea. Do you think Twitch will do anything? Will Twitch do anything of Hasan going over and then talking about shooting somebody or implying that he's going to shoot somebody? Is Twitch going to do anything?
Fun fact about the orange tip, removing it is actually a crime in California. No, that's the point. Yeah, I know it is. That's why I made the joke, right? But like, ultimately, I don't care. I don't hate him that much that I would call the police to say that he removed the orange tip off of his airsoft gun. I'm sorry, it's a little above my, that's a little actually probably below my pay grade to care about. I'm sorry.
I really wonder. I've got a feeling I know the answer to that, and I've got a feeling that everybody knows the answer to that. But I guess we're gonna.
Well, I actually checked. Okay, so here's what happened. I looked at his house and I noticed that there is he's in his basement, right? Now, for his house to be up to code, he actually needs an egress window. Otherwise, it could be deemed a fire hazard. So what I did was I called the state and I told them about this. And then Hasan Piker had to put an egress window in his basement. It's just like, I think at some point you become the bad guy here. Like at some point you're a fucking loser. And I feel like if you go and like hyper analyze stupid shit like that,
gonna have to find out, right? And Twitch won't do shit. Yeah, no, and this is what's so crazy about it. It's perma worthy.
Yeah, we've gone from it's bad that he promotes terrorists to like the
Nobody mentioned the fact that Hasan waved a known toy gun around in response to a threat of someone trying to turn up at his house and kill him. I think that Nick did mention that in the very beginning, but yeah, he also mentioned the fact that Dan fast forwards through that, right? So you know, here's Nick, like somebody said before, having at least an iota of decency, you know, in that he's like acknowledging that in that he's acknowledging, you know, that why do these guys always have the same nerd voice? Good question. Good question. But yeah, like in that he's acknowledging that, yeah, Hasan got a death threat there. That's what he's responding to. Whereas Dan is just going to take that and be like, nope, inconvenient. Let's skip right over the death threat and pretend that Hasan was just like, I don't like you, chatter. Here's what I'm going to do to you, right? I've had this kind of same thing sort of happen to me. Like, right, with somebody who, you know, when I was dealing with a stalker and didn't really know what to do, and I come on stream and I ask chat something like, you know, I don't know what to do. Like, what should I get a dog? Should I get a gun? And somebody literally took to Twitter to say that I was threatening my stalker, that I was going to take a flight across the country in order to show up at his house with a or no, I said, like, I didn't say gun. I actually didn't say gun. I said baseball bat, right? Should I get a baseball? So what I'm thinking is, like, you know, if somebody shows up to my house, at present, I am unprepared to deal with I don't have anything, right? You know, should I get a baseball bat? Should I get a dog, right? And yeah, like somebody literally turns this into like, you know, this creep that's like obsessed with me and shit like that. Is now he's the one in danger and I'm the one making the threats. It's pretty fucking backwards. But that, I mean, that's how scumbags like Dan Saltman and Kalia Withart, and yes, I did say your name in the same sentence with Dan Saltman. You get what you deserve, don't you? Yeah, that's you know, that's how scumbags like that roll. Some people are just disingenuous liars. Some people are not good. Somebody was telling me Bill Burr Dark Triad, to look that up. Let's see if I can
tip on his airsoft gun.
Pull that up.
For sure, that's real violent threats. Keep it.
Oh wait.
That E-Rob got suspended.
There's something I'm not doing. There's something I'm not doing that I need to fucking do. Sasha G, thank you for the gifted memberships. And Just Julie, you just got weaseled. Anthony Goodley, you just got weaseled. Lorena Bull, you just got weaseled. Jeffrey, you just got weaseled. And Tyler, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Asman, bark, bark, bark. His audience, bark, 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 bark. Wait, what? Wait, what is the hot dog? Wait. Because when Charlie brought out his Florida Man rifle. Oh, yeah, with the sneak out, yeah. in response to Sneako's threats, everyone was hyped on him standing on business, which I kind of agree with, to be honest. The question I would have is, did Charlie do that on Twitch, right? But yeah, to be fair, like, people weren't just like, you know, it was, here's Bill. Oh, thank you, God. Should we do a little Bill Burr palette cleanser, maybe? We do have more of this stuff to go over. But let's do a little bit of Bill Burr, if I can get away with it.
Watch this documentary on that submersible that went down to the Titanic and imploded, and all of those poor people.
Ocean Gate
died, right?
It is a tragedy steeped in irony. What officials now presume to be the deaths of the 5 passengers on an undersea sightseeing trip to the resting place of another disaster, the Titanic.
I have to tell you, like, this should be required viewing by anybody who is not a narcissist. I don't even know where to begin with this guy.
I'm sorry, is this from the documentary? I gotta know really quick. Is this from the documentary? I see a Netflix logo. Is where's the clip that I'm watching is from what? Yeah, but in terms of I'm just worried about copyright here. I think it was his main YouTube channel, but people viewed it on Twitch a bunch. This thing? People have watched this on. Oh, you think that, yeah, Moist Critical, well, yeah, no, it would, like, I guess, look, I mean, what I'm saying is that, like, there could be rules that I mean, Hasan could catch a 24-hour ban, to be real, right? It's been a little while. It kind of doesn't seem like he will, but you know, Twitch could very well have something in their terms of service that YouTube doesn't have, right? Whereas Charlie, you know, can be like, oh, you want to talk about clips? Sneeko, this is actually a mag. You know, here's another mag. You know, here's, like, right, yeah, the Charlie thing. Yeah, it's a clip edited from a fan from Bill Burr's podcast that has no. Okay, good. I'm just making sure. We're in the safe.
Full-on narcissist, psychopath. There's this psychological makeup. It's called the dark triad. And any person who's not a fucking narcissist,
and this is some shit that Destiny brags about,
should know about it and should be looking for these traits in people, so you don't date it, you don't work for it, it's not in your life or anything. It's basically 3 sides of the triangle. It's narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopath. And just know that all of those are, like, they don't have to be 10 out of 10. You can just be on the spectrum. And that fucking personality, you combine that with the greed of corporations, that personality is what ascends to the CEO level. And it rewards them, because every quarter, no matter how much a corporation makes money, it's not enough, and they need to make more. So at some point, what they have to do has to start becoming underhanded, and that's what weeds out decent people. Same thing in politics. Why can't we get somebody decent who's not an absolute psycho to run for fucking president? Because they get weeded out. You get these fucking dark triad psychos in there, and they can fucking do it. And you watch this, I'm bringing it back to this submarine thing. The guy was a full-on fucking psycho. Total fucking narcissist, right there. Right there. You cannot get into a submarine, an airplane, anything where your life is...
Yo, Primordial Pouch. Wow. A term of human development as your username. That is incredibly based, Primordial Patch. I haven't thought about embryology in quite some time, but I do get your reference. Thank you for subscribing with a Prime.
...is at risk and have a narcissist at the fucking controls. He's a god. Nothing's going to happen to him. And he's not even thinking...
Named after your cat's floppy belly? Oh, that's the Primordial Pouch. I got it.
You or the risk, your life, or who loves you or whatever, right? Machiavellian shit. Anybody who blew the whistle on this guy, on his carbon fiber, stupid fucking submarine, he would ruin their lives.
That day, Stockton told me it would be nothing for him to spend $50,000 to ruin somebody's life.
Did he say that to you in regards to David?
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a fucking psychopath in that psychopath is anything from, you don't have to be an axe murderer. It can be literally like petty theft or whatever. And what this guy was doing was, you know, and lying for no fucking reason, I guess he had reasons to lie, but they were showing this guy, you know, testing this sub out. And he had this one guy who actually knew what the fuck he was doing, going like, first of all, you should not be testing this out with any people in it. And he was just like, he would get like mad. He would get fucking mad. So this fucking lunatic got in the goddamn sub himself. They showed him, and you heard, as he's going deeper and deeper, you heard the carbon fires snapping. And he's going, oh, that's not a good sound. No, you don't like to hear that. You'd see him every once in a while get a little bit nervous, like... He started calling it seasoning the hull. You gotta break some eggs. You gotta break some carbon fiber to make a fucking sub, right? With every one of those things that was snapping, obviously the whole structure was becoming weaker. He also like had some sort of degree in like physics, and the guy was saying, but he didn't fucking understand it. He didn't understand what the fuck he was doing. I don't think that he didn't understand it. He understood it enough to pass the test. But when you walk around and you think you're a god, you don't understand mortality.
Rush says his submersible is one of the safest forms of transportation in the world.
By the time we're done testing it, I believe it's pretty much invulnerable.
And that's pretty much what they said about the Titanic.
That's right.
So I had to shut it off. It's like all of these people were telling this guy not to do it, and all it did was get him mad, and he would stop talking to them, and then he would like fire them, and then literally tell them that if they blew the whistle on him, he was going to ruin their lives. So then they had to like try and carefully get the word out that you should not get into this guy's fucking submarine. I highly recommend, especially if you came from a nice family, that you read up on these fucking people so you realize, you know, what you're working with, what you're getting in bed with, and all of this shit. And these fucking people, they lie. They don't give a fuck. Anyway, so I highly recommend watching it. It's, I mean, the footage of this guy going under the water and you're hearing the carbon fiber wires snapping. Oh, dude, and one thing that they did, you know, to seal something on the sub, they took the same shit that, you know, for a spray-on truck bed liner. He went around any sort of third-party inspections of it. He's like, yeah, we don't need to fucking do that. We don't need to fucking do that. We're not fucking doing that. And it's just like, I guess once you get out in international waters, they have no authority, so you just fucking do whatever you wanted to do. That guy and his estate, you know, whatever's left of it, from all of those victims should be sued again, and then taken into civil court, sued again. I mean, the guy just, from his own out-of-control narcissism and whatever, just a completely avoidable tragedy, and he killed all of those fucking people. It's unbelievable. Anyway, so yeah, look that shit up, the Dark Triad. Like, my next Google search is going to be narcissists and the people who work for them. It's unreal. They ascend to these levels of power because they will get the fucking, air quote, job done no matter what. And then they have this power. And
so, Chad, it's almost like there's something inherently anti-social about our social structure. If these are the kind of fuckers that are rising to the top, look at this. I mean, like, this is Marx, I think, spoke to this, right? The idea that bourgeois morality is not a morality like capitalist morality. The morality that capitalists preach is not a morality that capitalists themselves uphold. That is a morality for thee, not me. It doesn't apply to them, right? They've proven their merit. It's for the rest of us, right? And it's a big impediment towards getting past this stage of you know, of production development.
And then they have the ability to destroy the lives of decent people, and they will do it because they don't give a fuck, because they don't feel feelings. Because in their head, you're wrong. They're a god. How dare you question me? These rules and regulations, that's for mere mortals. I know what I'm doing. Sorry, I don't know. I know that was a little dry and a little dark, but you gotta fucking, you gotta see it. Everyone who's alive from that fucking Ocean Gate. It's kind of funny that he would call it that, Watergate, Ocean Gate, like something dishonest. He almost,
yeah, like, yeah.
It's like admitting that.
I mean, Watergate would have worked too, to be fair.
Something, Ocean Gate. Why gate?
Yeah, well, so the idea is that, like, scandals get named Gate, right? Like, you know, they get the name, they get Gate appended to their name, like, since Watergate, right? Watergate was the name of the hotel. But now when you have a scandal, it's called, you know, if it's a scandal with somebody, I don't know, shoving pins up people's noses, it would be Pengate, right? Ocean Gate makes it sound like there is a scandal involving the ocean, right? And it's just before there was a scandal, you know, when they were just like, you know, the name of the company or whatever.
Gateway down to the Titanic. I have no idea. And I also, to be honest with you, I have no understanding why video footage of the Titanic isn't enough, you know? I think because it happened so long ago, people forget about all the lives lost. You know what I mean? Like, I've never...
Were there lives lost? Have there been other lives lost trying to explore or find the wreck as well? Is that what he means?
Gone down to that, the 9/11 World Trade Center monument thing. I just can't get myself to do it. It's just too fucking sad to me. And I know I'm going to go down there and someone's going to be doing something or saying something disrespectful. It's going to fucking piss me off. So I just avoid going down there. So why the fuck you would want to go down there to see this fucking boat where everybody, you know, died that tragic, lonely, fucking terrifying death is beyond me. Now that I've said all that, check it out, man. It's very
Okay, so yeah, that's wise words from Bill Burr.
For 30 days for telling somebody that he was going to get in a fight with them at TwitchCon.
Rare Nick L take. If your position on this is that everything Hasan does is bad objectively and we can't look at it with any sort of question or criticism in any other direction, then ultimately this channel isn't for you. I'm sorry if you feel like you've been misled in some capacity, but unfortunately, Hasan Piker isn't wrong every single time. There are times where I'm going to have to defend him. And you can thank people like Dan for making me do that, because if nobody went and made this stupid fucking argument, you wouldn't have an entire segment from me talking about it. Ultimately, though, that is what is going to happen.
Yourself Keffel's tweet on Nicholas DeOrio.
Yeah. Keffel's appreciated the shout out.
I just wrote to my congressman and they said I owe thousands in taxes. Could I have 2,000 Canadian dollars?
Yes, dude, you can have it. The only time that I don't give 2,000 Canadian dollars is when the person is fucking... I'm not even gonna make the joke. They'll say I'm being legit. It's Ball Blacks. It's when it's Ball Blacks, dude. It's when it's fucking Oki's Weird Stories, his strongest soldier. So Hasan took a shot at Legal Mindset. We're gonna look at the Legal Mindset stuff now, because Legal Mindset was one of the people who called him out. Let's see what did LSF say. I presume all this is gonna be about the gun, and none of this is gonna be about the doxing. What's really funny is if you continue to watch, another chatter pulls up a different YouTube channel and says it's not him, this is him.
Yourself Keffel's
so they just targeted a random YouTuber who had nothing to do with it. But I don't think it's a random...
So the tragedy he's talking about is the Titanic, the crash of the Titanic itself.
YouTuber, again, random YouTuber.
The DGG payment declined, so Nick is allowed to disagree with Dan again.
Yes.
Can we get a Keem popcorn emote?
So if you go here and you check out immediately the name of the channel...
Nicholas! The GOAT.
It's Apex Crypto, and then the second channel is not in this clip. It's a different... I'm pretty sure the second channel is also Apex Crypto. So yeah, I guess random, sure, but it's the guy who has the same name. He just got the wrong guy. You know, speaking of got the wrong guy...
I mean, he got the wrong guy, but it was also a crypto guy, so I feel a little bit less bad.
Is telling everybody I live in Miami, which obviously, if you hear my accent, it is a very Miami accent. We'll get to him in a minute, okay? He fail doxed me recently, which I feel bad for the other Nicholas DeOrio, for sure. Dude, I reinforce your accounts, buddy. They're coming for you. Yeah, I don't know. If you watch the clip, he even realizes it's the wrong guy, casually threatening a random innocent person. This would get anyone else permabanned. I mean, it has gotten someone permabanned. Hasan and Sneeko flashing guns to look tough. Absolutely funny. Hasan just testing the waters to see what he can get away with. In any other country, waving a gun around and threatening a random guy wouldn't get your... Well, okay, what you're failing to mention here is that Hasan is very musical people, okay? He has taken a lot from the content that he watches, all right? In the next video, it's going to be an AK. You know, Bro, he's so cringe. It's like acting like a high schooler. Again, this is how you cover this. Like this is the angle I would take 100%, is he looks like a pussy doing this. It's actually really pathetic to hold a gun that's like.
Well, I mean, if that's what you think, you actually made him look like kind of a Chad. Like, that's the irony. Like, wait. Oh my God, please, please, please. It's not gonna do it? Oh my God. It was right on the right thing, and then it reloaded. Why did it have to reload? It's somewhere here. There we go. See what I mean? Maybe he can't hold a gun. Maybe he doesn't know what he's doing. I don't fucking know guns. But Dan, you made him look cool. Congratulations. Congratulations, assholes. You made him look cool.
Like in proportion with his head, and it's small for his body.
Nicholas, the goat. Thank you for the $5, my man.
Like, honestly, if you're gonna go this, it would be even cringier if he actually had a real gun. You're brilliant. Oh, that's a fucking promoted account. He was trying to be musical. Okay, well, shit, dude. But would Luffy have done this? Would Luffy have done this, chat? Would you say that Luffy would have done this? I think we have a
Luffy wouldn't need to do it.
a question on the soundboard.
She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy.
It's the rape review theme song right there.
Half the people in Florida have your accent. You know why? Because that's where the cool people go to die. That's why everyone in Florida sounds like Nick DeOrio. Because all the cool people go down there to die. Notice how fast he pretends and all his morals go away when someone he doesn't like is involved. Huh! Chat! Notice how how fast his morals go away when someone he doesn't like is involved. I hate that quality in people. That's a quality that I really don't like in people. Some would say it's one of the worst qualities that someone could have. 35-year-old man, by the way, making fun of people for their weight simultaneously, if the literal word. And again,
you know what their meme is with Hasan? Pushing 40. He's 35. Right? Anyway, let's what is this? There are the Hasan, Dan Saltman, Hasan Piker, Diddy debate. What is this about?
Who's on record that he's fucked prostitutes. He's a guy on record saying that he wanted to fuck Diddy's cast-offs. He's a guy on record.
Whoa! When the fuck did he say that?
You don't know about this?
I don't know. Hasan did not want to lather up in baby oil and start fucking people at Diddy's house.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. The only person in this scenario with a connection to Diddy, I believe, is Dan Saltman through Tiny Chat. Am I right? Am I right about this?
Fucking with me right now? Or are you fucking with me?
That didn't
No. Stop.
No.
Stop. Hasan wanted to fuck Diddy's cast-offs.
What is a cast-off?
He said that.
Is that like Takeoff, the rapper?
Are you fucking with me right now?
No,
are
I
you
have no
trolling
idea.
me?
That was a joke, but I have no idea what you're talking about, and I had to stop you because that sounds crazy. There's a clip of him talking about young girls. I have no idea.
No. We're sorry. We have to extend this conversation a little bit. I'm sorry. I have to pull up some receipts here.
His argument was that he went to a party and he's like, "This is cringe" or whatever.
No,
and then he found out it was
DeOrio, you suck as a drama YouTuber. You're all over the place, man.
Bro, there's the Diddy. What is the Diddy party at? Like, I didn't spend 2 seconds looking.
Give me a second. I can't believe you didn't spend 2 seconds on this. What is wrong with you? What is fucking wrong with you? You call yourself an honorable drama YouTuber and you didn't cover this? Are you
okay? Yeah, this better be better than the clip I pulled of you.
You paid. Is Hasan paying you money to not watch this?
I'm actually getting paid from both sides, dude. That's how I maintain my that's how I maintain my.
I mean, he's getting something from both sides.
My wealth, dude.
Here is the video that I made. I'm gonna post it in your chat because it's the best one.
Wait, Hasan broke up with his girlfriend because he didn't want to attend a Diddy party? Wait, Hasan is younger than Wait, what is this?
Of course, we're gonna get. So Dan is sending me his own self-promotional material.
It's on an H3 subreddit, and I didn't even fucking post it. It's one of these cocksuckers fucking jacked it from me.
Are you gonna sue them?
Thinking about it.
Well, why aren't you gonna sue them and defend your IP, Dan? Is it because
I didn't register? I didn't think
They didn't call animal control
enough.
on your cat?
I didn't think ahead enough to register this with the Library of Congress. Moving forward, though, you better watch yourself. You start reacting to my content.
Dude, he logged he logged my stream in the Library of Congress and said it was his. All right, I can't show the tweet because he didn't send it yet. I got a link.
Posted it in chat. You dump. You're so
chat,
stupid.
we have fucking DMs, bro. What are you talking about?
Here, God, DeOrio, your YouTuber skills is leaving something
Bro,
to
I'm
be.
not looking at my
He says on his Blue Yeti.
chat.
All right, now I want to watch it at the same time.
I
want to hear the audio.
I'm going to screen share. I am going.
And you have to start at the beginning too.
Okay, Mr. Saltman. Here we go. Let's go. I didn't hear it yet, so yeah.
I made this YouTube video. It's so good. I made it. I did all these sound effects. I did the editing myself. Everything. First, stop, pause, watch the video.
Yes.
Or watch the first scene. What does that say? Read it out loud.
I would love. I don't want to read that.
Read it out loud. God damn it!
I don't want to read that. No, I don't want to read
it
that.
out loud.
It's on
in
the
your
screen. Hasan.
Read it in your best
Hasan Piker
impression.
would love. Should I make Carl Weezer say it?
Do it.
Jimmy's mom would love to hang with Diddy at the Ciroc Entourage and trickle down and bang anything thrown in his way. Dude.
All right, now press play.
All right, bro. Was he like 12 when he wrote this? How old was Hasan?
He wrote this, motherfucker. He wrote this. He wanted to fuck people that Diddy was fucking at Diddy parties.
But he didn't know that Diddy was fucking children.
Hold on.
Okay.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's press play on this video.
What? Why did he say what loud? Hold on, I gotta make this louder. Boost it.
Because he was reading the tweet. He was responding that look at my tweet. Look at my tweet. That's me, the cat at the top.
Redact,
I wrote this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think.
So he's saying the tweet's fake, even though it's an archival screenshot?
No. Stop. Stop. Go back. How are you fucking this up? You are the worst at context. Okay. First off, this is a tweet that happened in 2012. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now press play, and I'm gonna tell you to pause again quick after that.
All right. Hasan Piker is 35, correct? In the year 2025. 2012 is 13 years ago. Hasan Piker is 22. He's 22 at this point. This is 22-year-old Hasan Piker.
This is like Coney.
What?
Okay, quick pause.
Okay.
Okay, he's now responding to someone who's saying, are you denying that you've gone to a Diddy party?
Yes.
Okay, now this tweet does not say that he's gone to a Diddy party that he did. It just says that he wants to fuck people that have come down from a Diddy party.
Okay.
So someone just asked him, hey, are you denying that you've been to a Diddy party?
Well, he didn't want to fuck them. He wanted to give them the bro tip.
He was actually 21?
Stop, you dumb bastard. They were trying to be funny in chat. Okay, they were a Hasan dick rider being like, oh, so Hasan, so you're saying you've never been to a Diddy party? LOL. Because of course they're.
You get the. Never mind. Okay, I got you.
How am I having to explain this to you?
No, you don't understand. Okay, you just. Never mind.
All right, press play. Press play.
Okay.
Press play.
You denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think.
I did that editing.
No.
Oh, look at you with the fucking 2006 T channel fucking music. Yeah, you thought that was a compliment.
Wait. Does he not know what that's from? Does he only recognize that song from T channels? Look, I'm not a knower when it comes to Always Sunny, but even I know that. Like, the gang goes to a Diddy party, yeah.
I got you.
I walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy
this is the clip I
crazy
thought.
things for people who are
Shut
high.
up and keep watching.
Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms.
Bro, he's in the room where he slams the desk. I'm sorry.
Only portobello. That's such mood, chat. This was me on my flight from Seattle to Thailand, right? I was on an airline that allowed me, I was able to say that I request like a vegan meal. But what that ended up meaning was that usually that would mean that you get like some kind of protein, right? So some kind of replacement. You're not just eating stuff that's not meat. You're eating something that is like, macronutrient wise similar to whatever the meat dish is, right? But it's got tofu instead of meat, or it's got like a Beyond Beef, or you know what I mean, something like that, right? But on my flight over, everything was a mushroom, which I love. For the record, chat, I love mushrooms. I cannot get enough. Mushroom is one of my favorite things in the world. One thing though about mushrooms is they don't have a lot of protein. They taste meaty. They're very chewy. They're umami like meat, but they don't have the the protein element. I'm missing a few calories there, and I'm missing definitely some protein, right? So I was vegetable lasagna, exactly. I was vegetable lasagna on that flight. But I got served first. I got my vegetable lasagna first. But yeah, the problem was wasn't there wasn't any protein, right? And it wasn't just like one time. Like I think, it's like I'm trying to remember how long did it take me to get over? Why am I thinking 13 hours? 13 hours sounds very, everything is mushrooms like Resident Evil all over again. Damn. But beans make people fart. Oh, they don't want to give me beans. Yeah, that's like, I guess that's understandable. They don't want me to turn into a fart machine. He sprayed poison on Mac, played a bass line to give Dennis feelings. Wait, from Always Sunny. But yeah, by the time that I got there, I was just like, but by the time I got to Thailand, I was so hungry. Yeah, because like when I left, it was like 1 o'clock Seattle time. And then when I got to Thailand, it was 1 o'clock on a Monday, I think, Seattle time. And when I got there, it was like maybe, yeah, it was like 1 o'clock. No, it was like 10:30, I think, Thai time. But yeah, the whole time, like I got served like 3 meals, 3 sumptuous, succulent meals, and just like, every single one of them was like a mushroom as the main course. And so by the time I got there, I was like, I got to eat something for real. And I was too tired. I just fell asleep. And then my friend calls me and wakes my ass up and says, "We got to go smoke some Thai stick." That's what he sounds like too, right, chat? My friend from college, right? He's actually got a little bit of a southern accent. Maybe as much as my sister even, right? But yeah, he was keen on that, and it was just like the combination of that. Like, so when I finally did, smoke a little with him, I got so fucked up, right? Because like it's kind of like when you drink on an empty stomach. It just I'm like jet lagged, I'm tired, and I'm hanging out in this random room above a dispensary in Thailand with an unknown expat. There's another guy there hanging out trying to hit on me.
And one of the images that they were playing was like this.
In a school, there was a kid. In your school, there was a kid called Farty Marty. Yeah, I would have been Farty Marty.
Little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young.
All right, supposedly attractive. He's criticizing the age of the girl.
Girl,
he's there at the Diddy party.
Okay, but no, Dan, you told me he was attracted to young girls. This is a video of him saying that he wasn't attractive.
Hold on. When did I say that?
All right, no, that's not the way that you said it, but you implied that he was happy about this young girl and said that she was hot. He's specifically saying supposedly attractive, that he wasn't attractive.
I do not recall saying anything like that, sir. You are putting slanderous, libelous
the way I explained it the first time didn't come out good. But my point is, this is not a positive for him. He wasn't like, wow, this minor is fucking
doing it for me.
Let me just listen to the rest of the
girl, like opening up a Christmas gift.
Okay. So there's more. I'm sorry, there's more. Did you think that?
Yeah. There's more, but we don't want to show you the rest of the clip. There's more, but it's not a continuation from the moment we stopped at, which would be the really interesting thing to figure out what exactly Hasan was saying. We're We're not interested in that. We're not interested in that at all. We're only interested in poisoning and smearing someone's reputation. That's it.
There's the only clip that I'd seen, but it sounds like he wasn't really happy to be there.
No, he was happy to be there, but he's now like not explaining it. So I have more for you though.
Okay.
So Hasan, Jesus, how am I gonna find this quickly?
The big thing here is that he went to a Diddy party, not anything related to, because you're talking about like fucking prostitutes and stuff. And
no, I'm just saying. Hold on, I'm saying. I'm looking at the.
And aren't they only saying this to cover up for Dan's involvement with Tiny Chat?
The way that this is structured is Diddy. He wanted to fuck Diddy's entourage, and then the clip that you play is him saying that there was like a supposedly young girl at the event. So obviously, like, I don't think that he was into the young girl.
You don't know though. I don't know either. I
no, but I don't think there's any evidence that can even let me imply that that could be the case.
Well, let's hold on. Let's take a look. See here. Let me sort this by sort by dates. Old to new. That's
I'm not. Wait, someone in the chat said, "I mean, he's not there. Like, this is whack, guys." I mean, listen to what he just said.
Girl, this like that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl.
That is him literally saying it's whack.
He was at a Diddy party, motherfucker. It doesn't matter if he's saying it's whack.
I get that. I understand.
He's like Nick, you don't understand. We're so close. We're so close to getting the Roadrunner. I can taste that Roadrunner. I am drawing a diagram to show you like what parts of the Roadrunner I want to cut into what cuts of meat, right? I've got my recipe for Roadrunner soup, for Roadrunner steak. Like it's gonna be so good. We're gonna eat the Roadrunner. Finally, my Acme order has come through. We're gonna just don't fuck this up for me, Nick, because we're gonna get him. We're gonna get if you could just suspend your disbelief long enough to like buy into that Hasan did something bad here, or that the optics are bad, or whatever. We can smear this guy's reputation, and we can be triumphant with the utter scumbags, the actual psychopaths and I'm talking about the community of DGG. I'm not talking about a person when I say psycho. The psychopathic community that Destiny has cultivated can break out of containment again. That's what he's fucking saying. Like, this guy's a fucking monster. He needs to be stopped. I'm gonna call Acme and see if we can get some goods. I feel like it has to be bad luck to eat yeah, absolutely. The Roadrunner would probably lay eggs in your stomach and they would burst out of your chest. You know, it'd be like that kind of deal.
I never been at
He
no fucking Diddy
lied
party.
about
He
being
was
at a
there.
fucking Diddy party. 100%. I agree with you. I'm talking to the guy in chat who's saying.
Also, why does Nick have a turd on his face? Did like Mr. Hanky come by and I don't get it. Why is there a poop stain under his nose?
Oh, it's not saying it's whack. I go, but that's a clip of him literally saying it's fucking whack.
Hold on. I'm looking for.
Listen, this is the part that I don't like with the whole. There is stuff to criticize here. I think people take it to another level for no reason. You can get him on X. Why do we have to pretend it's Y? I'm talking to the chatter. Like X is funny. We can laugh about X, but Y doesn't exist. So why talk about Y?
Giardia solidarity.
Then you lose out on X.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you some more links. So there's this right here.
Sure.
That's timestamped. You only have to watch like a little bit of that.
Let me see.
Omni-Man from Invincible, but does Omni-Man have poop on his face?
Okay.
Is that part of Omni-Man's character?
Okay. Is that Boogie? That's not Boogie. Stavarios.
I know Diddy's into stuff like that 100%. He does.
All right, we're gonna scroll back a little bit. Okay.
Fucking
Stavarios? You mean Stavros? Stavarios? Stavarios Halkus, Chad. It's Stavarios Halkus.
Glasses with the slits through, bro.
The hater shades, the hater blockers, the stunners.
Wait. I thought that was a Kanye thing. The glasses with the slits?
Oh.
The Venetian shade glasses? Stavarius, yeah.
Oh my God, dude, that would be so sick. Yo, I know Diddy's into stuff like that 100%. He does like crazy stuff like that.
I feel like if you fucked enough, it's like you kind of want to do some shit like that. Although I can't.
What is that, Dan?
That's him sounding like he knows what goes on at a Diddy party.
No,
when was this video?
Dan. When I say what is that, what are they talking about? What is that stuff?
Yeah, when did Hasan have Ron Jeremy on, chat? Do you remember when that? I don't remember that episode. I don't remember him having Ron Jeremy. When did this happen?
What is he into?
Crazy
But what
sex
kind
stuff.
of crazy sex?
I don't fucking know. How the fuck would I know?
Because it's your clip. Hold on.
It's not my. It's not
Let's
my
talk
clip.
about Call Her Daddy with Julia Fox.
Let's do it.
She's so pretty. All right.
They need to know that they will never be worthy to have that. Like the pussy, they'll never be good enough for.
Wait, what is the music?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking super villain for.
Good enough for the pussy.
What?
They need to know that they will never be worthy to have that. Like the pussy, they'll never be good enough for the pussy.
What? The pussy.
Watching or something.
What?
So, like, foursomes. Yeah.
Foursomes. Okay, they're talking about foursomes. Thank you.
Yeah, chat. When did he have Bob Hoskins on? I don't remember. Do you remember this episode? When he brought Bob Hoskins from Super Mario Brothers movie on? Do you remember? I don't remember him having Bob Hoskins on. This must be some old Hasan.
Can't if I.
So Diddy is into foursomes.
Does like crazy stuff like that.
I feel like if you fucked enough, it's like you kind of
Okay.
want to do some shit like that. Although I've.
Or we can slow it back. We can go back to normal speed. I just needed.
Yeah, when did he have David Crosby on? I can't remember. I don't remember this episode, chat. When did he have? Oh my god, I've got like one more. God damn it! It was on the tip of my tongue a second ago. Not the DeOrio brothers. That's right. Yeah, the Lou Albano. Thank you, Jadave. Mind meld. Yes. When did he have Captain Lou Albano on? Lou Albano, and why did he not bring Cyndi Lauper along? Right? Because I thought they were kind of a pair. I thought they were a package deal. It's John Leguizamo is Bob Hoskins makeup. Okay. Wait, did Leguizamo play Luigi? Is that what? Oh no, Leguizamo played Koopa, right?
Need to know the context of what he's into. And by the way, Dan, are you saying that people who are into foursomes are like potentially like?
No, I'm not
weird
saying that.
creeps?
What I'm saying, no. Listen to me. You.
Well, it's a good thing because you're gonna miss out with your foursome with Nick and two of his friends or whatever would have happened otherwise.
Bastard. Okay. You pizza.
Well, I'm just saying your other
looking-
co-host is the most oversexed person I've seen in my entire life.
I am trying to make a point here that
Leguizamo did play Luigi. I thought Leguizamo played Koopa, or is that the more recent one? He played Luigi. Wait. Are you sure, chat? Are you sure that I thought? Wait, who plays Koopa in the new one? The one with what's his fuck? Chris Pratt. Who plays who is that? Isn't that Leguizamo? Or am I thinking of like Sonic's? No, Sonic's not Leguizamo.
Hasan will go on and on calling me Diddy Dan over and over again because
and you have a right to be mad.
Because you have Diddy energy, and you are literally connected to him in a business relationship.
About that.
Allegedly.
No. Even though I've never.
Koopa was Dennis Hopper. Jack Black played Koopa. Why did I think it was Leguizamo? What? Who? Oh no, because Leguizamo plays that clown in that one movie. What's it called? Scum. Sperm. Spooge. You know what I'm talking about? Spunk. Splooge. What is that thing called, chat? Where he plays a clown? Do you remember that? John Leguizamo plays an evil clown in Spawn. There we go. Yeah, Spawn.
Never met the motherfucker, but this guy, and I'm about to send you, I think, another clip here where Hasan, his girlfriend, was gonna go to a Diddy party, and he broke up with her on the fucking spot because he knew what was going on was at Diddy parties.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's this one.
Yeah, Spoon.
Wait, can I
Spoon the movie?
Wait, you brought me to this clip for one sentence?
Yeah, basically. That was it.
Dan!
I've
Hold
never.
on.
I
Let me hear a little
can't.
more.
If I just can't imagine wanting to see a guy fuck my wife. It just there's something in my brain. Like, listen.
Do you agree? I feel.
Oh, dude, this is literally.
Wait. What? Stavros is married? I thought he was the world's most eligible bachelor.
Tuesday at DGG.
If my wife wants to watch
Same.
me fuck, and that's the thing. I understand that that's unfair.
Yeah, no.
But and if she doesn't want that, that's fine. But I just
Wait, it's unfair. Why? Because you're fucking other women and you don't. What?
It is really that village.
Wait. What's going on? I didn't know. Was Stavros married at some point?
Where it's like
Who was his wife? Adam?
Our our genes were meant to be fucking, you know, I'm meant to be picking olives. You're meant to be fucking.
In theory, okay.
You fucking pulled out the thing that can find every single time he ever said the word Diddy. That's how you have this clip.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm looking for one and I can't find it right now, so you're just gonna have to take my word.
What do you mean I have to take your word for? I didn't like your word in the last 2 clips.
I'm trying to find it. God damn it! The cliff notes of it is that it's a story of Hasan breaking up with his girlfriend because she wanted to go to a Diddy party and he didn't want to go because he knew what went on at a Diddy party, meaning people fucking like crazy, and then he broke up with her.
Someone in chat is saying Dan is actually right about the clip. What am I supposed to do with this, bro? I need the clip.
I'm trying to find this goddamn thing.
Dan, you are
what?
hyper. You have Hasanitis. Okay, I can't.
No, I don't.
I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I might be right, but I can take it at a grain of salt.
It is right. I'm having a difficulty. I'm looking. Hasan is like, he scrubbed it. He doesn't want the world to know about his girlfriend. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Okay.
Dude, he's going to pull up a clip and Hasan's going to be like, so I was coated in baby oil and I didn't even know who I was. And I'm going to be like, I'm such an asshole.
I got it. Because I don't even know who I was fucking. I was just slipping into whatever asshole was next to me right there. And it's like, oh, yes. I didn't even know this one was here.
Yeah, I don't think that Hasan Piker was like, woo wee, gotta go to the Diddy party. I think that him lying and getting caught lying about it is funny. But I don't think there's anything nefarious here.
I think I got it.
Even the raided the brothel thing is like a little weird because I don't think that like
it's not just a little weird. That's Dan's original sin.
That is as like the brothel was raided after he was there. It wasn't he didn't set out to go. Wow.
Yeah, like I mean, Dan's explained this before. He knows, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's no bad tactics, only bad targets. And Hasan Piker, since he is bad, is a good target. He's, Dan can't even convince someone who supports him because there is no evidence. He's deconvincing. Like Nick DeOrio is turning into a Hasan stan here.
Listen, really young women better go to that one. There's no evidence to support that.
Hey, I understand everything that you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
The point.
I understand. I just don't care because I'm disingenuous. I'm a disingenuous, like antisocial freak.
Cognitive dissonance that the other side will have, the hoops that they will jump through.
No, Hasan Piker gets on stream, calls me a Nazi, says I run a Nazi podcast, but that's why I'm better than him. I'm not going to call him a pedophile because he went to a brothel that got raided after he got there. Hey. And I'm not going to say that he wants to fuck young kids at Diddy's party.
Well, then again, I mean, like, look, DeOrio, you might not be a Nazi yourself, but you've definitely got Nazis in your audience. Whereas Hasan, I think you might be hard-pressed to find a pedo in his audience. That's the difference. It just kind of fits with you, but...
I'm no better than he is.
I haven't either, you dumb bastard.
No, I'm not saying you, but that's what the chat wants. I'm not doing it.
No. Oh, yeah, that is what the chat wants.
That's what the chat wants me to do. They want to clap like seals while I call Hasan a pedophile because he called me a Nazi. I'm not going to do it.
Can you do a good seal noise?
No, you clap. That's the clapping part. But yeah.
Yeah, I know, but no, but they...
Yeah, actually, I have to cover myself in baby oil to do a seal imitation.
But I don't know. I'm not gonna or for you, Dan. Find me the clip.
I posted it.
What the fuck is in baby oil, chat? What even is that shit? What is baby oil?
I'm sorry, I didn't know. We're not getting to Mr. Beast tonight. That's gonna be a move over to It's the same clip. Oh no.
No, the last link. How do you fail clicking things?
Because I was like,
what the fuck is he dressed? I couldn't tell if he was dressed as like a knight or an orange. It kind of looks like he's an orange.
That's the important part here. Well, yes.
I don't know. I'm setting the stage here.
He's Hercules, right? Is he Hercules?
Hang out, and I was like, well, if we're supposed to hang out that night.
And she's what's her name from Hercules? Yeah, that's a Hercules cosplay, right? Either that or it's a Kingdom Hearts Hercules cosplay. A baby oil made from babies. Oh yeah, extracted from extruded babies. It's mineral oil. What is mineral oil? I guess I don't really know what that is either. Is that like mineral spirits? Is that the same thing or?
birthday. She was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to this, this party at Diddy's house," and I was like, "You're not going there without me. What the? What do you mean you're going to this? We were supposed to hang out."
I like that you said that though.
And
What's her name from Hercules? What's the girl's name? Like Megan or something?
It was innocent. Like it was. I didn't fucking know what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
What?
This was years ago when she was like, "No guys allowed." I was like, "Okay, you can go on your own."
Whoa, babe, I'm going just a little small thing. Diddy party, no guys allowed.
But it was like,
nothing is happening. I'm gonna be networking.
Clarification.
Yes, you gotta clarify the cation.
Okay, so what? How do I do that?
Wait, I'm confused.
He's clarifying the butter, I think.
It sounds like he was like, hold on.
Innocent. Like it was. I didn't fucking know.
He says he literally didn't know and it was innocent.
Oh, well, shit. If he said he didn't know, Nick, then fuck it. Let's just move the fuck on. What do you want to do?
Is you said that he knew, but the clip is him saying that he didn't know.
No. He's saying, I didn't know they were fucking kids there.
Yeah,
But
so for the record, what Dan is looking for is to create a narrative, to create a virtual space for you to imagine where it is possible that Hasan knowingly, at some point went to a Diddy party, right? And he's trying to just be like, let's just take our minds out of anything that might be counterfactual, right? That might be proof that that's not true. As long as we can draw up a scenario where it's possible, we can convict Hasan in our mind because Hasan is a bad guy, right? And as long as it's possible that there's a, innocent explanation for Destiny's predation, then we can say that Destiny did nothing wrong because, we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. We're going to have Hasan as guilty until proven innocent. Destiny is innocent until proven guilty. That is how this man thinks. That is how his brain works.
Saying I knew that they were fucking there a lot.
Yes. Wait, hold on. Do you think there's a difference between people knowing that Diddy had parties and had like mass orgies and knowing that he was fucking kids at these parties? Do you think there's a difference there? Do you think it's unreason? Do you think that
mineral spirits used for like cleaning paintbrushes is not the same as baby oil? So what is mineral oil though? Is it like, how do you get an oil out of a mineral? Really creepy. This has veered into stalker mode. This guy needs a psychological. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, he probably has had a psych assessment, and it probably, I don't know. I would guess that if he's ever been checked out by a psychologist, that there's definitely some red flags being raised.
20 or whatever. If people went to a Diddy party, you think the assumption is they were raping children there, or do you think the assumption was they were having a lot of sex? And that there's
okay, it's a refined petroleum-based, colorless, odorless. Okay, so it's basically like clarified, Vaseline almost. That almost sounds like it's like the ghee, as ghee is to butter, baby oil is to Vaseline. Is that roughly right? Probably are used to soften and moisturize baby's delicate skin. It is petroleum. It's a petroleum product. Oil from a mineral? Yeah, what, like some kind of petroleum? Yeah, there's no oil from a mineral. No, but I'm just like imagining, like, I don't know, squeezing oil from a rock or something, rock dust or
and when someone
carbon.
If your girlfriend comes up to you and says, "I'm
going
to
beat you up,"
if your girlfriend comes up to you and says, "Hey," or your wife,
but yeah, good point. Petroleum is hydrocarbons.
And says, "I'm gonna be going to a party with P. Diddy," someone you know has like fucking group orgies and shit at parties, and there are no men allowed at these parties. I'm gonna be going to this now. Do you think the implication is like related to child stuff or related to the fact that like there's sex occurring at these parties?
And it's related to the fact that the partner is very obviously going to be cheating on Hasan, and if they're not in an open relationship, then if they have not pre-negotiated this, then yeah, that's not cool. There's a boundary that Hasan didn't want her to stone oleum oil. It's oil from stones. Well, I mean, but literally, I'm talking about like the makeup of the substances in petroleum themselves. I think they're hydrocarbon chains, right?
They're not allowed to bring their partner, says they're going to participate.
You are such a contrarian. You know that? Like,
that's not a contrarian.
Yeah, it doesn't come from rocks. That's right. It comes from dinosaurs.
Hey, there's not enough
yes,
evidence
I know,
here
you
to say
dumb bastard. Yes, no shit, you dumb motherfucker. I'm just saying that this is a guy who will call everyone a Diddy party goer. They'll call me Diddy Dan. They'll call you Diddy Oreo, when this motherfucker went to
Diddy Oreo doesn't even like come off the tongue well.
Diddy parties, even though he may not have known. Okay, I don't think he did know. Probably not. But
okay,
the whole point,
That's fine, then.
we're just talking about how Hasan is like delusional. You
yeah,
get
no,
it?
he lied about going to a Diddy party. Yes, 100%.
No, that's not what I. That is not what I am saying. That he lied about going to a Diddy party. That is the least important part here. The point that we're trying to make is that Hasan and his audience have this blinders on that anything Hasan does, it's like innocent. Like everyone was going to Diddy parties
team
back then.
sports. I know. I rant on about it the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And I've never even met the motherfucker. This guy's been to his fucking parties.
I've never even met the motherfucker. I only had a business relationship with him.
Fucking times. Right.
But my point is, there's probably like 10% of my chat that's convinced.
You're jealous that Hasan has met celebrities. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm getting from this.
Child molester. And those people are crazy.
Good. You know what? For all of you guys who are convinced, fuck it. I bet. You know what? I can't be positive, but there's a chance he knew.
Stardust in chat said Dan is just pointing out the hypocrisy. You know, that is the worst part.
Yeah, Stardust is a mod there, isn't she? Wait, can we see? I'm like curious now, chat. That looks like. Wait, it looks like. Why does it look like Twitch chat? Oh, I bet he's on Kick. Wait, I don't see Stardust in chat. I think I one time did see though Stardust in DeOrio's chat, and I was surprised that she was a mod. Yeah, I don't.
This guy's been to his fucking parties.
I don't see her name.
Multiple fucking times, right?
But my point is, there's probably like 10% of my chat that's convinced by this clip that he's a child molester, and those people are crazy.
Good. You know what? For all of you guys who are convinced, fuck it. I bet. You know what? I can't be positive, but there's.
But I wonder if she realizes that this makes her DeOrio's Frogan, right? If she's the mod for DeOrio, then she is the Frogan to DeOrio's Hasan.
There's a chance you know.
Stardust in chat said Dan is just pointing out the hypocrisy. You know, that is the worst part, is the hypocrisy.
It's not the child rape. It's the hypocrisy.
Finally, you got it. Oh my.
Wait, what's that from? The worst part is the hypocrisy. Is that Norm Macdonald's movie Dirty Work? Is that when he gets SA'd in prison and it's like, you know what the worst part was? It's the hypocrisy. Well, no, actually the R word was the worst part, but.
My God, dude, you finally got. Thank you.
Oh,
no, I know. I know.
Did we just?
Maybe she goes by a different name now. I don't even know, chat. I don't care.
Did we just demonetize?
She's irrelevant.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay,
Good,
all right. I forgot certain words aren't allowed. I didn't know if if we got there or not. But okay, good to know that one's still on the allowed list.
I'm just saying this is like a nothing burger clip with a clear hypocrisy.
Oh, I don't care. You remember
what do you mean
Ethan Klein?
Care? You have
you know what? Let me play this
begging
video.
me to watch it. You care a lot about this clip.
No, it's just to show that Hasan and his audience are like, they don't matter. They're unserious, retarded
but
people.
I knew that before I fucking got this weird Diddy
Oh, well,
angle
I am so sorry that I gave you an additional piece of commentary that you didn't know about. My bad, Mr. Oreo. In the future, I will just assume that you knew everything already and then not send you anything.
I saw the one clip and I feel like I got all the mileage off that one
clip.
No, that first clip.
I don't know, chat. He must be multi-streaming.
You showed me where he said like there was a kid at this party. It was kind of weird. I saw that clip and I feel like I haven't learned anything based off the other two clips.
It's a Norm joke about Cosby, is it? Norm Macdonald talking about Patton Oswalt, R.E. Bilka. That's what he said with the worst part is the hypocrisy. Why did I think it was in Small Talk? Oh. Okay. I will say no more. I will say no more. Okay. That's wild.
Clips that you showed me. One of them was just him saying the word Diddy though, so I think you knew that clip sucked, but I don't know. I don't like when Hasan Piker goes on a live stream and says like Nick DeOrio runs a neo-Nazi podcast and he's the most transphobic person on the planet and like grades people.
I wouldn't say on the planet
and shit. I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't want to do that to him either.
But chat, am I right? Is she a mod? Is she a mod there?
Well, we're
she is to DeOrio as I am to Xander. Oh no, God.
Doing that to him.
Oh no.
I don't think we are.
No.
Do you think
modded?
We are.
Well,
see, like I'm just saying it because I know that I'm sure that Stardust loves to be compared to Frogan. right? Stardust is, incredibly, like definitely one of her favorite people, right? She has a wrench, just like, yeah. All right, well, there we go. Frogan status has been achieved.
I'm just saying, what is the implication of all these clips? Is your argument just that he's a hypocrite because he lied about the Diddy party? And
They might have used it in Dirty Work too, but it's from a stand-up. And yeah, there's a whole controversy about, there's like apparently a second cut to Dirty Work. They made it a PG-13 movie because they thought it would do better in the box office if, like, parents could take their kids to see Dirty Work. And turns out it didn't work. And they cut out a lot of funny jokes from that movie, apparently.
he's been calling you Diddy Dan when he simultaneously has a history of going to a Diddy party and is knowledgeable the type of
Wait, Bill Cosby enablers didn't serve a day in jail or find what? Oh, his enablers didn't.
And that's fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah, because I'll tell you who hasn't been to a Diddy party or even met Sean Combs. Let me
Sean Puffy Combs.
Get a picture real quick. Hold on 1 second.
If you pull up Destiny, I'm kicking you off my stream.
They don't sleep good at night knowing that I'm downloading every Facebook comment that you've made, Dan. That I've gone and I've basically downloaded every comment you made everywhere.
He kind of looks like an evil version of Nick Avocado, right? You know how Nick Avocado Avocado looks now? He's like an older, less honest version of Nikocado Avocado. Do you see it? Do you see it? He's 2 steps ahead, chat. He's 2 steps ahead.
Stuff with your kids, literally everything. Downloading it all, going through it, and use it all against them. By the way, this is a good reason why you should use redact.dev.
Oh, this is the family thing? Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, what exactly did that mean?
Yeah, it's really making a strong argument towards using his tools. I'm sure that's not going to be used for blackmail or anything.
What it meant is that Dan Clancy is the tip of the spear of allowing anti-Semitism to happen on Twitch, either by incompetence or by the fact that he's an anti-Semite himself. And if he thinks that I'm just going to be...
Was this the argument that Turkey Tom and Dan had?
Some little nice, little pussy that's just going to be like, oh, well, Dan, I'm just going to, I'm not going to go and do this. No, I'm going to learn fucking everything there is to know about this motherfucker.
The stuff with your kids, literally everything.
Everything that there is to know about.
What do his
Joshua Keller? I don't know. He just looks like a white guy. Are you saying I think all white guys look the same?
kids have to do with anything, though?
I think all I said is that
I've gone and I've basically downloaded every comment you made everywhere.
It's the expressions. It's the expressions. He's got in the kind of the face shape too. Like, right, the Nikocado after he lost the weight, right? I don't know. How did that all shake out with Nikocado? He was like trolling on another level. When we last watched Nikocado.
The stuff with your kids, literally everything. Downloading it all.
So you don't get to say shit about CPS anymore. You understand? You don't get to say shit about CPS. You don't get to say shit about, concern troll about anyone's kids. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. You are a fucking creep. You are a fucking stalker. You are dangerous, right? You are a danger to yourself and others. And people should stay the fuck away from you.
All going through it. And use it all.
I think pictures of you, it doesn't matter. That was basically.
I'm saying I think all white guys look the same, says Joshua Keller.
Pictures of you, stuff with your kids. That's what you said.
Yeah, he has travel blogs with his kids. Basically, I had taken everything that he's done. What does this have to do with anything? Did I say I'm going after his kids?
The stuff with your kids, literally everything. Downloading it all. Yeah.
But nobody said they were going after Ethan's kids either. They said they were concerned for the kids' safety. Right, and this got turned into they're targeting Ethan's kids.
Use it all.
I didn't say that.
No, but I think that's the question that people are asking.
The worst part is the hypocrisy.
That's fucking retarded. Okay, and people that person's just a
and the Arsler
Hasan person trying to whatever.
It was Nick DeOrio, so it wasn't.
What? Nick DeOrio?
Nicholas DeOrio. All right, well that is that one. Now, chat. I don't know what to do here. We are kind of coming up on time. I feel like I should hit you with the bonus content here. Only problem is that I mentioned Chud Logic. I mentioned Augie RFC in the description. We haven't watched that clip yet. Should we put it off till tomorrow? Probably so. I should probably start biting off, like, not more than I can chew. What actually won? What has been victorious? How many votes do we have, first of all? Only 147? God, was nobody voting to get day? Anyway, chat, I don't know. How well is the stream even doing? So yeah, Ethan's crash out on, is it because I started early? And people just aren't queued in to, like, the early start time? I don't know. Did people retweet and you know, bump the Blue Sky thread? I feel like I haven't mentioned that the whole time. I should have. Anyway, with only 147 votes this time, for whatever reason, Ethan's crash out on Taylor Lorenz is in first place, but we also have some bonus. Oh no, it's winning. Yeah, Ethan's crash out on Taylor. That's what wins. I guess we're gonna have to go to that. Yeah, because otherwise we won't have time. Chat, we fucking hate this. The whole point was to the whole special thing was gonna be the freaking you know, the J-Stalk stream. Like, that's where everything apparently comes together and blows up in Dan's face, and it's beautiful and glorious, and even Kuihman gets some shots in, and Chud Logic, what's he do? We still don't know what Chud Logic's doing. Is Chud Logic a good guy or a bad guy here? Well, I guess we'll never know, because we're gonna go to H3 Podcast and watch some Taylor Lorenz harassment go down. Oh my god, great freeze frame there. Peach and Love celebration, crew rehab cap, tattoo talk. Oh no, let's do the tattoo talk. I'd be remiss if I didn't. Let's find out what the fucking tattoo is all about. The people have speculated that he's making fun of children dying in Gaza with this picture because they're eating watermelons, right?
Oh yeah, he said it was more painful than his other ones. There's Godzilla, we got
Ghidorah,
Pikachu, we got a watch. What kind of watch you rocking? Back up a little.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Looks like a Rolly bezel. What is that, Zach? Is that a Rolly?
That's a Lafufu, dog.
That's a Lafufu. I got you.
I think you should go back to the overhead for the 36 or.
Oh.
It's just a
There's some.
We got tricked, chat. It's all watch talk.
Dan says they sell to rubes.
I don't care about watch talk.
Genuine question.
How
I want tattoo talk.
Like right after you get the tattoo, how well you take care of it.
Worst case, you could.
Is he gonna explain what the fuck the tattoo is? We also need to do the Epstein thing. God damn. There's another CoffeeZilla video that's up. I gotta bookmark this. Yeah, there we go.
You could just retouch it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the little one.
Exact same.
Be sick.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be freaking epic.
So that's what I've got going on there. And, oh yeah, and Snark, of course, God bless their souls. I knew that the watermelon thing was going to be taken to the extreme. They said, quote,
yeah, no, I just want to know what your explanation was. I want to know what his explanation was for that, right?
As close to a Nazi swastika as you can get without getting a Nazi swastika.
That one?
Yeah, this one.
That tattoo?
You would think that.
You're kind of doing a dog whistle, though, in like pretending the watermelon is a neutral symbol at this point. You are doing a little bit of dog whistling.
Like,
Jesus. Is that, well,
you know,
let me take wait, hold
sweet,
on.
Wholesome.
Put it on screen again.
Sure.
We need to take another look at this.
Yeah, take a closer look.
We gotta take a look. Show it on the overhead.
Wait, what are you doing? What's that? Are you saluting?
Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm looking. I'm looking for the hidden Swazi.
The dinosaurs, maybe.
Yeah, I just can't figure out what that.
Maybe in the texture of the hair or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to look at it later, a little bit closer.
God bless their souls, though. We love them, don't we, folks? Yeah. So it was definitely my most painful one.
He does have a little bit of that Fuentes dog in him, doesn't he?
I don't know if it was the space or the colors or what. But anyway, it was fine. It only it took less than 4 hours, which was really amazing.
All right, I'm bored of the tattoo. Let's do Taylor Lorenz recap. Are you ready? And chat, I will get back to, I will cover the J-Stalk stream somehow. I also need to cover the Epstein thing somehow.
Hey, it's what they told me to do. All right, let's go on to all the fallout. Taylor Lorenz, my bestie, has accused me of being a raging misogynist who hates women. Which got this whole
100% right.
Yeah, she nailed me. She shared cat 10 barge.
You've had issues with the watermelon before. He chose specifically to farm drama. That's what I think he's doing. Yeah, is basically making something that at the very least is baiting people into thinking that he's making some kind of disgusting commentary with this tattoo. Leftover sub caught on pretty quick and yeah, as bait, exactly. It's definitely bait.
Article: Ethan Klein's War on Women. Ethan Klein's a raging misogynist who hates women. Excellent piece by Kat. Now, anyone who's calling this an excellent piece has to have not read it, because this is straight up drivel. It is the dumbest. It's just horrible writing, and it's all not true, and it's all like just super bad faith. Very, I mean, I can see why these people are no longer employed by reputable institutions. They're utterly.
Now, can we have a fact check on this? Isn't there an actual reason why Taylor, like, I think she's been over this, right? She quit the Washington Post because she had objections to the editorial in that paper, right? I don't remember the New York Times Look, Chris Blessing, if it's not bait, I just want the explanation. I want Ethan sharing a story about watermelon and what it means to him and why he's using it, right? Otherwise, it's just a little too close. It's just a little, I think he just has bad taste. Yeah. What did they say he's gonna get that? Because it looks like the tattoo is incomplete, right? I mean, I would guess. I mean, it could be wrong, but you know, that he's gonna have somebody draw some like outlines on it, so maybe there's gonna be more detail filled in the faces and stuff like that. As it is, it just looks kind of ghostly, right? You know, it's like, it's actually kind of creepy. Children with no face eating watermelon in the midst of a genocide in Palestine. I don't know. Reminder: 45 minutes into the episode, he saw how nice Peach Jar's house was, and immediately said, "Is she on OnlyFans?"
I would be, dude. Can you imagine posting this article in like, where did Cat work? Fucking New York Times. I don't know where. The New York Times. Like the editor should fucking commit Sudoku or whatever.
Did you say Sudoku?
That's a funny one because it's a.
No, he was saying seppuku.
No, I said Sudoku.
That's not right.
Seppuku. Yeah, that's anyway.
Either.
But what's the name of the game?
Sudoku.
Yes.
Not a game. It's a disembowelment.
Sudoku. They should have committed Sudoku.
Careful.
La boo boo.
That's funny, right? That's good shit.
It's funny how you said the word wrong.
No, but the joke, if I said it right,
no, that wasn't
committing Sudoku.
It wasn't that funny. It was funnier because you said
what?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just.
That's a
I want to give
killer
more
play
credit
on
to
words.
Love for pointing out that stuff on your lips, because these clips.
He's gonna add what color to the Hila tattoo? Oh no, chat! He's gonna make it even worse. Like that atrocity of a tattoo that Hila is probably. I imagine, chat, if I was Hila Klein and I'm sleeping in my bed at night, looking over at my husband's tattoo of me, the ugliest picture I've ever taken. Right? I am ideating on what it would be like to cut that section of my husband's skin off, right? And throw it in the fire. I mean, obviously that's wrong to do, and I'm not advocating any violence. I'm not endorsing any harmful or dangerous behavior, right? But chat, if I'm Hila Klein, that's what I'm thinking. Seeing that tattoo, that's what I'm thinking. All right, I'm not happy about it. How the fuck are you gonna add color to Han and Nun memorial? To his wife, it's already done in black. There's no empty skin. Yeah, good question. You could do it maybe the other way, and start off with the skin colored, the coloration, and then do the outline. It would make more sense maybe. Ethan has the gall to call iDubbbz tats ugly, and look at that mess. Yeah.
That people are gonna take. It would have been real awkward if you had that on your.
Yeah.
I just think.
All right, let's see this peach jars thing.
We're fine.
Are you just did? Nice.
Somewhere like right here.
Is she an OF thing?
Is she an OF thing?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Let me see.
I don't want to be rude. And
You kind of can't help that. You're the guy that like had a conversation with a gay guy where you could not help yourself from asking if he's a bottom or a top, despite the fact that he was really clear that that question crossed the line. You kept pushing. Don't push. Don't push.
That peach jars OF. It's just her house. Yeah, she has an OF. I think that's Her house looks crazy nice. So I was like, oh,
God, I love her.
Yeah, it's obviously the only way that she could afford such a house. It's through an OnlyFans career.
You know what? Nice car too. Good for her.
What's the deal with peach jars again? Oh, creator clash, right? What was it that she was like the last person to drop out? Is that why she's getting covered by Ethan?
My niece, my oldest niece, she's talking quiet and fast like me, and I was like, I get it. I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna be loud. I'm gonna speak slower.
Just speak assertively.
It looks like a memorial tattoo. It kind of does.
Speak like you want me to hear you.
What's it? It's a memorial to the part of her that died during her IDF service. Yeah.
Do you want to try?
I'll give it a shot.
Part of Hila Klein never came back from that raid in Ramallah.
I'll give it a shot.
That one I heard less. All right, so anyway, here's Taylor. As an English and gender studies professor, I can't deal with how many people use this term incorrectly. Misogynist means woman hater. Her tweet actually reads, Ethan is a raging woman hater who hates women.
Oh.
A+ journalism. Stops. Anyway, so I started by saying like Cat 10 Barge calls me a misogynist. And then these bozos do this thing where they go, I never said you're a misogynist. I just wrote an article that says Ethan Klein's war on women. It's like, do you know what words mean? Like, what is the...
No, the question is, do you know how to read? Can you see an article about you with the word misogynistic in it that doesn't actually call you that without assuming that there's a connection there where there isn't? That's the question. It's the reading comprehension from an English major. Chat, may I remind you, Ethan Klein, English major.
These people, they're either so willfully obtuse.
Wait, you just said it. You just said it.
Yeah, what's the point?
What is the point of conversing with these
I'm not conversing. I'm
They're fucking losers, dude.
You're not conversing. That's right. It's a one-way thing. It's even worse. It's even worse, Ethan, by your own fucking thing. And look, nobody fucking likes this. You're not getting any more viewers. You had the same amount of viewers on your return stream after a break. Chat, if you don't know, with channels of this size, taking a 2-week break will generally cause the stream that you come back on to be, you'd expect for Ethan Klein, like, I don't know, 5,000 more people watching, right? Instead, he had the exact same number as he did before, right? Ethan's channel is dying. It's just hard to tell because it's a, 2 million, although it was, was it at 2.9 something million? And I think it was at 3 point something million at one time, right? But yeah, he's down to, I think he's lost, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I feel like he's lost more subs than Illuminati.
Dunking.
Yeah, well, okay, fair enough. Well, but you told me you spent all break going back and forth with them. That's conversing.
Nah, it's been a war because...
They said she was going to replace Lena? Wait, who
Taylor
was?
Lorenz thinks that she can just fucking say whatever she wants about me. And
Yeah, but nobody takes her
she needs
serious.
to,
I hate it when women think they can do whatever they want.
she needs to understand that. By the way, talk about throwing stones in glass houses. Taylor Lorenz is obsessed now with this video from 12 years ago about the.
She's obsessed with it. Yeah, she watches it over and over again. While she touches herself. No. Oh wait, I'm sorry. That's you.
Boston bomber that I've talked about.
That's you, Ethan. That's you with your hand right next to your crotch. That's not Taylor Lorenz.
It's an old video, which is really embarrassing and cringe. Again, it is 12 years old. It looks like it was shot on a potato. And there is context, which I've explained, but I don't really even want to get into it right now because frankly,
Yeah, and I feel like I've heard his explanation for the context, and then I've heard that explanation debunked. So I don't know.
Years old. I mean, who gives a fuck? And so she's obsessed with this 12-year-old video, and she keeps posting it and reposting it and posting the video everywhere, thinking that people care. Our audience knows what it is, and they don't care. But this woman has a disturbing history of
They never hit 3 million because every time they got close, people would unsub to troll him.
messaging children without their parents knowing. Very disturbing stuff.
Wait, what does that mean?
Well, that's a good question. I'll explain it. But let's get.
That means that she is an online reporter, and some of her beat is things like the protest in Roblox, which the people involved in, yes, are underage. That's what that means.
Get through this. I'll explain exactly what that means.
Okay.
Well, for example, she's chatting up this Roblox protester.
Right. Well, I know about the
17 years old, and then she's receiving a text from this Roblox protester at 3 a.m.
Why don't you take a seat right over there? I'm still convinced she got trolled with all of that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, chat. We have 1 like. That's pathetic. I'm gonna delete my Blue Sky account right now. What am I fucking doing with this? Here, I'm deleting my account. All right, we're just anybody want my at? And you can pretend to be me. What the fuck is that? Why do I even do this?
I don't think that was sincere.
Well, that makes her look even fucking dumber.
Well, I
doesn't it?
agree on that part.
But there's all. Well, I'll show you because I have.
What is it sitting in the? What is it sitting in the pinned comment for? What do you think that's decoration? What am I doing here, chat?
But Taylor says, blah blah blah, yada yada. Let's see.
What was on the agenda tonight?
A girl can't even say she hopes to witness the death of Western imperialism without anyone being accused of
I'll be
doing
back
it for a
maybe.
man. So she said, whatever
Not Waluigi can
to America because of this, we deserve it. And I was like, wow, so
and just take my place as a streamer from now on. There you go.
He's gonna see. Because she's literally just it's so obvious she's just pandering to him. She's literally just doing the America deserved 9/11, like edgelord. Taylor wants to be like a leftist edgelord and then act like she's completely blameless. I said, Taylor, it doesn't matter how hard you death to America. Hasan just isn't into you. I mean, it's a dumb joke, right? But it's not that serious at the end of the day. So she says, a girl can't even say she hopes to witness the death of Western imperialism anymore without being accused of doing it for a man. Shake my head. By the way, I can't get over the fact that all these people who want these like she's so desperate for the virtue signaling social credit. As far as I can tell, she grew up and is associated with extremely affluent people. Okay? She is like the poster child for white Nepo. Well, I don't know if she got her job from being a Nepo baby, but she is a white, extremely affluent, well-positioned person. It's always these motherfuckers who are like, I can't wait for the end of Western imperialism. It's like the people who benefited from the most get to LARP like they're revolutionaries and reap social credit. It's so pathetic. I said, and stay away from my kids in Roblox, weirdo. That's true. I don't want my kids playing Roblox knowing that Taylor Lorenz is stalking them as some fucking... She's got an avatar in Roblox? She's following my kids around? Is that what's happening in Roblox? I made a joke. I said the FBI wants to know about what Taylor Lorenz are investigating. The federal blocks investigators, Dan. It's the Roblox police, the FBI.
That's great.
They want to know what
Great,
she's
man.
been up to. This stuff's all kind of boring. I'm going to get to the video she posted today. Let's see. Taylor posted video of conversation. Oh, yeah, she did this again with leaking the DMs. A fucking moron. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here. She made a video. She made a post saying this. Totally out of pocket. Look at this. She responds to me and says, I said, I have a majority female audience, by the way. She's mad I'm more for the girlies than she'll ever be. Now, at this time, I'm keeping it pretty light. I'm just being silly. I'm saying I'm more for the girlies. She could have dropped it and moved on, but
now
no.
he's sitting in my lap.
Girl had to escalate. So insane. Listen to this. Many snark subreddits are majority women, and they're some of the most vile and misogynistic places online. By the way, Taylor Lorenz, confirmed snarker, literally been retweeting, reposting Brad Empanada.
Laugh track is ironically accurately placing Ethan's humor into the 1980s. Yeah, or like before. Isn't it more like, no, I guess there was, right? Yeah, like what is like 80s sitcom? Like I when I hear laugh track, I think like a 70s, like All in the Family, which is early 70s, I think, right? All in the Family is like early 70s, but what is like an 80s show? What is Family Matters 80s? Is that an 80s show? What is an 80s sitcom? Like Alf, right? Is an 80s sitcom. Did that? Oh yeah, that has a laugh track. Or is it Alf is filmed live in front of a studio audience? I'm not sure.
She is quite literally the poster child of snark now. She goes, women
Dude,
also
stop trying to make snark happen, you bitch.
perpetuate misogyny. Okay. Women voted for Trump. Okay. Now here's where it gets weird. If Ethan stopped sexually harassing young girls online long enough to read a book, he might know this. I am so fucking sorry. I did what now?
Wait.
You say I am harassing young girls online?
227? When did that happen? Did I miss like everything in the world?
Fucking freak. So this is what really got this conflict going, in my opinion. So sorry. Yeah, she's been...
Wait a minute. He wasn't coughing and sniffling like this in the beginning, chat. He says he's sick or something. I'm wondering now. 227 Cosby Show. Wait, what is 227 Cosby Show? Oh, is it 80s? Wait, did I like not count a bunch of stuff?
Retweeting Ban Empanada all weekend. Tell me more about misogyny and snarking and all this types of shit. And this guy, whatever his name is, Atlas Drugged, is a complete... He's like a snark mod at this point.
You're just hating it on Twitter at this point.
But he
was coughing in the beginning.
Freak. Like, you check his timeline. It's just nonstop obsessive tweeting. Taylor Lorenz retweeted.
Oh,
Empanada.
227 is a show? It like an 80s like sitcom?
Cool.
Okay, I was gonna say, chat, because if we hit 227 on the bonus goal, that would be another. We are what 22 away from that, but yeah, that would be like another bonus topic. What is the second highest vote getter? Anna Kasparian. Yeah, so if we were actually at 227, 227. Wait, what is it? What are we talking about? What is 227? 70s is accurate as well. Brady Bunch had that. The Ethan Bunch, yeah. I mean, he kind of does have like a Brady Bunch. Happy Days. Oh yeah, that's was that an 80s or a 70s sitcom? 227 was a show, huh? Never heard of that. It's 227? Huh.
Awesome. So yeah, this is what got me kind of charged up when she said I'm sexually harassing young girls. I need to stop sexually harassing young girls.
MASH. Oh, as a 70s sitcom. Wait, how do I not know? How does all of chat know about the show and I don't?
To the back and forth from that. Ethan points out that she's defaming me, which she is. Hey Taylor, cat got your tongue? Don't you want to? It's missing.
Oh, it's an 80s. It's an 80s comedy, an 80s sitcom. Is that what it is? Oh no, it started in the 90s. It looks no, 85 to 90. Yeah.
Not.
It's named after their apartment number. I see.
Blame because this was all
got
messy.
your tongue?
I should have said cat like a K. Because her friend cat and whatever. You don't want to double down on your defamatory claim that I sexually harass young girls. You have the end of the day to apologize and clarify.
Cheers was 80s.
Okay.
Govern yourself accordingly.
Yeah, pretty much. And then she started messaging me. Or no, I think maybe I.
Wait, there's no place like home with your family around. Is that the theme song?
The whole combo. She leaked this.
Chat, I thought I knew 80s stuff. Apparently, chat knows it better than I do.
Fucking dumbass weirdo. She's done this the second time. The first time she cried and bitched and moaned when she released our DMs. I can't believe you put me in danger like that. It's like you released the DMs, you dumb fuck.
Didn't this fucker retweet her stalker? Like he literally pulled a demon mama on her.
So she did it again. I said, provide me a written apology by end of day if you'd like to avoid litigation. By the way, she failed to do that. Go ahead and ask an attorney about your exposure on saying quotes.
Somebody was in my comments complaining that I implied that Ethan was trying to sue Taylor Lorenz. And well, it turns out I was right. It turns out that I don't know if I was implying that, but the implication would have been true.
Someone sexually harasses young girls. You're a fucking journalist. Jesus Christ, you need to get your shit together. So then she posts a video. As the proof that I sexually harass young girls. Now, am I crazy or when I read this again?
But the thing is, you're not denying that you sexually harassed young girls. You're denying that you did it recently. And you're trying to use that as a, therefore no harm, no foul. Hey, that was 12 years ago when I sexually harassed young women. And also she's saying that you're doing it to me right now. When you talk about Taylor Lorenz, she just wants to fuck Hasan. Oh, she's looking at Hasan and she's thinking, I'd like to get on that dick. I'd like to get me some of that, right? That's sexual harassment. All right.
And does this sound like she's talking about one video?
I guess I'm too young to know about that show. Yeah, I mean,
happened 12 years
well, no, I mean, I know about random shit that's, old as fuck, right?
Ago? If Ethan stopped sexually harassing young girls online long enough to read a book, he might know this. What does that mean? Does that mean a video from 12 years?
That sounds like nonstop harassment.
So I'm not constantly harassing young girls, therefore I didn't. Oh my God, Ethan, the bar is in hell. The bar is in hell. She said that I sexually harass so much that don't even have time to read, but you can't refer to a minute by minute description of the sexual harassment that I'm doing. So yeah.
Waiting at the bus stop.
From current day, non-stop, serial, sexually harassing young women.
Well, she deleted this tweet, so
she did.
She's
such a fucking
well, she never
moron,
apologized
bro.
for it. She pretty much doubled down on it.
Wait.
I found it.
Where?
Shout out to the snark for backing it up.
They were fucking right. They were riding for it, probably, right?
Yeah, they had it.
They are their own worst enemy.
Yeah, they are. The snark brain is taking all these people down.
Someone sent it to the research, and the post was deleted. And I was like, "Fuck, where can I find it?" I looked it up, and that's where it was.
Thank you, Snarkies.
Shout out.
Yo, Cloudy with the secret Halo sign up. Thank you for the membership, Cloudy.
And I'm thanking them.
They're so good at self-snitching. It's awesome.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're literally self-snitching in the DMs. I offered amnesty. Now, I'm not going to say if somebody took it, but I will say that I am learning a lot of interesting things. So this is what she does. She makes outlandish defamatory claims and then pretends that she's backing it up with this insane evidence. Never
sounds exactly like someone I know, Ethan Klein. Sounds a lot like someone, sounds very much like, sounds so familiar. God, where do I remember this? How much is that, Irene? I think it's 10.
Never apologizes. And then when I quote her back directly to herself, she acts obtuse and like, oh, I don't understand. That's not what I said at all. So she said, Ethan, here's a video of you sexually harassing a teenager. Is this a fake video? Please let me know. She really thought she was cooking. I said, this video is 10 years old. It's actually 12. Your claim is that I'm currently
So you're not denying sexually harassing. You're admitting. Or are you? Or do you want to make some excuse and say, no, the context, right? What was Ethan's excuse? He was like making fun of somebody on Reddit? And that's why he talked about juvenile vajayjay?
This. When you stop sexually harassing young girls and read a book, implies active and current.
Because it was so peaceful.
Right?
Here,
Obviously, right? Everybody knows that's what it means. I refuse to believe that she's that dumb.
Everybody, the chat is, nobody knows what this video is.
Oh, I thought everybody knew because it's a.
To be honest, I don't even know what the video is. I don't know what you're referring to.
Anyway, it's just a really old video where I was being super offensive and gross, and it's 12 years old. It's like one of the first videos I ever made. It was made for this subreddit.
Were you being super offensive and gross, or were you sexually harassing someone on your YouTube channel?
Bravery jerk. And it was meant to be a parody.
Bravery jerk. Okay.
You know that subreddit?
No, but I know about the jerk subreddits,
like circle jerk,
being like parody subreddits or whatever.
So back in the day, they talked about this, but I was trying to make content for like all different communities on Reddit, trying to get exposure any way I could. I was doing them from like.
There's a secret halo. I think it refers to how I was like, at the time when we made that membership level, which this was back during, my first brush with infamy. Right, Twitch poll as a whole, like, regarded me as a villain, as a bad person, right? Anything the bad that happened on Twitch was like immediately somehow blamed on me. So the idea of the secret halo was like, hey, I'm actually nice.
YouTube haiku was it
right? That one I remember.
Like the devil horns. Do we still have that emote? The NCC bad emote with the devil horns, right? And then the secret halo is like the angel one
and stuff like that. And there was this subreddit, Bravery Jerk, where they would just make like the most heinous, fucked up comments about people. And I made this video basically being kind of like a parody of comments that this person received. And again, I erased.
We do still have it, yeah.
Years ago, and
it's still bad.
12 years ago. This isn't even a video that's been up. So, excuse me, God. Anyway, the point is, you guys know I've done offensive and weird and gross and horrible and racist shit. Like, this is all stuff I've copped to.
And you still do it. You still do it all the fucking time. You haven't changed the pattern. The names have changed, Ethan. The targets have changed. The behavior has not. In other words, Ethan, the 40-year-old man, which, officially, he just counted his 40th birthday, so I'm not rounding up or anything, has not grown up since he was fucking 20.
Right? Like, I'm very transparent with all.
Or sorry, would this be 2012? Did we say this was from 2012, or was that Hasan thing that was from? Kind of like a parody. This guy thinks. Well, explain the parody then, for fuck's sake. Like, look, I'm open. If he doesn't mean, to ogle the, but like, you don't do a look, chat. Like, can you imagine if I did a parody, where I don't know, like let's say that you could react to stuff on Netflix, and I reacted to cuties, and I acted like I was interested in it in an inappropriate way. I could not then turn around and say, no, I was making fun of Mr. Girl and how the Destiny community, accepted him despite him saying awful shit. Like, that wasn't me. I was making fun of Mr. Girl there, right? If I'm making a fucking video where I'm pretending to ogle underage people, that's fucked up. That's on me. There's no, that was just parody satire, right? That is something you shouldn't do as parody satire, right? So even if somehow, it's like, if somehow, like, Ethan's making fun of somebody else that was, I don't know, like ogling the Boston bombing victim who is 17-year-old, you're still saying weird shit about a 17-year-old. At the end of the day, you are still saying weird, inappropriate shit about a 17-year-old.
Fucked up things I've done all my time on the internet, and over the course of 12 years, it's quite obvious that,
Okay, so he said 12 years. So what? 2013, right? So he's 27 when he made that video. Not exactly a kid.
I also think a lot of it is like having your behavior examined, because a lot of it is having your behavior examined so closely, it forces you to examine your behavior closely.
It's only when you examine it up close does the idea of pretending to ogle a 17-year-old and talk about her quote-unquote juicy juvenile vajayjay. It's like, that's upon closer inspection, I guess that was not good. I apologize, right? So they looked at it through a microscope, and I started to see something wrong with it, right? Look when we're big picture, it doesn't look like there's any problem with it, but when you zoom in on it, oh yeah, that is kind of, and that's why I apologized. And so everyone should just automatically forgive me, despite the fact that my behavior, like I said, chat, has not changed, has not substantially changed. The patterns are still going. The names of the victims have changed. The behavior, the underlying behavior of Ethan Klein has not. I was just kicking my dog on camera to show you how much dogs don't like it when, I was making fun of the people who are kicking their dogs by kicking my dog. Yeah, what the fuck is that? Look at how much my child hates being beaten, chat. This is a public service announcement. Don't beat your child. Or anyone else's, for that matter.
Right? So, obviously, me and all of us make no...
Bones?
We make no...
Apologies?
Excuses.
Oh, excuses. Okay.
My past of controversial content, right? By the way, girl with the microphone who I shouted out at the top of the show did a nice video about it.
Oh my God, chat. All right. One in chat if I should look into this YouTube channel that he's mentioning here. What do you think, chat? Should I just leave it the fuck alone? Should we take a look? What do you think? This is like this is like the closest thing Ethan has to a Stan channel, right? And not like DeOrio, where DeOrio will actually admit when Ethan's wrong. Oh, people are saying yes. People are saying yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, girl with a microphone. Uh-oh. Does this person know anything about commentary? Do they know what genre of content that they've kind of stumbled into? We hate her already. Oh no. Wait, have you seen some of her stuff? Has anybody watched it? I trust this community. Yeah, that's the big thing, not to tap the glass. Yeah, we don't want to direct any hate anybody's way. Get her. I mean, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. I mean, like I said, I don't want to, I'm not trying to. But yeah, she is doing commentary.
Yeah.
Apparently.
So, shout out to her.
Turn up the mic.
So anyway, yeah. You continue to post weird sexual things about myself and other women on your stories about us wanting to.
You do.
100%.
You're like, but that's a fact, though. You do want to fuck us on. You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Factually incorrect. You saw the post I showed where I was like, girl, he's just not into you. So she's saying I was sexually harassing her. And by the way,
I'm sorry. It's not just that. It's not just that post, right? This is a pattern. This is a pattern.
Also calling herself a young woman, she's calling herself a young girl. Do you know how old Taylor Lorenz is? 41. She's older than I am.
By 1 year. She's older than I am for the next 3 months. Or wait, no, that wouldn't be right.
About us wanting to fuck us on. Are you saying that you plan to stop making these sexual comments towards me and other women? This is how she was speaking to me in the other one. She's like a master at like concern trolling and manipulative language. I said, how can I stop doing something from 10 years ago? I said, okay, well, for one, you aren't a young girl, are you? How old are you? Because I'm trying to, her claim, which she's trying to sidestep, is that I am perpetually sexually harassing young girls. That is a very specific meaning.
It's okay for me to harass her because she's 41. I got it, Ethan. Great argument, by the way.
Image. So her only evidence is a video from 12 years ago that's been erased for 12 years. That's been addressed.
It's been addressed. You can't talk about it anymore. Even if it fits a pattern, that's still active. It's still active.
So she says, well, actually, you sexually harassed me with that Hasan joke. I said, okay, well then, are you a young girl? How does that apply to you?
You are trying to get out of a charge, which is partially true, on a technicality. I'm sorry, Ethan. This is not a good look.
I'm not even being snarky. I'm like, okay, if you're talking about yourself, you're saying you're a young girl. So how old are you? She said, I would call myself and the other women you're harassing by making sexual comments young women. Do you see how insane she is? She's not that dumb. She knows exactly that she fucked up.
Are you?
Go ahead.
I gotta say, I don't think that it seems like her age.
He was literally speculating about whether Peach Jars was a sex worker on yeah, that was this episode. Yeah, we watched that. Move out of the way, Leah Michelle. We have a new illiterate queen in Ethan Klein.
Age is like a point of contention.
I know.
I was trying to
and
Google
that's
it.
She's such a weird
She's given
liar.
different answers a million times, it seems like.
That's part of her lore. She's such a weird lying freak. Like she's a serial pathological liar.
Her Wikipedia
article gives a field of probability.
She never asked
what
a woman
other
her age.
famous person has a Wikipedia and their birthday is a field of probability?
What's going on with the audio here? What just happened?
Because she's given a different birthday date to so many different people, so many different employers that nobody knows her exact age. But to the best of my knowledge, it's 41. But like that just exemplifies what a weird, creepy, freak liar she is.
What the hell?
Can you find another public figure with a
What does Ethan Klein think of Zoran Mamdani? He hasn't said anything negative so far. The only thing that he said is I think he posted a picture of Hasan with Mamdani, and he said that wasn't a good look. It was like, that's not a good idea. You don't know who this guy is.
Wikipedia page where they've got a field of probability, a matrix.
Yeah, just wait. He'll be talking about the globalize the Intifada. He'll be talking about Zoran's college application to Columbia. He'll be talking about all that stuff soon enough.
How weird.
I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not. I mean, at least I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
So again, she says, I would call myself a young woman. And again, she said young girls. So she knows exactly what she said, what she implied. She defamed me. She lied about something horrific. And now she's trying to avoid any accountability and to avoid walking it back or apologizing by saying bullshit like, no, I'm actually a young woman. Well, you said young girl. You didn't say young woman. But if you're a young woman, you're 41. You're old as fuck. Sorry. You're not a young woman. A young woman's like what? Like maybe in the late 20s.
I don't know exactly what it is, but I'll tell you what, it's not 41.
She ain't it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that, Taylor.
Yeah, that's
You
definitely.
ain't a young woman or a young girl. Ain't nothing young about.
She's a Umbran witch, chat. She's over 5,000 years old and looks better than Ethan.
Your old ass.
I look young and beautiful.
No, you don't. Which actually, she does look good for her age. I'm not gonna be along. And by the way, sorry, this is not me sexually harassing you. I'm just saying, I'm actually just being honest that you look youthful.
I'm just saying I would hit it. I would, given the opportunity, I would definitely. What? You're getting yourself into more and more trouble, aren't you, Ethan?
For being as old as you are. But imagine she's telling me she's older than me, and she's saying you sexually harass a young girl. Me? Yeah, you're older than me. I would call myself and the other women you're harassing young women. This is not something you did 10 years ago. You have been posting weird sexual stuff.
Yeah. She is trying to avoid accountability, says Ethan Klein. Women can also define themselves as girls. Are we saying that Proud Boys are minors? Yes. They're all minors. Honestly, I thought Taylor was around 30. Ethan looks 50. Yeah, or older even. Interesting that I don't see any women talking on the subject in the studio. Yeah, no, like when he does this shit, I mean, sometimes the whole crew gets silent. In this case, like it's only the women in the studio, like you say, that are kind of uncomfortable here. Compared to Hila, we all look amazeballs. Not a misogynist, but let's spend 10 minutes dissecting when women become old as shit. Yeah, and start calling
Story about
them.
me and other women constantly in recent weeks. You implied I was a pedophile the other day. Weird that
Did you do that?
No, of course not.
Ethan?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I said something like that she's being weird. Do you know that if your kids are talking to her in Roblox or something like that?
Yeah, that sounds like you implied.
No, but it's
that
a
she was-
reference to a real thing. It's obviously tongue-in-cheek and jokey.
Okay.
But let's say that the joke is that she's a pedo, right? And that's not what the joke was. That was my implication. It's just that she's weird with kids, right? And she pushes their boundaries. Which she has a history of doing. That's just a fact. That's just a fact in my opinion.
Everybody know a pedophile.
That's not what I meant.
Nah.
I wouldn't even consider her someone I know, so that wouldn't apply to me. But it's interesting that she understands the implication.
Sorry, I just saw one of the things you posted to your story. I sent it. I didn't. Yeah.
Let me pull it. Oh yeah, this is. Yeah. By the way, she has this weird, creepy fucking photo shoots, and she's expecting me not to do creepy.
Wait, that's a real thing?
That's a real photo of her. It's 3 a.m. in New York. Are your children texting Taylor Lorenz? Stay safe out there. And I played it with this music or something similar. She writing the jokes for me. So if she's thinking like, oh, you actually accused me of being a pedophile, give me a fucking break. But I think it's cute that you understand the implication as opposed to you literally saying in total dead seriousness, as a journalist, by the way, I'm a dumb comedian goofball loser. You're a journalist, a reporter of fucking facts, allegedly,
Booger
right?
loops.
And so like when you say you're harassing young girls, sexually harassing young girls, that means something.
Like her.
Oh yeah, and I had to do a little concern trolling, which was fun because again, she just takes the bait every time. She's so dumb. So this video is really good. I recommend it. A content cop Taylor Lorenz 4 years ago, he has a whole section about how she exploits children, how she's talking to underage kids without their parents knowing, how she's going into their house without the parents fully understanding what she's doing there and all this kinds of stuff. And it's like, that's pretty weird. There's actually a really good post from Antonius, that legendary king, about her unscrupulous behavior with chick kids.
Why don't you take a seat right over there?
I said, Taylor, I'm genuinely not your enemy. I hope someday you can understand that. I only want to protect children. And you have a pattern of talking with minors late at night and without parents' consent. Taylor, would you want your child texting a 45-year-old stranger?
I just made a video about Taylor. Wait, is that what he just said? Oh no, this is the button music. They buttoned. He lost his shit. Look. This is the guy that's saying, look, 12 years ago, I did some fucked up shit. I'm not proud of it, but I took a hard look at it. I took accountability for it. I admitted what I did wrong, and I corrected the behavior. And I'm so glad to say I am not that person that made those disgusting comments, right? I'm so glad, I'm so happy that I've learned and I've grown since then, right? And then he hits the button because he can't fucking control himself. He can't even stop himself from saying shit that could get him fucking banned, let alone shit that's inappropriate, that crosses the line, right? He has a button because to hide his shame, right? He still says fucked up shit. You just don't see it. It just gets edited out. He redacts it, right? That's all. Redact.dev. There we go. Redact.dev. Okay. That's the button sponsor. Yeah. That's the button sponsor. Redact.dev. Ethan and Dan Saltman. But don't worry, chat. He's not connected to DGG, and you're crazy. You're crazy if you think you're obsessed with Destiny if you think he is, right? No coordination between Ethan and the DG community.
This is a verbatim, basically, message she was sending me about how I'm sexual.
Oh, did Dan button him or was it Ethan? I don't know. Does anybody know? Could we tell? I watched the part before and after the button. I couldn't tell. Seriously hope someone in the crew is archiving the button footage. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, just like I wish somebody in the Apprentice was archiving the N-word footage.
Sexually harassing girls that need to stop. Let's go to the let's see here. So she said, I wouldn't call myself, blah, blah, blah. I think it's incredibly weird how you keep making sexual comments about myself and other women. Again, total lies. All I did was make one dumb joke about Hasan not being into her. I said, okay, we'll see. Thanks for your time. Just over the conversation, and she keeps going. And by the way, remember, she posted this. I genuinely don't get it, Ethan. I have no problem with you yelling at me every day about my political beliefs. That's your prerogative, and we can disagree. But making comments about my and other women's sex lives is gross. Will you stop doing this? Now, this is like a snarker narrative that I'm sexually harassing women based on nothing, and she's just writing that. And it's so pathetic. I'm not even addressing it because it's so fucking transparent. Her only evidence is a video from 12 years ago.
Yeah, he's doing it right now as we're watching.
I agree. So why are you participating in it? Again, this is the girl who's been retweeting Bad Empanada. Okay.
Why? No, but it's only snark brain when you do it. It's not snark brain when I do it. It's when I have a snark community that's called H3H3 on Reddit. Like that's not a snark community. It's only a snark if it's anti-Ethan, right? That's where we're rolling, I guess.
Critique women you disagree with without making sexual or misogynistic comments. Good luck with that. Again, being over the conversation. Good luck with getting you to stop harassing me and other women by making sexual comments. Convincing literally anyone outside of your snark bubble that I'm sexually harassing anyone. I don't participate in snark subreddits, Ethan. You do.
Yeah, you certainly don't look like the type of guy to do that. Or do you? Redditors bragging about reporting Adam McIntyre to ICE. Oh, I forgot about that. Heavy crossover in the H3 official sub. Yeah, Trishy land. Yeah.
What you're doing, which is not true. I guess they say our subreddit's a snark, but it's not. What you're doing, posting gross sexual commentary about myself and other women's sex lives. is harassing and is sexual. You've made, and by the way, her posting this is continuing the defamation and this whole like snark narrative that they're trying to make like mainstream is that I'm sexually harassing women, which is fucking insane. You've made weird comments about my sex life, Anissa's sex life. What?
Yeah. You've talked about iDubbbz and Anissa's sex life a lot. A lot, Ethan.
Weird comments about Anissa's sex life?
About her being the cuck and you're
I misspoke and immediately corrected myself. Yeah. Again, the journalist, that's what she's citing. When I was making a joke about how she was going to watch me and Ian have sex because she's the cuck. That was the joke. If you watch that and actually think that I'm like, oh yeah, I want to fuck Anissa, that's insane. That's like obviously bad faith and insane. Not to mention that I immediately was like, oh.
You know what's insane, Ethan? Your eyes right now. Your whole demeanor. That's what's insane. You're like, nobody would ever think that I'm the sexual harasser. Nobody would ever think that I'm the problem. Fucking, and he's like, no one would ever think that I'm disturbed. No. God damn, dude. God damn.
That's not what I meant at all. Right?
Did anyone laugh at that joke? Yeah, I don't think so.
Will you stop sexually harassing myself and other young women in your Instagram stories and YouTube show? YouTube show? Sounds like a boomer. Damn, that's crazy. The New York Times is still dealing.
Yeah, she's a whole year older than you, Ethan. She's definitely a boomer.
Your last defamatory lawsuit, which is true. She got sued for defamation, and the New York Times is still dealing with it. This time, there's no institution to protect you, though. So you're going to... Now she goes...
New York Times won that baseless defamation lawsuit. Is he even going to read this, which was funded by extreme right-wing donors and part of the coordinated smear campaign, by the way, which I guess Ethan has just made himself part of. But don't worry, he's not right-wing. Except on Israel.
Now you're going to threaten to bankrupt me?
And capitalism. He won't even read it. He won't even read it. Like, look, who's bringing up debunked shit now? Who's bringing up a lawsuit that the New York Times won?
That's true. We are the H3 show now. So you're going to threaten to bankrupt me legally for asking you to stop sexually harassing me? It's like, can you please shut the fuck up?
I mean, you're the one that's in her DMs, so why don't you try shutting up?
New York Times won that baseless defamation lawsuit. When I checked online, they're still dealing with parts of it. It wasn't fully dismissed, which was funded by extreme right-wing donors, whatever you say, I don't know, and part of a coordinated smear campaign.
Whatever you say.
By the way, that's not relevant. I just want to make it clear. I'm asking you to please stop making sexualized comments about me on your IG story that are leading to a tidal wave of harassment and abuse from your fans and putting me in...
And we're talking about New York Times, chat. We've covered this a lot. Like, New York Times was at one time regarded as being a left-wing paper. All right. And then it got bought. And on top of that, like half of the people, like Ross do that. I doubt that. Remember, whatever his name is, the weird Tradcath freak show that wants to suck William S. Buckley's deceased penis. He's hired by the New York Times, right? Like Ezra Klein is about par for the course for the New York Times. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about the New York Times, right? They are very much wanting to cast themselves in a different light than they were traditionally viewed in. And yeah, they've been bought. They've been bought. Like almost everything.
Physical danger. And your response is to threaten to sue me into bankruptcy? Just asking you to stop commenting on my sex life. In no way did I comment on her sex life. That is fucking mad. I just stopped responding.
I just said that she wanted to fuck us on. That's all.
And she goes and posts these tweets, further defaming me, by the way, making a private conversation, which wasn't going to be defamation because it was a private conversation, public declarations. Right?
Oh yeah, are you gonna sue her? Are you gonna sue her now? Are you gonna add her to the list? Are you gonna stick are you gonna stick Ram Bar Nisam and Tiffany Hea on her? Is that what you're gonna do? Or are you just gonna have the law troopers? You're gonna have a lowly mindset go after her?
Let's see. So yeah,
just-
here. So then I posted all the rest
What
of the DMs.
I should the music.
Let's see here.
I'm always worried the music's gonna be copyrighted.
So she posted that, and I was like, well, let's post all of them. Because in this one, I asked her, give me
Yeah, and the shit that Ethan posted, we covered this, chat.
at the very end.
Look, we covered this, and I feel like the shit that Ethan added makes him look even worse.
Not the ad. I didn't mean for the ad. I said, let me just cut this part because this part's really important.
I like the Joker angle of those videos you sent.
What does that mean? What's the Joker? What does that mean?
Huh? What are those videos that were in the DMs between you guys?
Oh, the creepy, weird photo shoot she did?
No, the that video you were just watching of showing your DMs. There was like, was it? Here, I'll send it.
Anyway, so this part here, I'm just gonna read.
Oh, it was your story.
I said, I asked you to provide examples. You seem not to be able to do that. Examples of you posting about me? Check your story archive. No, of me sexually harassing young girls within the past 5 years. I'm really glad to hear that you feel bad for your past behavior, including when you make...
Yeah, because basically what he does here when he says of me sexually harassing young women within the past years is he's admitting that he did sexually harass, that he did sexual harassment, you know, more than 5 years ago, right? And so she's saying like, well, hey, that let me give you some credit for that. Like, you know, at least you're big enough to admit that was
sexual comments to children in a video game. Oh, that. And now she's bringing up the fucking Facebook thing. The Facebook video.
Chat, what is the Facebook thing? What is the Facebook video?
The VR, remember? When I was trying to get banned from VR and I was like, I was trying to grope one of the admins.
Yeah.
And what? When there was a group of kids, and the moment I heard their kid voices, I was like, whoa, I'm getting out of here, and ran away. So now she's saying I was making sexual, I was doing sexual behavior in front of children.
I find it is ironic that she said if you want to critique me.
Chat, I'm kind of bored with this. Let's like look and see what's on Twitter. Adim's saying that Ethan and Hila basically stole some of their most recognizable music from a young fan. Their upload from 2016 currently reads, fun fact, neither of the clients ever told me they were going to use this until I saw it in the vids, never discussed paying me. It's... else. Okay, this is their Ethan and Hila opening thing. Forget paying me like Ethan and Hila never did. Send some dollars to hundreds of thousands of kids and adults in Gaza being slaughtered by the IOF daily. Your favorite YouTuber is defending and justifying. Okay, so there's another contributor to the H3 show. It sounds like an unwilling contributor, like, you know, that was their official theme, and all of it, even after they'd already been talking to me over email, where I had to beg them to link my channel. So add content theft to the growing list of offenses that pertain more to the clients than those they criticize. Anyone who isn't familiar, Ethan and Hila's videography, they used this music in tons of their work over the years. It's far more egregious example of stealing an artist's work than what Ethan alleges in his harassment suits, and we're expected to take him seriously. Zionist Ethan Klein successfully killed a cancer charity because of a tweet. Congratulations, Ethan. You are the most disgusting, pathetic little vile man. Proud of the legacy you left behind. Truly inspiring stuff. Made a difficult decision to cancel Creator Class all existed PPV tickets. All holders will receive an automatic refund. No action required. While the event won't go ahead as planned, all funds raised so far will be donated to charity. Thinks he sounds like a tough guy who won, but instead he sounds like a 40-year-old obsessed drug addict who can't see everyone laughing at him. What is this?
They say when you swing at the king, Dan?
I'm confused. Who's the king?
I am.
Oh.
And do you know what they... Yeah, okay, well, it's not that funny. People in the back are laughing. It's not that funny.
Yes.
What do they say when you swing at the king? What? You best
not miss is the saying. I'm still... So you're the king in this analogy.
Yes, clearly.
What are you the king of exactly?
I don't know. This game.
Okay.
This podcast?
Yeah, this podcast. I'm king. You swung at me and you fucking missed big time. And guess what?
Yes.
I've never been betrayed like this in my whole life by someone I cared about this closely. And then you had the audacity to come.
Is he saying this to iDubbbz?
Come and make another video and justify CPS call. You endorse snark. You live snark. Again, you are elevating disgusting, hateful people who have spent their time harassing.
I mean, I agree that he elevated disgusting, hateful people. He shouldn't have never done those H3H3 collabs back in the day.
In my family, I look at me. This is me. I win, you lose, and you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me and how much I want you to know how much you lose and I win. Do you understand anything?
You're going to lose your show over this hatred, Ethan, because this is the kind of shit that causes somebody to slip. And you're going to slip one time in a way that's not recoverable, and you're going to slide down and lose all of your life points to fall damage. You're going to lose everything, Ethan. And it's going to be because of your hatred and your vitriol.
Lisa, and I'm not even talking to iDubbbz anymore. He's insignificant. He's gone. Anissa, you're the one. You're coming center stage. You're going to start streaming now. I want you to understand something.
Yes.
Are you going to make her career for her? Is that what you're...
I am never going to be done. Excuse me. There'll never be a point where I'm going to be like, I'm just saying, and this is for the audience too, because I want you guys to know, there will never be a point when I will say to myself, okay, it's time to move on from this. I want you to know that. You dropped that fucking video when I was live, and you thought you were cute, you thought you were clever, you really had me. You came at me with the laziest slop, the shittiest slop, that you got my haters running around the internet talking about I'm right and you're wrong. You have managed to galvanize support for me.
Galvanized? What was this whole stream about? It was about the cracks in the support for you. Chat, I don't think it's galvanized. I don't think there's anything. I don't think you can solder this misbegotten, brigade of strange bedfellows back together. They are coming apart at the seams, and they are not. Nobody's putting Humpty Dumpty together again. And yes, Ethan, you are the king. You are Humpty Dumpty. You are a precariously positioned, fragile ego is gonna fucking lose your shit to fall damage. Lose your entire life points to fall damage.
Which is something I've not been able to do for myself, so thank you.
Okay, anyway, yeah, we'll get more, we'll get back to that tomorrow. I guess we'll cover the DeOrio shit, the Kuihman shit, and all the rest of it. All right. Surprised no one, given Ethan Klein spent months trying to convince people that Hasan Piker had an illegal migrant working at as his cook. It turns out that Hasan's mother, turns out this was Hasan's mother, Ethan, was talking about Ethan knew about ICE kidnapping migrants and still spread this lie. Adam McIntyre has been promoting and participating in Snark for a long time. He gives them literal shouts out. And now that it happened to me, he wants sympathy. Wait, what? No, this is your fault, Ethan. This is you. I hadn't seen... Oh, wait, no, I think we did see this. I think we've already seen that clip.
Never be done with.
It's the never be done clip.
It's like
Yeah,
I'm Shakespeare.
You're right. You're very sophisticated with your humor. Yeah.
You are the bard of comedy.
You're Gandhi,
as
Ethan.
They say.
You want to call me Shylock, don't you, Dan?
Excuse me, no. I would never.
Yeah, I see where your head's at. That's exactly where you go when you mention Shakespeare. There was a funny thing with Trump. He said Shylock, and then the ADL got mad or something. Funny.
Who the fuck? Like, I know he's old. I guess it's just that he's old, but like...
Genuinely not your enemy. I hope someday you can understand that. I only want to protect children. And you have a pattern of talking with minors late at night and without parents' consent. Taylor, would you want your child texting a 45-year-old stranger?
Yeah, so was that the... Oh no, what do we have here?
Ethan Klein fans are literally just like speed running every single fake cancellation that I've ever gotten from Fox News or like any of these other right-wing ghouls. The latest thing is that they have discovered these out of context quotes that were taken from an interview that I did with DGG back in like 5 years ago about the Hype House. And they're using it to claim that like I go into people's houses and like talk to their children or some weird shit. Again, this...
Yeah, chat, I thought this felt like groomer moral panic. You know, I thought this had like, you know, the stuff that he was saying about her with you're talking to a child, you're talking to a minor, and it's late at night, and when it's like, yeah, these are the people, these are the interview subjects for the story. She's working on a story about a protest in Roblox, and the people involved with it happen to be underage. Yeah. And it seems like she handled everything, you know, with a lot of professionalism, right? But no, he's trying to do that. He's like, this is, I guess I'm not surprised to hear that he's resurrecting this shit from Fox News. Look at that.
I already went through this cancellation. Okay, we already had the moral panic about, you know, all of this literally 5 years ago. But now here, Ethan Klein fans have come and discovered it again. Now here's a screenshot of some of what I said to DGG. I just want to make this clear. When I say my job is getting teenagers.
Wait, what is this flashback of Keffels trying to get Ethan to lay off Vosh?
Me on the phone and getting them to let me into their house and follow me around. I'm talking about content houses. I'm talking about the Hype House, the Sway House, like content houses where these teenagers have managers, agents, PR people, like an entire cadre of people around them. Okay, cut out some re-recording some of this, but what I'm saying in this interview is that it's a lot to get a young influencer to agree to have you come in with a whole photography.
Yeah, I feel like he went over this part too. He went over this video on stream, and when she's like doing, so she does the first take, she's standing up. The second take, she's lying down. I'm not a big TikTok head myself, but I understand this is a pretty this is a thing that you'd see in a lot of TikToks. I don't know. Was this in her Instagram, on her Instagram, or on her TikTok? But yeah, she's lying down and he's like, "Oh, it's creepy. It's creepy. Oh, she's lying down while she's talking." He's just looking. Yeah, he's doing the groomer panic.
And talk to them about their life.
Yeah, hummus is anti-Semitic. That's right.
Business. And again, come in with a whole photo team. When I first did my first big story about the Hype House in 2019, we had a whole photo team in, and those photos are amazing. I mean, that's what, you know, journalists do. When I worked for the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Atlantic, like, we would send photographers, and that is a lot. That can be overwhelming, even when you're an influencer. And then this other part, when I'm saying, like, especially when their parents don't understand what they're doing, that's because a lot of these kids, again, are living out in LA or in New York without their parents. They're living alone. They leave their house when they're young, and they come and live in these content houses, or they come and live with managers or agents, or they're brought out by production companies. Again, this is the entertainment industry. They are surrounded by adults, often adults that are profiting off them. And what's really weird is Ethan knows this, because I've written extensively about the abuse that has happened to children in content houses. And I actually wrote a story about a child that was sexually assaulted in Jake Paul's house. And this is something that Ethan, like, had me on. I'm pretty sure I went on the H3 podcast to talk about my reporting. So it's like...
Oh, wow. 4 years ago, yeah.
This is like not anything new. Also, I've been very critical of, you know, the way the entertainment industry is structured, and the fact that these kids are sent when they're so young, often to Los Angeles, to participate in the entertainment industry. Some of them, it works out totally great. They end up having amazing careers and they go out and are really happy. Some of them end up living with predatory managers or, you know, people that are taking advantage of them. Or I did a story about Triller a couple years ago, which Ethan should be familiar with, and Triller promising all of these teenage influencers massive amounts of money and then them not getting paid, and how that affected their lives. But again, you have to talk to teenagers to do this. Like, especially that story that I did on Triller, I spoke to dozens of teenage content creators about how, you know, this money, the lack of money and the lack of payment from Triller had, like, impacted their families and their ability to go to college and all this stuff. Like, these are things that are worth reporting on. Not to mention, again, when I say some kids also, their parents don't know what they're doing, I'm not just talking about social media content, which, like, most parents of influencers don't really have an understanding of, like, how their kids' businesses work. A lot of teenage girls do OnlyFans. I mean, that's the reality. You can be on there when you're 18. I just recently wrote a story about the Bop House. Teenage girls do OnlyFans. A lot of teenage girls also are on other sort of subscription websites, and they have these businesses, these managers, and these brand partnerships and things around them, and their parents don't totally understand. So yeah, I can understand why it's overwhelming for them when they blow up and are making millions of dollars and the New York Times wants to talk to them. I don't really know what else to say other than, like, yes, my job involves talking to young people. I write about how the internet affects people's lives. That means young people's lives, old people's lives. I also try to get boomers to talk to me. I try to get elderly people to talk to me. This is like what you do as a reporter. Also, I report so much on youth movements and student activism. I reported on the Parkland, countless school shootings. So yeah, you're trying to get teenagers and young people to talk to you for newsworthy reasons, whether because they're a massive social media star, they've done something, you know, to go viral, or they're heavily involved in activism. A lot of the activists and political leaders that I've covered, you know, I've covered since they were teenagers, since they were young. So this whole idea that, like, journalists interviewing young people is somehow, like, creepy or weird is just
straight up Fox News moral panic.
So bizarre. And I think it's really weird coming from a fandom of a YouTuber who is, like, banned from, you know, certain VR spaces for saying creepy stuff. Like, I have never said anything creepy to children. When I talk about teenagers,
is that
young. So this whole idea that, like, journalists interviewing young people is somehow, like, creepy or weird is just so bizarre. And I think it's really weird coming from a fandom of a YouTuber who is, like, banned from.
Okay. Metaverse is a new frontier for trolling. One popular YouTuber named Ethan Klein streamed a session last month where he tried to be as sexually explicit as possible while surrounded by kids. This is from the New York Times technology section. In the plaza, he got kicked out. And look, if yeah, I mean, you know, he was talking earlier about the New York Times having fired Taylor Lorenz, right? So ostensibly, yeah, you know, they made the right decision and they got rid of the bad journalist, right? And here the New York Times is, yeah, describing you know, Ethan Klein as having been banned from the platform for being as sexually explicit as possible while surrounded by kids. Ethan, where's your lawyers? If this isn't true, if this isn't what happened, right? If as soon as you saw that there were kids, you know, stopped being inappropriate or whatever, you should ask for a retraction. My guess is you won't, because you're lying. And you were, now I'm not going to say you were creepy or had any sort of ill intentions. I don't get any, you know, there's nothing that points to that. But yeah, you're doing something worse than what you're accusing Taylor Lorenz of, right? She is talking to children about, you know, their lives as influencers, or about a protest going on in Roblox, right? Not about sex, not about anything inappropriate. You, on the other hand, I can't say the same thing for. So there we go. Either the New York Times is in violation of, you know, Ethan Klein is defaming Ethan Klein and should be sued, or yeah, he's lying to us about the nature of the VR thing.
You know, certain VR spaces for saying creepy stuff. Like, I have never said anything creepy to children. When I talk to them, I'm like, hi, you know, what's your internet usage like? How do you use, you know...
Wait, with a bunch of kids around calling him a groomer? Is that what happened? Was that what happened on the VR thing?
YouTube or something like that? Or, you know, how did you make it through this school shooting? Why are you involved in climate change activism? One thing I do think is worth talking about, though, is how deeply reactionary and right-wing this sort of innuendo and discourse is. This is the type of stuff that you hear from really extreme right-wing groups and figures, this idea of young people having no autonomy. And I've actually written and talked a lot about this in my reporting, where especially on in terms of why I support a free and open internet and why I support young people having access to the internet. I'm against things like the Kids Online Safety Act, which is a coded censorship bill. LGBTQ youth, especially other sort of marginalized kids that grow up in abusive households or you know, reactionary conservative spaces, the internet is the only place that they're able to speak freely. Or some of these kids that have lived through really horrific shootings or crime or whatever, they're involved in activism, they've been through really tough stuff, and they deserve to be treated with respect and autonomy. And this idea that, like,
wait, the kids were the ones that alerted the mods? Jesus Christ, I saw the video of it on Reddit. Oh my God. Do we need to go to Reddit for this now? To be fair, chat, like, I mean, I was like, I don't ever want to be, you know, sourcing a lot of stuff from the Reddit, just for obvious reasons, that, you know, he's constantly trying to kind of loop everybody into this, like, snark category. And you can't say that about me. You can't say that about me. I'm not reading any Reddit pages. I'm not talking to anyone on Reddit. Sometimes Reddit does have the scoop, though. Sometimes Reddit really does have the scoop.
I don't know, it's somehow like creepy or bad, or like a journalist, you know, covering.
Does anybody think that it might be on YouTube as well? Like, what would I type in to find this? Like, Ethan Klein Metaverse, Ethan Klein VR?
Young people is somehow like trying to, like, I don't know what the implication is, like abuse them or something. It is really crazy, and it is the type of stuff that you really exclusively only hear from people like libs of TikTok, Fox News, other extreme right-wing spaces. So the fact that this Ethan Klein, like, fandom that I think most of them consider themselves liberal, have adopted this extremely...
You know, chat, I got transphobia in my comments on, I think, the last video about Ethan. Right? I got straight up transphobia. I don't know. Is that what I mean, I from what I've seen, from what I've heard, that's not the culture inside the original H3 fandom. But is it changing? Like, what kind of ghouls is Ethan, like, pulling in with this new content arc.
far right reactionary framing around like children and journalism. It's very disturbing. It's weird. And I think it's quite revealing about, you know, where their actual politics lie. Also, this idea that like adults, you know, should never have interaction with children or whatever. It's really weird and it's not based in reality. Like, I don't know. I was literally just at a 5-year-old's birthday party like days ago. I've lived with and parented children for years. Like, I'm about to have another child in my house shortly for a time. Like, I don't know what to tell these people other than like, this is the world. Like, we all live in the world together. And it's very weird of Ethan, especially because I know he has children himself. So what I will say is that looking at how Ethan has spoken to underage people and the sort of sexualized, disgusting things he said about teenage girls specifically, it's horrific and disgusting and disturbing. And so, you know, maybe that's why he's sort of projecting and his community is projecting that sort of thing. But it's really gross. And
you want to see what's really gross? Check this out, chat. Wait. I guess I'm gonna have to bring another. Wait, can I just add it like this? No, I can't. Thought it was gonna be so much easier. Here we go. I think it's here. The other thing we need to check in on is yeah, look at that. That's what I'm talking about, right? This was a comment on a video about Ethan. Yeah. They got transphobia on the brain so fucking hard. This fucker is literally transvestigating me. Chat, let me go get my BB gun. I'll be right back. I gotta go get my BB gun. And while I'm doing that, if we could get some... Just kidding, chat. Just kidding. Just kidding. We're not doing that. All right, we're not doing that. Sorry, bad reference, bad joke. But yeah, look at that. Look at that. Like, right? Good job defending Ethan. Fupa Troopa used transphobia. It's super ineffective. But I mean, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're dealing with. That's how his you know, defenders are showing up in my comment section. All right, delete it.
Yeah.
You said you didn't want to source things through the snark Reddits, but this is a clip of Ethan being a PDF in the metaverse. I mean, it's probably easier if we can find it on YouTube. I mean, if that's the only, you know, if that's where it lives, if that's the source, like I guess so. Lowercase, yeah. Poster absolutely wears a fedora. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a sign of his community changing, and it's not in a way that's compatible, right? Girly Pop Nation, the more of that shit that Girly Pop Nation experiences in Ethan's community, the more of Girly Pop Nation is going to get the fuck out. They don't want anything to do with that. You're going to lose your actual fans and replace them with the actual fucking real world snarkers, as in Destiny fans. Anyway. Oh wait, we watched that whole thing. Ethan Klein's community of incels and degenerates have picked up Ethan's line of baseless accusations towards Taylor Lorenz being inappropriate with children. Their evidence, the same dumb shit Ethan tried to use, and they believe this is worse than Ethan fantasizing about child R-word. Snark and company are trying to falsely paint Ethan as someone who is inappropriate towards children. Meanwhile, this is their new darling Taylor Lorenz, and yeah, it's the same slander from Fox News. Is this the same video? Wait, 740 and then 745?
Ethan Klein fans are literally just like speed running every single fake cancellation that I've ever gotten.
No, we did see this, right? It's the same. Is this the same video?
Ethan Klein fans are literally.
I don't know what's going on. It's a different tweet. Once again for posterity. Okay, she's reposting this. I wonder what the 5-second discrepancy. No, it's 745, 745. Never mind. There's not a 5-second discrepancy. Yeah, there's the serfs. I think we're kind of back to where we were yesterday. What is? Oh wow.
Win his head and no brain. I will say a short word about Yvonne Klein.
طبعا في المرة الأولى قلت أن إيثان كلاين لديه في رأسه بطاطا وليس لديه عقل، ولكن أنا آسف لأنني أسأت إلى البطاطا، وأن إيثان كلاين لا يستحق هذا اللقب ويستحق لقب.
Chat.
يستحق أي لقب.
Do you see what's in the background? Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do some searching. Do you see what's in the background of his picture? Let's see. Let's make this bigger. Oh no, I can't without it taking over the whole thing. Do you see that? It may... I'm not sure about this, chat, but the straw hat that's photoshopped into that picture, it looks a lot like my thumbnail. I don't know. I don't remember if we got like Hasan in his Zorro cosplay or not. I don't know if that's my... Wait, that kind of does... Wait a minute. Is it possible that he has like printed out? No, chat, I don't know. Look, a lot of... To be fair, I am not the only one to put the straw hat on Rashid, right? I'm far from the only one. So it may not, you know, I can't remember what, you know, is that the, you know, I'm just saying it could be. It looks a little bit similar to a thumbnail. I mean, I would have to like really, I would have to look this up.
Of course, the first time I said that the second Klein has a potato in his head and no brain, but I am sorry that I offended the potato because Ethan Klein does not deserve this title and deserves the title and not.
إيثان كلاين شخص مجنون، زوجته في الجيش الإسرائيلي، شخص يعني يروج إلى الإبادة الجماعية، يروج إلى قتل الأطفال، يروج إلى جعل الأطفال يموتون من الجوع في غزة. لذلك هذا الشخص نهايته بيكون مجنون، نهايته إنه بيطلع له راس برج ويقفز منه، لأنه الآن لا يجد أي تبريرات ينشرها، ويقوم الآن بتهديد النساء ونشر منشورات عن النساء، يقول هذا المرأة لبست، هذا المرأة بدون ملابس، هذا المرأة. هل هذا منشورات ينشرها شخص؟ أنا متأكد أن هناك من لعب الإعدادات في رأسه.
Klein is a crazy person whose wife is in the Israeli army. He is a person who promotes genocide, promotes the killing of children, and promotes making children die of hunger in Gaza. Therefore, this person will end up being crazy.
Fuck you so much.
Saying thank you so much there to be 100% clear. I don't know, chat. I'll have to look and see. It looks similar to my thumbnail. It may not be. You know, who knows? Who knows? Like I said, a lot of people were doing edits of him with a straw hat on top. So maybe it was. Maybe if it wasn't. If anybody finds that thumbnail, though, let me know. It's definitely under live streams in my channel. What is this? Adam McIntyre has been promoting and participating in Snark. Okay, we read this. He's saying that Adam is reaping what is he sowed because his snark is reporting him to ICE. Ethan Klein. Wait, this looks edited. Ethan Klein has been promoting and participating in my snark for a long time. He gives them literal shouts out. Oh, wow. And so now that it happened to me, he wants sympathy. Not funny. Hey, Ethan, wait, this is definitely edited. Wait. I don't understand. What's going on here? I'm surprised that you even have the nerve to post something. Post this after the amount of... Wait, are they just literally editing? Okay, yeah. It's an edit of Ethan's story to change Adam's name to his name. That's all. Yeah, Trishyland. They're showing the Trishyland subreddit on. So he's got Trish's snark literally up on his computer.
Yeah, no big deal. If you want to, you do it. If you don't, no big deal.
All right, just real quick, small, interesting little update. I think.
Oh no!
Is this a new development?
Frenemies too. Oh, you have to request to join. Did I fuck this? Did I do this?
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh man, what happened?
We talked about it on the show. We must have just gotten bum rushed by a bunch of fans.
Holy fuck!
Damn.
The moderators have set this as private. Once approved. Shit.
Love the sad music.
Well, I gotta request access now.
Tony Fettuccini is telling me to look at H3 show number 62 at the 3 hours and 34 minutes. Found the timestamp for the H3 metaverse. Thank you. That's really that's good job, Tony.
Sitting at the board for a reason.
Wait, what? I think I hit the wrong.
I mean, I need to know what's going on in Frenemies too.
Definitely. I wonder if
it's not even letting me.
Frenemies 3? Oh, Frenemies 3 is still open.
Well, Frenemies 3 is open. Frenemies 2.
Right.
Left side, he secured Frenemies 12, so we're set.
Okay.
Wait, Frenemies 12 is us?
Yeah.
We got it. Oh!
Wait, why
Frenemies
can't
12 is the official one.
Hang on.
Go to Frenemies 12, people, since Frenemies 2 is closed.
Frenemies 2 is like home base. You know what I mean?
Why have they done this? Also, it doesn't even let me request. Only approved members can take part.
So unfortunate.
Oh, fuck. I fucked up. What happened? This is Frenemies 2.
It's okay. Everybody migrate to Frenemies 12. This is the new home.
Frenemies 12 is the new home?
Yeah,
that's the one we have, right?
That's the one that Love has, yeah.
Yeah, no big deal. If you want to, you do it. If you don't, no big deal.
All right, just real quick, small, interesting little update.
That one. Give me the real one.
Oh no.
Is this a new development?
Frenemies 2. Oh, you have to request to join? Did I fuck this? Did I do this?
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh man. What happened?
We talked about it on the show. We must have just gotten bum rushed by a bunch of fans.
Holy fuck.
Damn.
The moderators have set this as private. Once approved. Shit.
Love the sad music.
Well, I gotta request access now. I mean, I need to know what's going on in Frenemies too.
Okay, I'm looking into this now.
Wait, am I scaring the hose?
You are mad scaring the hose, dude.
Ethan.
3:34. Okay, so we're a few minutes before that.
Can you tell Jordan I'm sorry for scaring the hose?
Jordan, Ethan says he's sorry for scaring the hose and he hoped he didn't ruin your chances. But he didn't say that last part, but he said he's sorry for scaring the hose.
Are these underage people that he's talking to here?
Yeah, I think it's over.
I think it's GG, dude. I think Jordan's done with
I
you.
think they're both like, yeah, I think they muted both of us because we can't hear them.
Okay, Mark, can you butt in?
Can you guys hear me? They muted me too.
All right, well, you guys are
wow, they told you to fuck off.
Ethan, please.
Sarge,
Ethan.
Can you help me? Can you come talk to them for me?
Wait, shout out Sam
More
Silva, shout out Max
people.
Dalton. I had to say that. Sorry.
Come on, everybody.
So many people flooding in now.
Is this what meta looks like? Is this what the metaverse looked like? Is this thing still? Is this shit still exist?
Tell them.
Yeah, he's literally VR'd up.
Tell them that.
Yo, it's really funny. Do you remember? Some of you might remember. So, wait, I'm trying to think. I feel like it wasn't last summer, but it was like 2 summers ago. that I was supposed to house sit for somebody. The landlord changed the locks, and I had to rely on a friend who luckily was able to let me, stay with her and her roommates, right? And it was really, I was kind of like, okay, look, I'll be happy with a couch, I'll be happy with a closet, I'll be happy with anything. But no, they moved me into their guest room, and it was really, really nice. And there was a blowhaj waiting, a blowhigh. The shark. I almost said dolphin. The shark from IKEA, right? And the other thing that she did was she let me use her. I guess because she knows I was a streamer, so people think video games, right? So she loaned me that equipment, the stuff that Ethan has on, right? What is I forget who makes that. Right, but there's I think there's like a boxing game associated with this equipment and like some other stuff. And she was like, yeah, if you want to get your workout, you can like, right. But I never used it. Because I'm just too busy making content. As much as I love video games and I'm desperately could use a break and maybe do like, it would be great to do a video game stream. I'm not sure anybody would show up to watch if I did, so you won't be getting that. But this is a Lizzie Craft. I think this is what you were looking for. This is the I think this is the metaverse clip. Sonic Chew is something everyone can just pretend didn't exist. I don't know. So what if Sonic Chew is real though? What if the merge is happening? That's my fear, right? All I know is never say that Rose Chew has a pickle. All right, that's just not right. Rose Chew does not have a pickle. It's not correct.
That I have 30,000 people watching and I'm famous.
Guys, there's 30,000 people watching.
Got it.
30,000, baby.
And I'm famous. Tell them to Google Ethan
Tell them
Klein.
to unmute Ethan. He's Tell them famous. to unmute him. He's very famous.
On a scale of...
Oh, this isn't the bad part. No, the bad part's coming up in, I don't know, like 5 minutes or so.
And how famous am I?
He's like...
I have a Sonichu medallion. It's a lot harder for me. Wait, to fit it in your butt? Is that... Sorry. That was the ultimate fate of the Sonichu medallion for anyone who isn't up on the lore.
30 out of 30 famous? In my so like on the scale, it's still like...
But you're
10.
here, so...
Hello. Can you butt in for me?
Hey.
Can everybody just talk to Jordan and beg him,
Guys,
please?
come on. We need some more... Jordan. Come on, Jordan.
Jordan, come on, man.
Give him a chance,
Bro,
man.
give me a sec.
We
Can
need someone to
everybody please?
translate from
Can everybody
normal
please
human
ask
to
Jordan to give me a
Quest
second chance?
Speak.
Jordan, come on, bro. Please.
Jordan, give him a second.
So what, Jordan blocked him?
Come on. Bro.
Dan blocked me.
Come on, Jordan.
We could be dogs.
Wait.
Everybody, come on now.
Ethan, can I have a...
Wait,
can I have a
wait,
fist
dude,
bump?
they're eating the dogs and cats, bro. What?
No,
Ethan, can I have a
Jordan,
fist
they're
bump?
eating the dogs.
Wait, what? How long ago was this from? I thought this was from a long ass time ago. 9 months ago. Okay, this is about the right time, yeah.
Dogs and the cats, man.
They're eating the dogs and the
They're
cats.
eating
dude.
the dogs.
Come on, you got to listen to this. Don't mute us.
All right, I'm going hiking.
This is important.
See y'all later.
Is this him getting out of there?
Fun, guys.
Yeah, we're still not at the bad part.
There's nothing left for me here.
I just wanted to give us some context. He's gonna drown himself in the metaverse? What is he doing?
Vote to kick you. They're trying to kick you.
Oh, don't. Oh, no. Hey, are you
Can
here?
I get a fist bump? I voted no, obviously. Can I get a fist bump?
I got you, bro.
Oh! Wait.
Are they?
Wait, you have to hold the... Okay.
Here, no, I got you.
Wait, okay. Yeah, hold
Wait,
your
is he
fist
trying to
closed,
trick
like,
me?
squeeze the buttons.
How can
No,
it
no,
be?
squeeze the buttons. I'm not. Squeeze.
How can it be?
Yeah, no, all... Yeah. Yeah, there we go! I think we did it!
Okay, are they trying to vote me out? Because
I'm
that's fucked up.
following you. No, I'm not. I voted no, Ethan.
No, I know, but I gotta go
I
deal with
voted
this
no.
situation.
Yeah, true.
All right, hold on.
I mean,
hold
this
on.
is like... This is more important than real life now.
This is real life.
All right, listen, are y'all really for real trying to vote me out? Like, come on, dude, have some class. It's ridiculous, bro.
I voted stay.
Can you guys tell Jordan?
Dude.
Everyone tell
We
him.
all voted to stay, dude. We voted to stay. Come on, man. He's not harassing anybody. He just came back from
Jordan,
Come on,
you're
Jordan.
missing out on the biggest opportunity of your life.
I think you muted
Everybody, get in. Everybody.
You could get hired by
Come
Ethan
on,
Klein here.
moist sushi
It's
chef.
definitely not
Get in.
easy.
Please, Jordan. Please, bro. Please. Please.
Jordan, Ethan Klein wants to
Please.
hire you.
Please.
Jordan,
Oh, yeah.
Jordan.
Jordan.
Ethan Klein wants to hire you. Please.
Jordan. Come on, Jordy.
Fuck you, buddy.
All right, let's go find someone else to talk to. Boring.
Talk to him.
What are you guys doing around? What are you guys doing?
Dude,
What are
they're
you
playing
doing?
basketball.
Never heard of basketball?
So chat, yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Where are your kids? And are they playing with nasty ass Ethan Klein getting infected with digital giardia in the metaverse? That's my question.
Dude, basketball?
Why are you running with the ball, bro?
That's an old reference. That's an old reference.
Ball. Hey.
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 Hi. All right, let me see. Where's the cuties at? Where's the hose at?
Oh no.
Oh,
Hey.
here's one. Haley.
Okay.
Here's one.
Okay, yo, whoa,
Nothing.
guys,
Nothing.
whoa, back
Here's one.
up. Guys.
Here's
You
one.
guys are scaring the hose now.
Excuse yourself.
Everybody is cute.
Are you talking about yourself?
Nice to meet
you
you.
shouldn't be talking about
Nice to
yourself that way, ho.
meet you, milady.
No, I
Here's a
didn't mean
ball.
it. I didn't mean it that way. I meant it in like the
tip of the
funny
hat.
Dude,
mean
really
way.
nice.
Haley,
Really
Haley,
nice.
I didn't mean it like that. No,
A tip of the hat.
I don't
Yeah,
think
you did.
it's just an expression scaring the hose. It doesn't mean anything. Oh fuck, she left.
Oh, bro. You gotta offer him this ball, man.
Fuck.
You killed her.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
It's I guess
It's me and you, buddy.
Good new shoes. Yeah,
kind of looks like
You gotta give him these
God, we really
That was
scared
a
all the
big
ladies
L.
off.
Damn, you struck out, man.
All the ladies are.
I'm right here.
I don't know. Should I be scared? What happened?
No, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
It's a little chaotic here.
Just me and my chicken.
Oh, I believe you. I totally believe
You've been following me. You know what I've been doing. I haven't been doing anything.
He's stroking his chicken. He's literally stroking his chicken.
Stop stroking your
Wait, Ethan,
chicken,
come
please.
get us in a selfie.
We're about to get age
Why am I-
restricted, bro.
All right. Listen, this place is a disappointment.
I don't know. I'm having fun.
I just wish Jordan responded to me. Oh fuck.
We
Well,
make
you
this
know-
game. There's no escape. This is the River Styx.
Oh here.
This is the river stick.
Hey, Texas.
This is the River Styx. There is no escape. Please.
Texas.
Your soul is mine.
Thanks, guys. All right, let me do one more thing because this is kind of crazy.
Okay. We are at 3.5 hours now. Just so you know.
'Cause I'm not seeing my gun or my pointer.
Love you, Ethan.
Love you, buddy.
That was nice.
Sorry? No, I'm kidding.
That was a nice moment.
Dude.
Oh,
That's
VR
huge
classroom
for
was crazy. Hold on, let me
Ethan,
just- Guys, no more. Can I go watch shopping in VR?
Can I go watch?
Combine my two interests? Do you think Jordan believed me that I have a nice watch?
I don't think he believed you at all.
I don't either. I,
Teacher, the students are being stupid
Oh,
and
God.
not going to class.
Wait, is this the right video? Yeah, she's been infected. Virus, parasite that stays with you forever. Wait. This isn't the bad part. What did people tell me was the bad part? We're not there yet. We're not there. They said 3:30. We're right about there. It's right around here. The bad part, right? This is not the. Let me know the chat if this isn't the right video. Somebody said that the bad one was where they don't have legs.
believe me that I have a nice watch?
I don't think he believed you at all.
I don't either. I,
Teacher, the students are being stupid.
Are those Vietnam brutes giving you good skin? Van, I didn't actually make it to Vietnam. Crazy story. But you gotta have a something called an e-visa to go to Vietnam. I've got one now, but when I filled out the paperwork was the same day that, or was it like a day before I left, right? And so it didn't get approved in time. And I didn't get to go to Vietnam. I had to go to Malaysia instead. I didn't really get to try any fruits while I was there. All I noticed about Malaysia is that Kuala Lumpur is huge, huge city. My hotel was 60 kilometers away from the airport, and also shit's expensive there, very expensive compared to Thailand. So yeah, sad story. But I will be going to Vietnam in August, and I'm gonna make sure that I have everything set up for that. Right? I don't want to wait. Coil compress. It coils same time off finger. Are we talking about the? Are we talking about the controls for this game? YouTube. Okay. I don't. You could just also let me know the name of the YouTube video, Lizzie Craft.
They're not going to class.
What is?
Is it okay?
Be careful.
No, these seem like younger kids, by the way. Like what we were, the people that he was talking about before, would have been anywhere from 16 to like, 21 or so. These, this VR classroom, they sound much younger.
You found the elementary school.
Go to class, everyone.
Can't hear anything. La 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 la. Okay, these are actual kids.
You're muted. No.
These are all kids.
What is this? Oh, this is class.
This is unbelievable. Why are these kids in here?
It's
Who gave these kids heads?
It's a VR classroom. What are you talking about? Also, like, who do you expect to be in the metaverse? Sorry if I shared this one. This isn't a good look either. So that was the wrong one to share. That wasn't the Ethan gets banned from the metaverse full episode. Okay. Let's try that. Do we want to watch the rest of this one though? This does kind of match what Ethan was saying, where he says he ran away when he realized they were kids. I didn't see him. He wasn't saying anything inappropriate to the kids, was he?
Need to go to fucking class.
Whoa!
The kid is saying the F word to him, but
Who just said the F word?
You're lucky they haven't called you the R slur yet, Ethan. They're kids.
You a headset.
Who gave you a headset? Exactly.
You guys are not old enough. No, hold on. You guys are not old enough. There's so much bad stuff in here.
This is like one of the people that goes that gets stopped by Chris Hansen, and then when he asked them what they were doing, they're like, "I was trying to protect this kid." There's a lot of creepy people out there. There's a lot. No, I was just coming over to their house with condoms and weed because I wanted to warn them. I wanted to see if they were really vulnerable to that kind of thing, and I see that I was just gonna come over and give them like some adult some wise advice of how to stay. You know what I mean? It's giving that. Like, I mean, I don't think he said anything creepy to them. I don't think he's trying to be creepy here, but like when he's starting to say, "You know how much bad stuff there is there? You shouldn't be here." Like, it's just like, it's not a good look.
I'm 39. Who am I to talk? I'm an adult.
This is not break time. Go. You're a groomer.
He called him a groomer.
Guys, this is not a safe environment for children. This is not a safe environment for children.
He is low-key acting like some groomers on, like, Chris Hansen shows have acted, but no, I don't get that that's his intention.
I'm serious. Somebody put your parents on. No, I'm serious. I need to talk to your parents.
Yes, I can. Bro, you.
No,
Time to pull out parents.
Oh, jeez.
This could get rude someone.
Also, you realize that if they brought their parents on, like any of those kids, they would never be using that software again. They bring their parents on, and there's a 39-year-old man in the game that they're playing. They have lost that game. They have lost they're getting blocked from the metaverse.
Also, I'm pretty sure this kid said the F word to me.
Okay, gotta steal.
What is that? Nick.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Yo,
Whoa, it sounded like that kid was trying to say the N-word.
Very black. I can say the N-word.
He's gonna say the N-word.
Say the N-word, bro.
Oh wait, where's
Dude, you're in a freaking classroom. Did I hear the N-word? Who's saying that?
Yeah,
this
that
is
was
a
me.
freaking
What the
VR.
hell?
How?
There's kids dropping N-bombs in the classroom.
Unbelievable.
What the fuck is going on here?
said he was black. He said he's allowed to.
Oh, he did?
That's what's
Oh.
wrong with you. And just go eat your
Whoa.
lunch.
All right, listen. Listen. Listen.
They're not.
No,
they're not
you are
listening.
not. I stole it.
An
I
adult is
stole this
talking.
from
Listen,
the
please. Guys,
I don't freaking
there's
care
gotta
about
be.
you talking.
It's not a
You're
safe.
not actually an adult. I stole this from your principal.
Listen.
I now have it.
Truer words have never been spoken. You're not actually an adult.
When all
Listen, guys, children.
Show your elders some
It's not a safe
respect.
environment for you. You need to be participating in
my
chat
watch.
rooms where your parents have
Give
parental control. This is not safe. There's one kid dropping the F-bomb. There's one saying the
Like
N-word. This is not good.
They are like 2 seconds away from calling him the R slur. He's about to get called Chud Logic, chat.
Getting bullied, dude. You are getting bullied by
You guys,
8-year-olds.
why are you bullying me? I'm telling the truth. You guys know I'm telling the truth. Why are you bullying me?
We don't care. This is a class environment. This is where students should be.
Guys, you know I'm telling the truth, though.
I was bullied. Get in the locker.
What is
Get in the locker.
I hope you guys don't bully other kids like this.
This classwork I've seen. We don't care.
Okay, that's just one. Okay, that's just one area that I have rated.
So what he said about, like, when I heard they were kids, I got the fuck out of there. For the record, not true.
All of its stuff. I got to
All
go
right.
over that. I got to
Ethan,
But I think chat was trying to tell me this is not where he gets banned, right? The banning comes in a clip that somebody sent.
I don't think you're making an impact.
I gotta
here.
get out of here.
Yeah, I think you gotta go.
God damn. Oh,
You gotta go.
I
Oh!
think you lost track.
Okay,
Hold on.
I need peace. God damn. Those kids are so fucking annoying. Those kids are so. What is wrong with these kids, bro? What the fuck? Hey! Listen, I didn't mean to curse in front of you, okay?
Mute you.
Why are
Okay,
you?
you're muted.
You followed me.
That's
What do
the
you
principal.
mean?
Hey, careful. That's the principal.
You're muted. Okay, I took this from the principal again.
Well, why'd you follow me if you don't want to hear me,
Is this
genius?
principal really called a principal?
Einstein?
Or is this game's principal?
All right, guys, I just want a peaceful corner away from this hellhole.
I'm drawing yourself.
Is this what kids are like when they get this age?
Oh man,
Yeah, all of them.
You got this to look forward to.
Get a report card.
Here, I need to find peace.
Lisa Frank bathroom. What the fuck?
Right now.
Yo, get
You're in the
out!
girls' bathroom. Get out right
Get
now.
out.
Couldn't you tell by the Lisa Frank unicorn?
God. Okay, please, NPC Canada. I feel you're bullying me. Please, just give me some space, please. I'm asking seriously. As a friend, please.
Are you here to groom a minor?
I'm literally in a stall with the door closed, man. I'm here to just.
Everybody, come to spelling bee.
I'm
Look,
gonna
I
give you
can-
some chips.
Oh.
It's gonna be good. Here's some chips. Enjoy them in the stall.
All the teachers.
I said
Okay.
everybody
Get
come
their
to spelling bee. Fine, but I'm more.
Guess what, bro?
Is there a grocery store in the school?
Can I duck?
You can physically bend down.
You can try to shop. Hey.
Okay.
Who's in that store?
Oh, I there's all the stuff over here.
I don't think they know where I am.
Oh, there's all the stuff over
Shit.
here.
Get to the
Oh,
spelling
fuck.
bee.
Hello? Can I help you?
Get to the
You're in
spelling
my
bee.
store.
You guys think you can spell better than me? Let's do it. These kids want to do spelling bee. Hold on,
As
where's
long as
this?
it's as good as your poker, they should be.
Oh, come on, that's a low blow.
Stop.
I can spell better than this child.
We'll see.
How do I do it?
Spell.
D E E Z.
D-E-Z.
Oh no!
Yeah, I got you, bro. Oh my god, it's embarrassing, bro.
This is the worst decision I've ever made is joining this classroom. You kids are horrible. You are bullying me. I feel horrible. Why would you treat an adult like this?
I said this is how you spell
Teacher, what? You gonna let him do a D's nuts on me? Teacher,
He's dabbing on you, dude.
don't dab on me, bro.
Dabbing on you.
Where do I get it going? Where do I get it
All
going?
right, do another word.
What is other stuff that could be stolen?
Do another word.
These nuts.
Again, we are all
Okay, spell baller.
Spell what?
Baller.
Father?
Baller. B-A-L-L-E-R.
Baller?
Ball.
Oh, it's time to shine, baby. B. A. L.
Wrong. Wrong.
Oh, they're telling you you're wrong.
L-L-E-R.
Dude, you're actually.
You can't spell, Ethan?
You can't spell, you loser, dude.
Oh my god.
They're gonna be cooler here.
Wrong.
You are such a
don't know how to
loser.
spell at all.
You can't spell at all.
You can't
You didn't
spell
even let me
at all.
finish spelling, dude. These kids are so mean.
Math is fun.
Okay, I just need to cry in this corner, for real. I'm gonna turn around.
You should put on a dunce cap in the corner. Big old cone hat.
All right, I don't think there's any. Is there anything else here? Let's check this one out. Wait, it didn't do the timing. It didn't give the the timestamp didn't work, chat. B movie spotted based. Based. Okay, wait. Yeah, rich schools have many amenities. I did not grow up like this. I don't know if that surprised any of you, but I did not grow up in one such school as this. Not only is he predator, he's using inherent racism on children. He deserves to be called that, to be honest. Wait. So the one thing that I'm missing, somebody sent me the link to, is this the right video? Is this like Ethan getting banned? Yeah, Ethan gets banned from the metaverse. It's 32. Did anybody tell me, like, whoever gave this to me, you gave me a timestamp? You're such a loser. That must have been cathartic for Dan. Oh god, how old is that comment? We haven't been watching Ethan and Dan for a hot minute here. 2930. Thank you so much, Lizzie. Thank you so much. 2930. Here we go. Put it a few seconds before.
You scared?
Okay, listen,
you're here in the plaza.
What do we do about it?
Anybody here work for Meta? Anybody a Meta employee here?
Let me start here, Dan.
Okay, all right.
May I grab your...
Are you gonna harass me?
Yeah, I mean, there we go. A little of that. Right? I mean, you don't mind, do you?
Dang.
Excuse me, we're having a private moment. A little of this?
Yeah, no, he is groping Dan's non-existent penis in front of minor, I guess.
Oh my god.
What do you think?
I'll let you guys do your thing.
Little of
You know
this?
what? I have a different idea how to watch. I know how to watch them.
A little reach around?
secretly.
You want to reach around? Both sides?
Does he know what a reach around is?
Reach around here. You like one? You like a finger in the butt, Dan?
Oh.
That's not. Does Ethan not know what a reach around is?
Oh my god.
Ooh.
What is going on?
Dan, you like this?
Buddy, you're sexy.
You like this, bro?
Oh, mama.
Bro, you like this?
Yes.
Wait, there's kids here?
What the fuck?
Laugh it up, everybody.
But I think I
What the fuck?
got banned already.
You got banned.
Yeah, see ya.
That was so fast, there wasn't even a mod. How did they know? Yo, a guide removed me. How did they know?
Who snitched?
Ripped my account.
Which one of you motherfuckers snitched?
I knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah. Yo,
They
just
have
tell
guides?
Dan. Just tell him we were having fun. There's no victim in that.
Hey, everybody. Sorry about that. Sorry you had to see
Oh,
that.
Ethan's Dan. Yeah.
Oh,
That was
you
my
look-
boss, Ethan. He was just doing a little gag, you know.
No, tell him you like it.
Well, I mean, look, I'm. It's probably a good thing he doesn't know what the reach around is, right? He thinks the reach around is when you reach around to somebody's butt. That. I feel like there's a non-zero number of like gold star heterosexuals in chat who could tell you what the actual reach around is. Am I right? Do we all understand the reach around? He's just mixing it up. You're not in a position in front of the person when you're doing the reach around. You're positioned behind the person because you are. But the other thing is he's around kids. He's around the literal children. Literal children, and he is like pantomiming fingering Dan, right? Yeah, it's you're giving somebody a hug from behind. Exactly, JP. Exactly. Yeah, people. Does he really not know that? I'm sorry. It's not really important. You know, look. He's done. There's a lot wrong with what he's doing. Not knowing what the reach around is the least of the concerns. I'm just a little bit surprised that he would say that word without knowing. Yeah, it's like a reverse reach around. Yeah, like, I mean, I feel like he's like more in like, anyway, I don't even want to say what territory, you know, what act he would be performing there, but I'm too straight to know what a gold star hetero is. Does that mean I am one? Probably. Although, to be fair, gold star has been applied at times in a fairly biphobic way, right? We're mixing like lesbian terminology with gay terminology here. Yeah, and kind of reversing it, right, with the gold star heterosexual. Oh my god. Biphobia has been in the discourse lately. Anybody seen that? People are talking about biphobia.
Yeah. It's an old timey joke.
Tell him
You
you
know
liked
what I
it,
mean?
bro.
So I apologize for his behavior. I hope
No.
nobody was too offended by that.
Work with him.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Pleasure to see you all. So are you banned? Are you
I'm
like
banned.
Okay.
I'm out.
Okay.
Unless you want to give, I'll get that one on and get banned again.
Well, were you just bopped from this room, or were you like banned?
Banned.
So whichever one of you banned him, appreciate
Shame on
that.
you.
Shame on you.
You have a 2-hour suspension.
From the whole world? All right, Dan.
Ethan, I've made a lot of friends.
I know. I see you're having a good time. I'm going to step off. Have fun, Dan.
Hey, what's up, man? This is great. Whoa, this guy's sucking his own dick. Yo, what is happening? You guys seeing this?
Maybe you guys can fade out now.
Dude, you got to teach me how to do that.
Vecna got him.
That's kind of...
Wait. Chat, can we confirm that they're around like underage people? Because that's kind of surprising. It's bad enough that Ethan was doing that shit. It didn't seem like, I mean, Dan is obviously like letting it happen, but he's not like, he wasn't like, you know, participating. He wasn't saying other weird stuff. His weird psychosexual stuff is really on brand for him. We don't need another mammal. All we want is back the duck of Thunderdome. Am I right, Donald? Am I right? Is that what you were going for? Or should I have turned Thunderdome into referencing birds? You can hear young kids in the background commenting. I mean, look, I don't think Dan's like trying to be creepy or anything. Like I'm not accusing him of anything like that. It just seems like I mean, obviously what Ethan was doing was completely out of pocket, but what Dan was saying, like, you know, Dan, is this guy sucking his own dick while there are kids around? I mean, it's just like you wouldn't think that letting it happen is crazy. Yeah, a lot about the situation is crazy. Did you ever find out what the melon was? Wait. Oh yeah, it's wait, we did, didn't we? It's a blend. It's a type of Gallia that's not to be confused with Giardia, right? But a Gallia melon that's like a blend. It's like a hybrid between it's a hybrid between a cantaloupe and a muskmelon. Wait, is that right? A muskmelon, like the green one? honeydew, sorry, a cantaloupe and a honeydew, right? You hybridize them, and it gives you this like, and it's not. I said it was a fatty melon earlier. I was like, it's a fatty melon because it kind of tasted like avocado. Like I mean, it tasted it, you know, not really. It tasted more like honeydew, right? But it had like the texture of an avocado, and I'm like, is this fatty? Like it felt like a fatty melon, right? It turns out it's not fatty at all. It's just very buttery taste. It's just the texture, right? It tastes, it feels fatty in your mouth, but it's not actually fatty. Dan looks like he's aged 45 years in the past 1.7. Yeah, no doubt.
Kind of sick.
Wow.
You know, chat, now that you mention it, I think I saw this clip. I didn't know what I was watching, and I vaguely remember thinking it was inappropriate. I vaguely remember being like, what are they doing in the metaverse?
This is scary, bro.
You scared?
Okay, listen.
Listen, you're here in the plaza.
What do we do about it?
Anybody here work for Meta? Anybody a Meta employee here?
Let me start here, Dan.
Okay, all right.
May I?
Yo.
Are you gonna harass me?
Yeah. I mean.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is going to harass you. You got it right, Dan. Also, Joel Siverud, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Whiskey Leaks, you just got jellyfished. Atto Curie, you just got jellyfished. Right in the Wind, you just got jellyfished. Blargs, you just got jellyfished. And a subtle hypnotic, you just got jellyfished.
There we go. Little of that.
And that's a good thing.
Right? I mean, you don't mind, do you?
Dang.
Excuse me, we're having a private.
I'm kind of glad that the jellyfish are blocking it. It's kind of good that the jellyfish are blocking our view of what Ethan is doing to Dan here. But yeah, those are kids, right? Those, I mean, I don't know, you know, if they're, I can't tell if they're like high school or middle school age, right? But those do seem to be people that, you know, those do seem to be minors.
Little of this?
Oh, my bad, my bad. Oh my god.
What do you think?
I'll let you guys do your thing.
Little of
You know
this?
what? I have a different idea how to watch. I know how to watch them.
A little reach around?
secretly.
You want to reach around? Both sides? Or just do a little reach around here? You like one?
Oh, he's doing like a reach around where he's like on both. Yeah, he's going in the back and he's in the front. Right? I guess that's another. That's not the reach around though. Right? For the record, the reach around is like, you know. Do I have to explain the reach around anyway? Everybody knows what the reach around is, right?
You like a finger in the butt, Dan?
Oh.
Write that down.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
What is going on?
Dan, you like this?
Buddy, you're sexy.
You like this, bro?
Yeah, straight up. And look, they're goofing and gaffing, right? They're obviously kidding. They're not trying to be sexual. They're not trying to groom anyone, but they're being incredibly inappropriate to those kids after criticizing, yes, Taylor's, I just keep on saying Taylor Swift, Taylor Lorenz for like the same thing. Yeah, no, these are definite. I mean, they're definitely not of age. I don't know how young they are, but you know, this is highly inappropriate to say the least.
Bro, you like this?
Kids, bro. Yes.
Wait, there's kids here?
He thinks the reach around is what, like one in the bum and a hand on the shaft. That's what he thinks the reach around is. Kids are so boring to hang out with though, creepiness aside. Yeah, shout outs to, you know, the babysitters. I'm sure I was like a tough kid to deal with, you know, for my babysitters. Like I was always getting in trouble and, you know, trying to get away with stuff that my parents wouldn't let me. Like trying to be like, no, my bedtime is 10:30, not 9 o'clock.
Laugh it up. Laugh it up, everybody.
The reach around may sometimes involve fatty melons and a variety of eggplants. Oh my god. Kids scare and exhaust me. Do not like them. You know, my whole deal is that like I don't know, like, I just want to be responsible, like you know, as like a babysitter or something like that for somebody else's kids, because like, you know, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to protect kids, right? Being you know, I'm not a parent, but my sister is, right? And yeah, no, being a parent is a tough job, and not just when they're little, like the whole, you know, the whole way through. And so kind of trying to, you know, like it would just give me a lot of anxiety, because I'd be like, you know, I mean, that's some real responsibility, right? And I know, like everybody babysits. It's not actually that big of a deal, but can't imagine wanting to go talk to kids like, yeah. What are you going to talk about, the weather? I mean, if you're a teacher, you know, that's your job, right? If you're in childcare or babysitting, you know, kids are way too big of a liability, huge liability, right? And I would just be so nervous, right? Because yeah, you gotta protect them from all that's out there.
Kids here.
Oh, I think I got banned already. What?
Yeah, see ya.
That was so fast.
We just had a horrific child care abuse scandal where I live. They've started banning men from certain duties as a knee-jerk reaction. That's kind of wild.
It wasn't even a mod. How did they know? Yo, a guy removed me. How did they know?
Who snitched?
Ripped my account.
Which one of you motherfuckers snitched?
I knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah. Yo,
They
just
have
tell
guides?
Dan. Just tell him we were having fun. There was no victim in that.
Hey everybody, sorry about that. Sorry you had to see that.
No,
that was my boss Ethan. He was just doing a little gag, you know.
No, tell him
it's an old-timey joke.
It's an old-timey joke.
Tell him you
know what I mean? So I apologize for his behavior. I hope nobody was too offended by that.
Work with him.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Pleasure to see you all. So are you banned? Are you
I'm
like
banned.
Okay.
I'm out.
Okay.
Unless you want to give, I'll get that one on and get banned again.
Well, were you just bopped from this room, or were you like banned?
Banned.
So whichever one of you banned him, appreciate
Shame on
that.
you.
Shame on you.
You have a 2-hour suspension.
From the whole world? All right, Dan.
Ethan, I've made a lot of friends.
I know. I see you're having a good time. I'm gonna step off. Have fun, Dan.
Hey, what's up, man? This is great. Whoa, this guy's sucking his own dick. Yo, what is happening?
I hope he's off of, I hope he turned his mic off there too. Cause like, I mean, Ethan is basically, like Ethan is a child. So I can imagine him saying, I can imagine Ethan, you know, kind of going too far just cause he's such a old-timey joke. Sounds like a post-ironic Horshan way about saying slurs. Hey Slime, it kind of is. It kind of is, right? Some of you may not be aware, but one of the reoccurring characters on the H3 podcast is a dentist from New Jersey named Jimmy Lee. He's also known as Jimmy the Jersey Outlaw Lee. And he, in addition to his dentistry practice, he also practices stand-up comedy. Although when I say stand-up, it's mostly crowd work. And it's mostly not in front of an audience. It's like on the street. When we're talking about the old-timey humor, it's like jokes about being interested in Asian women made towards an Asian woman, right? It's you know, offensive jokes, like racist jokes. That's what old-timey humor. And then his whole excuse for it every time is like, oh, it's just old-timey humor. Alex Novell did a doc about him that was really good. Yeah, Jimmy Guy is insufferable. And yet, like a train wreck, so hard to look away from. After Jimmy Lee, there was Wayne Diamond, who promptly sexually harassed Lena. Wait, I didn't hear about this. What was up with this? Wayne Diamond? This was after they banned Jimmy Lee? Jimmy Lee is like Cumtown humor if it was done by actual boomers, like actual baby boomers, and not funny. Yeah. Who is Wayne Diamond, though? So, chat, technically speaking, if I'm being real, this goal just went over 200. What is it, like? Are we at 228? Is that right? Or 218? Wait, is that right? Yeah, 218. And that means if people are awake and aware and interested, we got a whole nother bonus topic to cover, and this one would be Anna Kasparian giving up on MAGA. What I want to ask chat is, are you here for it? Do you want to go on and watch that as well? No, the drag queen was not from New York. Wait, the drag queen? Guy from New York, he was creepy. Oh yeah, that's the Wayne guy, Wayne Diamond. As a Jimmy Lee replay. Did they kick him out? Wayne was the drag queen who owned fashion stores? Oh, I don't remember this guy. He's in Uncut Gems.
You know, ironically, we brought Wayne to see who we like better, Jimmy or Wayne. But it turned out Wayne ruined it for everybody.
It sounds like they brought Wayne in before they got rid of Jimmy.
I saw people saying no more old boomer. We're done with the whole genre.
Yeah, people that were done with the whole genre, I don't think their minds were changed by Wayne necessarily. Those are the people that were already out. You gotta keep in mind, half of our audience fucking hates Jimmy, so they already weren't on board.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true, guys. But you gotta admit, it's pretty funny. It's pretty.
Jimmy Lee breaking into the studio was wild, though. Well, I mean, like the scandal with Jimmy Lee, right, was that it was pretty obvious that Ethan knew that he was doing more than just telling old-timey jokes, right? Like, I mean, the jokes themselves, like, yeah, they were somewhat inappropriate. He wasn't like asking people. These weren't people that are like, yeah, you can be racist to me. I'm Asian, and I don't mind if you hit me with your anti-Asian racism, right? They're not like willing accomplices. These are just people on the streets that Jimmy would just come up to and yeah, be really weird, like, sexualize them, like, just, and anytime, his question is like, hey, it's old-timey humor, They weren't talking to Jimmy at the time he broke into the studio. They kicked him out. They did kick him out at that point, right? But you got the feeling, if you watch that Ethan actually knew. Ethan knew that Jimmy was a problem before they, officially, like, kicked him out. There was an episode where they had Ethan's dad, someone else old, and they had to heavily edit it because most of it was too problematic. Oh, I vaguely remember that.
You have to admit.
Not
admit
Wayne.
What? Wayne crossed the line.
Wayne did ruin Wayne's shot.
Wayne's out.
Wayne's out.
Wayne's
the
out.
contest.
Yeah.
Wayne's out.
Yes. I think also I would like to say about that situation, I was in the bathroom when it happened, sadly, and I think all of us, by the time I got back and I was trying to figure out what was happening, I don't think any of us really caught it the first time. I do apologize that I was gone because I do wish that obviously, like, you foster an environment where, like, I could easily just be like, excuse me, what did you just say? And I think that because all of us missed it, that was our bad.
Thank you. But also, I don't think any of us quite understood
No,
what
we
he was
didn't.
even talking about at first.
Yeah.
But then when I
Exactly.
understood, I said something.
Yeah, and about that, I just want to say again, thank you guys so much in the audience for defending me. It means a lot, but also I saw a ton of comments attacking Ethan, and I don't get that because, like they just mentioned, we were all like thrown off. The comment was so random initially. And then also it led to an important discussion, and Wayne apologized, and I think that's more important than just like closing him off entirely.
Yeah. We love you, Lena.
I love you guys.
Yeah.
And to you too, Ethan. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
doing
you.
that.
And I apologize that I guess that I didn't either hang up immediately or send an assassin.
I thought you handled it very well.
It's a weird, it's a weird situation. Yeah, I'm glad everyone defended Lena and everything, but at the same time, it's like, when some old weird dude calls in and acts like an old weird dude, I wasn't as surprised. I mean, of course, it's off-putting, but yeah, I wasn't that surprised that he said something that wild.
That one kind of surprised. I'm not used to Jimmy's not like that.
Yeah.
So that one took.
What did Wayne Diamond say?
And people are asking what happened. He called in immediately, was like, "Who's the broad with the tits?" Something like that. We were just like, what? Yeah.
I mean, that is definitely old-timey humor, but yeah.
That's
A little bit beyond even what Jimmy Lee was willing to do.
That might even be more old-timey than Jimmy. He's going all the way back to like turn of the century.
Yeah. No, Jimmy kind of has a special talent to be right at the edge.
I agree. I've never
What is this yellow stuff, chat? I still haven't figured that out.
Right. Exactly. Racism, yes.
There's some kind of yellow stuff that I've seen people put on the stem of a durian. I don't know what it is. Maybe to get the durian to uptake more yellow color or something, but I don't understand why it would be on a mangosteen.
I'm talking very personally
Objectification.
about being a woman.
Right.
Racially, yes, he is.
And we can tolerate a little racism, right, AB?
Right, AB? Right, minority?
Pound it, brother. You know what's up. Fuck it. Little racism sprinkled on. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but Wayne is out, and I feel like
Chat, this is like somebody taking me to dinner, and they know I'm a vegetarian, and they're like, you can handle a little meat, can't you? There's just a little bit of meat in there. Yeah, no, you can handle that, right? It's not gonna. I don't know. It's just like, what the fuck? Totally putting AB in an awkward place. Mangosteen Low Tax has entered the chat from beyond the grave. There is a card posting video on Low Tax. I don't know very much about him though. He's the founder of Something Awful.
yeah. And Jimmy, I think Jimmy's out too, man. So it all rests on the Queen of Melrose.
I'm so excited for her.
But she seems like a real gem.
Truly.
You know? So we love that, and we look forward to that. Yeah.
Someone said, AB could have puffed his chest out a little bit. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Everybody imagines themselves like, if I was there, I would have flipped the desk.
Sir, how dare you?
Yeah, I would have.
I challenge you to a duel.
Exactly. I would have thrown the gauntlet down on him. Yeah, one of the comments was like, Ethan needs to do more to protect his staff. And I was like,
He had a famous meltdown about mangosteens because of copy pasta. All because someone lightly criticized him shilling for a mangosteen. Was it a mangosteen company or was it a mangosteen juice company? Because I know that there was a whole thing where people were trying to, take the juice and sell it as a health product. Kind of like, people will sell noni fruit juice.
I do agree.
As like some sort of detox.
Once you realize that you literally said, don't speak to my employees.
Yeah.
You did hit him with what's it called? Liver King. It reminded me a bit of that when he was like, do not speak about my wife.
Oh, yeah.
Never talk about my wife
I
in
would
this
just say,
context.
it's not a good feeling when something happens, and then on top of that, Ethan gets a bunch of shit. Like, in all honesty, I appreciate it's happened to me too, where you guys are defending me, but I don't know, every episode, Ethan's getting something, every single episode, and it's a lot. I'm not speaking for you, but I feel bad. It doesn't feel good going through the comments, seeing that every episode or something. It makes it hard to do the show, in my opinion.
Also,
Same.
in the past, we've refuted to do in-person debates because we don't want to expose like like the staff or the
True,
crew.
yeah. I mean, there's
to
people
avoid
on
it.
that are just gross and people were uncomfortable being around.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. We do it on
Who's the lady on the show? You mean Olivia?
Zoom, so I can piss off whenever I want.
Yeah.
And they're
I haven't seen Palm in a really long time. I remember what it was like weird.
my ego, and essentially
Like the bottle looks a little bit like a sex toy.
everything essentially is mine is more important. So I think it's right that how you prioritize that, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. That being said, if it's about me and Ethan, go just burn his ass. I don't care.
Yeah, they already do. Don't worry. They're on your side.
Never talk about my wife in this context.
But anyway, so that was a Wayne Diamond, everybody. Wayne Diamond running for mayor of New York. Certainly all rooting for him.
Bizarre anti-bike platform.
Bizarre anti-bike platform. Oh no, that'll probably kill. That honestly, chat. I don't know about in New York, right? But God, I lived in Seattle, and look, there's a lot of people that cycle in Seattle. Seattle, huge cycling community. And look, so to be fair, some of them are really like up their own ass. Like some of them are incredibly elitist, rich assholes with like carbon. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that if you have a carbon frame bike that you're bad, but if you have a carbon frame bike and you judge people that don't, then yes, you are bad, right? You know, but yeah, so but there's a whole bunch of people in Seattle that just want to run over a bike. They want to run over cyclists, right? They just want to kill us, right? And they don't make any distinction between the rich asshole with you know, lycra and lycra everything and carbon framed you know, like a, you know what I mean, a really expensive bike and somebody that's just a commuter trying to get from one place to another. What? So this is Wayne Diamond.
David Foley.
David Foley, he knows how to use a computer.
It's
He knows how to
David.
push the buttons, get me in touch with you. I have no idea how to do this shit.
Can I talk to David?
Sure, David, go ahead, do your thing.
David, what's it like working for Wayne Diamond?
Oh, it's the best. He's the best.
Yeah.
He's I kind of find myself turning into him now. The longer I spend with him, I'm starting to go on rants and.
God forbid.
Do you hate bikes?
Yeah, you gotta get rid of the bikes. I hate the bikes.
Yeah, the bikes gotta go.
Wait, he's got a Thailand shirt, right? He's got a Thai flag on his shirt.
They gotta go, man. They gotta go.
The Vicodins?
They're getting killed all over my city here. They're getting killed.
We have a plan for the bikes.
Am I wrong about that, Chad? I know there's a lot of flags with the red, white, and blue stripes, but I think that's.
That I'll let Wayne talk about.
Yeah, no, it would be good.
Does he pay you? What's his name, Mike?
Is he about to say MAGA?
They're looking for all the MAGA people to walk in the bike lanes so they get hit by the bikes instead of us normal people. You know what I mean?
What happened with bikes? What is with the crusade against bikes? Did
Well,
bikes?
what happened is Bloomberg thought that we were Paris about 8 years ago. And when he was mayor, he decided we're going to put bikes in the street, let Citicorp rent bikes to kids. So wherever you go, there's no more parking. There are bike racks all over the city. Makes your apartment look like shit. They're all over the place here. It's ridiculous. And now they put motors on these freaking bikes. So the kids are going, idiots, are on scooters going 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. I can't take it.
David, I'm having a hard time getting to, like, what is the deal with the bikes? Clearly a bike killed his mom or something. It's his whole platform.
No, I think
He was the helicopter pilot in Uncut Gems.
I think it's just, you know,
What's he like famous for?
Boomers and everyone seems to have the same stance about the bikes. You know, it's just one of those things that I think is really, you know, the bikes cause a lot of traffic and he knows someone who was hit by a bike and almost died.
It's terrible, absolutely terrible.
Oh my God! Let me introduce you to the #1 killer in some places, like the country that I'm right in, chat, right now. You know, the #1 killer is like automobiles, right? On pedestrians, on cyclists, on motorcyclists, right? You want to tell? Yeah, I know somebody who was killed, who was hit by a bike. You want me to tell you how many people were hit by a car? He's a fashion designer? Okay. And New York did him dirty then? He ran for office on the bike thing. Obviously he didn't want it's not like people were like trying to defend bikes or anything. I mean, I'm sure a lot of New Yorkers feel this same way. Like there's like a huge anti cycling crowd out there, which does suck considering that a big problem for a lot of Americans is getting enough physical activity. And a bike is a way that you can combine physical activity with getting to the place that you need to go in a fairly efficacious manner. Like people will be surprised at, how once you get accustomed to things, like how easy, a 15-mile ride really is, to and from the office. That's fairly, assuming you don't have a lot of like uphill to a hill to climb or anything like that, it's fairly easy.
David, does he pay you? Are you compensated for your time?
Yeah, but undisclosed.
More than being compensated for
That's what I'd like to hear.
He does. He looks like a movie character. Is what he look. He's like. It looks like a random, like a fashion designer that would be in like Bruno or something like that.
He's already got that over.
Or
the man pays his people.
Especially the way he's like wearing a bathrobe. Like, is this just like a flex? Was this like a rich guy thing back in the 70s? You wear a bathrobe to show how, leisurely your lifestyle is.
Karate guy, Jimmy.
The karate
Jimmy
guy?
Lee.
Oh, Jimmy Lee. Wait, what am I?
Jimmy
Jimmy.
Lee.
Yeah.
Ralph Macchio? Pat, oh my God, what is his name? Pat something.
Yeah.
That guy.
So what are we wearing today?
He's trying to talk about the wax on, wax off guy. What's his name? Pat something. He's in Happy Days.
Wayne, I see you're in a robe.
This is one of my special bathrobes.
Nice. What's special about it?
It's it's very, very comfortable, 100% cotton.
Pat Morita, is that his name?
Very good. I mean, really nice.
Okay.
I enjoy it. It's like I don't smoke no more, but this used to be my smoking robe. I got like 50 bathrobes here, you know what I mean?
You're a bathrobe kind of guy.
Yeah, I like it. Listen, why walk around with clothes on when you can just wear your bathrobe and nothing underneath? It's a nice feeling to be nude.
So you had a mayoral meeting or a rally, is that right? You wanted to tell us about?
Huge. I mean, huge.
What was the turnout?
At least 1,500 people, at least, totally.
1,500?
1,500 people came to see me.
Is that real?
So in chat, clearly this man has veneers in, like these aren't his original teeth. And it's making me wonder, Donald Trump, do you remember that? I think he was on Twitter. I think he did like a Twitter space or something. And he sounded like he had dentures, right? And I wonder, does Donald Trump maybe wear like veneers or something? Could it be that his veneers were slipping?
Well, there's a video, and I only saw about.
I got like 50 bathrobes. Why would you ever need more than 3? I don't know. Maybe everywhere he goes, he gets. Does he stay at hotels where they give you the bathrobe? I'm related to a woman who puts her initials on her towels and robes.
Let me see the video.
Who is this guy from Lighthouse? This guy or what?
Well, that's my executive producer.
Helen Keller. I could put Helen Keller on too. She saw nobody.
Okay.
Well, hold on, Wayne.
Let's see.
Now, Wayne, you might not take journalism seriously, but on this show, the H3 podcast, truth matters. Now, we need to independently verify if 1,500 people attended that rally.
Well, I have no problem. I just come back to life like 2 days ago when you can see it.
Here, let's take a look.
I mean, I don't believe in Phil.
Here, Wayne, here's the video of your rally.
You see the video. I like it. Medium rare. Peter Lucas, number one. Peter Lucas, number
Now,
one.
Wayne, correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like transient traffic. They're just walking by. Is that? Is that what's
Well,
happening?
you're busy when the crowd was there.
Yeah.
First there was a crowd, then it was a lot of transient crowd. It wasn't transient. There were people that stopped by to say hello.
Right.
They wanted
Were
to
they
meet the next day.
is this?
Do these guys realize Ethan is clowning them? For the most part, no. Right? This is something that Okanaru called Ethan out for a long time ago. A long time ago. Yeah, like Shoe Nice, right? Yeah. That he'll pretend to be nice to these people. He does it, you know, you could even say, I don't know, like his interaction with White Claw Gabe is a little bit like this. To some people will say that no, Ethan's being nice. Ethan is, you know, friends with this guy, but I mean, at least part of the audience is having a laugh at White Claw Gabe's expense, and same thing goes for a lot of these dudes. People call this a whack pack, right? The whack pack is a reference to Howard Stern. Howard Stern had a bunch of people on who were like misfits that he, you know, intended the audience to laugh at. And Ethan seems to be doing the same, but he does so by the joke. The joke is he's like nice to them, but it's just like in a way where you get the feeling that he's like farming them. He's like farming them for cringe, basically. Shoe Nice doesn't notice it his day when the sun is shining in his eyes. The dude has brain damage. Ethan exploits Gabe, says Joshua. I think so too. A lot of people will argue with me about that, but I do think that like Ethan, like almost everybody that like is calling in as a regular, you know, is yeah, it's getting made fun of.
Where is this? Where did you do this? Is this Central Park or something?
No, I mean it's a Washington Park, which is
Oh, so it's a very public, lots of tourists, lots of foot traffic.
Yeah, but mostly New Yorkers like it there. You know, they enjoy that park. It's a very, very nice people.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
The Central Park is mostly the tourists. You know, people from mostly California ain't got nothing better to do. You know,
Well, they're in that park too.
Yeah, well, they like forest fires.
They like New York. They like New York. It's a beautiful
They
city.
love it. Hey, I would like it too. If I had forest fires the way you have right now, I would really like New York. You know.
All right, let me.
You guys are just burning up there, man. I hear you. It's unbelievable.
I want to watch the rally. Let's see.
Let's go. My favorite color, black.
Favorite color? That's important.
Who are you wearing?
What are you wearing?
All American clothing.
All American.
All American jeans. Chrome high felt made in California. Hey, come on. This kid's from California. Richard from Hearts, great guy.
Here, let me hold this for you.
Whoa. Who's taking the mic from you?
We can get more cops on the street if you punch for hitting a woman.
Why is he? What is happening right now?
The minimum hit a woman in 1 year in jail. That's it. In a woman's prison. Or the Trump law. Trump prison.
This is a very bizarre video, man.
What's going on?
How you doing? 1 year in jail for baby hitting a woman. And a
That's right, absolutely.
Let them go there.
Put your woman like that. Maybe this guy.
Wayne, I can't hear you. You're talking over yourself.
Donald Trump says it's okay to hit women. He beats up all the 17 women. Come on.
All right. Well, it looks like it was. Yeah, I see about 1,500 people there.
Good. But I'm glad you have triple vision. It's good.
Exactly. Yeah, you're gonna need that. More like you need that.
No, we really did. Over the course of 3 hours, we had at least 1,500 people come by, say hello, meet the new mayor, you know, see what we're doing about bikes, see what we're doing about the
meet the new mayor, meet the new mayoral candidate. You mean? You're talking over yourself? Is that what it said? Oh no. Wait, let's see how this ends, right? Because oh god, there's Lena. Wait, what? Oh, wait, canceled? Oh, wait, what happens? Did we already watch this part?
Republican and I think views himself as being a progressive person.
He's a lib.
But he's of the 70s. He's of a
checked out for
completely
20
different
years and
era.
never
And like,
updated.
it's just, he's a man out of time in a lot. These are my classmates.
You found the photo?
Somebody on Twitter tweeted 4 in 1.
Right.
For more.
One last time. Oh yeah.
I just want to see them kick him off the phone.
Together with Jimbo.
Then we make the third round.
All right, guys. You take care. Nice seeing you.
Thanks,
all,
guys.
all right? Be good out there, Wayne. Hey, be good, Wayne.
Baby. Love California. Yeah, put those fires out.
All right.
All right, we'll get around.
I'm trying to put one out right now.
I don't understand. We got rules out there.
With.
I think overall, 8 out of 10.
The one about Lena was rough.
The one about Lena was rough.
Wait, well, hold on.
Wayne.
All right.
Yahoo.com.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Oh,
All right.
wait. You just gave your email.
Yeah, that's yeah. All right, we'll see you guys later. Yeah.
Wait, well, hold on, Wayne. Why did you say your email address?
Because I don't know the difference between my.
You don't know the difference, right? And that's a big. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
I'm not a big computer.
Well, Ethan, how do you think this went? Except for the joke that turned off a lot of you.
The one about Lena was rough. That was a really hard way to start. That was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough to get through, but I think we got through it.
I think overall, 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's a little generous, but not bad. It was not bad.
Okay.
I really want to get them together with Jimbo.
Then we make the third round.
All right, guys. You take care. Nice seeing you.
Is there a different way to spell Lena?
There, Wayne. Hey, be good, Wayne.
Baby.
Yeah.
Love California. Yeah, put those fires out.
All right.
All right, we'll get around.
I'm trying to put one out right now.
I don't understand.
He needs to be more respectful to Lena's tatas.
All right. Wayne and David.
All right.
Always
Clapping for
always a good time with Wayne
Always.
Diamond.
Never know where things are gonna go.
Yep. Gave his email address when asked to plug his Instagram. Find that in.
Didn't understand that he was referring to Lena.
It took me a
because
minute.
He can only see your camera. So he must have been. I realized later he must have been watching the stream before he came on. But that's why I was confused because like he's only seen Ethan.
You know, in a way, it's weird. Him and Jimmy are offensive in different
You
ways.
see tatas?
Like Jimmy, I feel like Jimmy is almost more benignly offensive because he's
Yeah.
just like, hey, I'm just telling dumb jokes. I don't know nothing about.
What does he? Does he say tits?
Like pretty sharp with like the.
Yeah, he says tits.
Kind of surprised you.
Motherfucker says, what?
I am forever.
Look, I'm.
Thanks, Wayne.
Hey, Wayne, get a load of them tits on that gal there. Oh, it's you. Get a load of them. Let me see that.
Oh, wait, he's throwing it back at Ethan. What is this?
This one straight at, hey, who's the broad with the nice tits? Is like kind of, that's pretty wild.
Rod? Aw. Aw, with the nice tits. Okay. Brain. Bra? This one's straight. Who's the bra with the knife? God damn it. Where did... It's somewhere over... It's somewhere... Here. Look up nice. Let's see. What do we got? Nice tits. Nice appreciation. Nice breast. Oh, no. Oh, it's right in the beginning. We missed this, chat. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I didn't even realize. Look at this. Look at this. All right, here's what happens. I just didn't think it would be in the very beginning, but check this out, right?
Let's talk to our good friend, Wayne the Diamond.
Baby.
Wayne Diamond in the rough.
All right, I'm letting him in and see if you can connect the audio in a timely fashion here.
And
In an old-timey fashion.
See what he's there. He is. Way, baby. That's Wayne Diamond. Hey,
Get my
Wayne.
voice here, okay, baby?
Wayne, do me a favor. Don't smile so big. You're blinding me.
Hey, listen, your eyes. It's your eyes, not my teeth, baby.
Come on.
Where's your tonight? I see that new chick with the nice breast. Who is that?
I see the new chick with the nice breast. Who is that, chat? That is it. 30 seconds in here. They don't kick him off until like 30 minutes later. Like that. Somehow this slips by everyone on the show. Maybe except Lena. Yeah, he's confused.
Who are you
talking about?
I swear to God, I thought it was your new wife or something. I have no idea.
What is happening right now? I don't know. Who's sitting next to you there, bud? Yeah, I see someone's shoulder.
Got my friend here. I got my friend here.
So yeah, he gets uncomfortable. He changes the subject.
Oh, is this the guy who did all this?
Hi.
There he is. What's up?
God damn. Chat. I mean, like, has anybody talked about this yet? Is this being discussed currently? Because this is pretty bad. Look at this. We're going through like 25 minutes after who's the new broad with the nice breasts or whatever, right? 25 minutes later, he is still on. I think 30 minutes later, he's still on. And they say something about oh my God.
All right, let's do a little play in four.
God damn it.
David Foley, he knows how to use a computer.
It's David watching the stream before he came on. But that's why I was confused, because like, we can't say you just don't be mad about that.
But that's what it is.
Right. I think that I guess my point is that they didn't necessarily ask for the old boomers to come on.
Well,
Fair
no,
enough.
they did. We did a poll. They wanted this.
Right. Well, but the majority did.
No, you can get mad, but let's say this: you can get mad, but don't be surprised. How
Right.
about-
0 out of 19.
Prostate out of 10.
6 out of 10. 7. Minus 5.
You guys, when we get these old boomers on, you can't be mad when they're like homophobic and sexist. That's
Well, they could be mad about that.
What?
We can't say you just don't be mad about that.
But that's what it is.
Right. I think that I guess my point is that they didn't necessarily ask for the old boomers to come on.
Well,
Fair
no,
enough.
they did. We did a poll. They wanted this.
Right. Well, but the majority did.
No, you can get mad, but let's say this: you can get mad, but don't be surprised. How about
Right.
that?
Okay. It being targeted, I think we're protective over
Absolutely.
Lena.
Yeah,
So
that was really cool.
I didn't like that.
I
I didn't like
genuinely
that.
didn't understand that he was referring to Lena.
It took me a
because
minute.
He can only see your camera. So he must have been. I realized later he must have been watching the stream before he came on. But that's why I was confused, because like he's only seen Ethan.
You know, in a way, it's weird. Him and Jimmy are offensive in different ways. Get a load of them tits on that gal there. Oh, it's you. Get a load of them. Let me see that. Open that
I know
robe for me, baby.
That small prostate is giving you some homosexual feelings, which is a good thing. At
There's
least, you know.
nothing gay about the prostate.
The fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
Hey, Wayne, you're too insecure about this.
No, there is something very gay about it.
No, it's fun for everybody, my friend. You got to let
Well,
go.
Hey, you told me nobody's ever stuck anything up your ass.
I'm just, but I'm
I
saying,
can't
I'm open
believe
to it. I'm open to it. Can I
Okay,
talk to
hey.
David?
David, give him a talk.
David, how do you think this went? Did this go well?
I think he should be the next Jimmy Lee, personally, but
Yeah.
he's my client, so.
Now, what is it you do exactly, David?
I'm in film. I do film stuff. My day job's an editor, and you know I like follow this guy around all day.
Right on.
Okay. Okay.
Jimmy has a guy that does that same thing
That sounds like a really
for like very little money.
sounds really fulfilling, and
We're making a documentary on him too.
that's good. That'll be good.
It's
So you're
exactly like Jimmy Lee.
onto something good.
The only thing that he doesn't have, chat, that Jimmy Lee has, doesn't Jimmy Lee have a nemesis? Do you remember the pizza dough guy? Or like he was like a guy that was like throwing I think it was pizza dough. That it was one of the documentaries. This guy started to sort of steal the thunder. I think it was maybe even somebody in Jimmy Lee's life, like a friend of his or something. And you know, they start filming him doing his thing with the dough, and they're like, hey, for a second, it's kind of like, hey, this guy's more interested than Jimmy.
Yeah, there's something
I want
there.
everybody to see my movie too. There's a movie coming out now. Top movie. Keith is in it. A lot of top people. The movie is called EFFUS. EFFUS. It's a baseball movie. You're all gonna love it. Great movie. I'm the comic. For 5 minutes of the movie, It'll be a terrific movie.
Chat, if you told me that this was Donald Trump's best friend growing up, I would believe you.
In the Cannes Festival.
All right, Wayne Diamond, everybody.
Top 10.
Wait, and what's your Instagram? What's your Instagram handle?
Ethan is just priming the pump for his own behavior when he gets to be that age. Yeah, pretty much. He will be the Jimmy Lee replacement at that point. I want cancerous and large prostate for my mans. Wait, what?
All right.
At Yahoo.com.
No, not at Yahoo.
Yeah. Oh, wait. You just gave your email.
Yeah, that's yeah. All right, we'll see you guys later. Yeah.
Wait, well, hold on, Wayne. Why did you say your email address?
Because I don't know the difference between my.
You don't know the difference, right? And that's a big. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
I'm not a big computer.
Well, Ethan, how do you think this went? Except for the joke that turned off a lot of you.
The one about Lena was rough. That was a really hard way to start. That was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough to get through, but I think we got through it.
The only question I'm left with now is when did they figure out he was talking about Lena? Because they're acting like they didn't figure, like he knew there was something up. He knew he could hear him say something about that girl with the tits or whatever, but he just didn't know who it was directed at. And it sounds like sometime during the discussion they figured out that he was talking about Lena. Birthday is the same day as Ethan's. I was really sad when I found out. I feel like you deserve to get another. They should make another day of the year for you, so that you don't have to share a birthday with that guy.
I think overall, 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's a little generous, but not.
Yeah. How do you think it went? Question. That's like something you'd get at a job interview. It's giving. Was I owned?
Okay. I really want to get him to.
Well, I mean, it's basically Ethan being like, are you aware of how you come off when you're like, hey, where's the broad with the nice tits? Sugar tits, come here, sugar tits.
With Jimbo.
We make the third round.
All right, guys. You take care. Nice seeing you.
Thanks, guys.
Right? Be good out there, Wayne.
But look, if he's really standing up for Lena, like this would not be the way that you close off the call. Right? As soon as you figure out that he was talking about your employees' breasts, you would be like, you would shut this shit down.
Be good, Wayne.
Baby. Love California. Yeah, put those fires out.
All right.
All right, we'll get right
I'm trying to put one out right now.
I don't understand. We got rules out there. We don't have that.
Wait, did he say you have rules out there? We don't have those rules. You're allowed to refer to someone as sugar tits is considered a term of affection. Back here in New York, it's only those wacky wokesters over in California that care about something like a woman feeling comfortable in that situation. Ethan talked to him again? What? No. What is wrong with this guy?
Right. Wayne and David.
All right.
Always
Always
a good time with Wayne Diamond.
Never know where things are gonna go.
Yep.
I mean, you kind of do.
Gave his email address when asked for.
I kind of know exactly where things are going to go.
Very disappointed.
That's what he does, though.
Yeah.
He used to be reliable at least, but now he's not even reliable.
Was he ever reliable?
Yeah, when he'd say he'd come, he'd be there, right, Zach?
Compared to the shit he's pulling now.
Guess so.
I see these segments more like a case study, you know?
I
It's just,
personally
like,
find it interesting.
Interesting, exactly.
I mean, when have you ever talked to or met a guy like that? You
Yeah.
know, don't let a little
Sexual harassment,
homophobia and sexism, ruin a good time.
Was he homo? Oh yeah, I guess he was. He was saying the thing about the prostate.
The thing that I find interesting about Wayne is that, and there's similarities with other boomers, I suppose, but it's very sharp with him, is the gap between his, he hates MAGA people. He's clearly, super anti-Republican, and I think views himself.
If you missed it, chat, his proposal for dealing with the problem of bikes, because he doesn't like bikes, right, is to have the MAGA people stand in the bike lanes. So that the MAGA people get hit with bikes, the cyclists can't use the bike lanes, and I guess everyone's happy, right? He hates liberals and conservatives equally, apparently. Ethan has barely met black people. Just saying, they've proven multiple times that they don't care about women.
As being a progressive person.
He's a lib.
But he's of the 70s.
He
He's of a
checked out for
completely
20
different
years,
era,
never
and like
updated.
it's just he's a man out of time in a lot of ways. I think
He hasn't
kept
he hasn't
up.
been updated in 20 years.
Yeah, with what's
Things
acceptable
change, man.
behavior.
And we got to respect his, his disability of having been born many years ago. We can't, like judge him by that, I guess.
Well, maybe we can teach him. Maybe because I get the feeling he wants to be good. Like when I called him out for the Lena thing, he was immediately apologetic.
Yeah, he wasn't like that defensive about it.
So maybe he'll be more receptive to my coach, to my
That's the thing.
mentorship.
It's because Jimmy also acts like he's
What, chat, was the call out of that Ethan is talking about? Was that just him saying, like, when he said, like, I'm looking at a woman with beautiful tits. Oh, it's you. Open up that bathrobe. Was that the call out? Was there another call out? Was there a moment where, like, that's the only thing we're missing is, like, maybe, like, the moment where, like, Ethan realizes that the comments were directed at Lena and, calls him out on it, right? But I'm guessing maybe that's what the, him talking about Wayne's tits was about. But if that was, that's not a very, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't, he stayed in the realm of joking in order to deal with that. Where, that shit, when your employee gets sexually harassed, you can't just burn him with a joke, right? You got to say something serious, to maintain an atmosphere where that shit is not okay. Huh.
But it is just bouncing right off.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
that's
Jimmy's a different beast, as they say.
And Jimmy is kind of MAGA.
That's true. No,
Oh,
he's
sure.
not kind of. He's definitely.
He is?
I don't know if he's MAGA, but he's a Trump voter.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
I mean, there's a picture of them together.
Yeah.
He was a member of his country club or something, right? Didn't we find that out at one point?
Yes.
Yeah. Epic.
Wait, the member of Trump's country club? A member of Mar-a-Lago? I thought Jimmy was... He's from Jersey. He was, coming out and staying in LA a lot. Does he have a Florida? Does he have like a winter home in Florida or something?
So there it is. Jimmy is funnier, but his feelings are hurt now. Yeah. Every rose has its thorns. I don't know what that means. In relation to Jimmy.
Legit Panda said maybe Jimmy's creating FOMO by canceling. That's
Kinda.
true.
That is true. Well, we'll have to set it up again, but there it is. And we're all...
The guy in the Hawaiian shirt mumbles. I can never understand him. That's Zach.
We're frankly had fun today, but we miss our friend, Jimmy Lee. Who at one time, he got caught in the case.
It's a country club in the East Coast.
Even tried to fly far, far away. But
Not
then
Mar-a-Lago.
his bird, also the bird that he made eggs with, got real mad.
Joshua says New Jersey.
She said no more flying up there in their nest with them. And we ain't ever seen him any more times, boy, because he been... I miss it, man.
He's got cool little...
David needs to do a little work. He needs
a little
to
wrangling, David.
You know, I can't tell how serious he is about the mayor thing. Like, he's a comedian. And
Okay, let's do this. I feel like it's just pretty late in the show to be doing a serious react, but
every day the Young Turks delivers.
I do owe you some bonus content nonetheless. Trump bill winners and losers. I mean, I did losers section winners section very short. Billionaires. All right, so let's figure out where this Anna clip is from. It's from a little while ago. The Vanguard covered it this last week. They're definitely talking about the bill. Is it this one?
Now, you all know that Donald Trump is a giant liar
never meant it, was a fake populist, robbed from the poor to give to the rich. And that in this case, it is the most literal thing in the world, not 1% hyperbolic.
As more and more wealth gets redistributed from the bottom to the very tippy top, I guarantee you there is going to be a mass movement that these affluent people who think they're going to get away with everything are not going to like.
Here we go. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214.
I mean, Anna, you're kind of looking pretty affluent yourself, I gotta say.
The motion is adopted.
Well, you just heard the chants of the puppets for the robber barons of this country, because the House has now narrowly passed Trump's domestic.
So the only thing that we're kind of missing here is a mea culpa from Anna and from Jink. We were wrong. At the end of the day, the populist virtue signaling that we were picking up from certain Republicans was fake. At the end of the day, they all were more afraid of Trump than they were of their own voters. We were wrong. Other people who called us out were right. We shouldn't have attacked them. We're sorry. We're ending TYT. We're closing up shop. We're selling off the studio, and we'll never bother you. That's what we should hear. That is the proper conclusion to this. We don't know what we're talking about. We gave bad advice to our community. We're very sorry. We don't belong in commentary because we're ridiculous. We can't tell you anything. We can't make predictions. We can't, we can't, tell you how to try to realign, your politics after it's cracked up. We are from another time, and we're going back to that other time. From now on, we will only exist in the past. That's the proper answer. And we know we're not going to hear that.
Agenda, which extends massive tax cuts for the rich, largely benefits the most affluent people in America while gutting our social safety net programs. What a big win. Well, for the robber barons, of course. Now let's take a look at the vote where it did pass in the House, 218 to 214. All Democrats voted no. However, two Republican congressmen, Thomas Massie of Kentucky and Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, voted no. Now, Massie is worried about the cost of the bill, and he's actually sincere about it as opposed to Elon Musk. And
who was their senator guy that they were counting on? I can't remember who's the renegade senator that they thought was going to vote against the bill. In the end of the day, who all voted against it? Rand Paul, one other dude, and then maybe Collins, and then they got Murkowski. Murkowski sold America out for a slight reprieve for Alaska.
Patrick actually won in a battleground district. And so he's concerned that the gutting of the social safety net is going to have some serious political ramifications for him. And I think that he's correct. I think a lot of the Republicans who voted in favor of this bill will have their own reckoning to deal with once elections come around. But Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, in my opinion, explains exactly what I'm feeling about the passage of this bill. Let's take a quick look.
I think this is one of the saddest days in modern American history. This is the largest withdrawal and ending of health care in American history. 17 million people in our country, 17 million Americans in our country are going to lose their Medicaid. They're going to lose their ACA insurance. Small business owners are going to have their healthcare costs skyrocket, and people are going to have their SNAP and WIC cut back. People are going to go hungry. People are going to get sick.
She's absolutely right about that, and we're going to get into some of the more granular details in just a minute. But the so-called fiscal conservatives, of which there are approximately one, and that was Thomas Massie, who
Ron Johnson was in the Senate voted against the bill. Is he the guy from Wisconsin?
Voted no. The rest who claim to be fiscal conservatives, the individuals who railed against most of this bill, they were the vocal individuals in the Republican Party who said, no, I'm not going to vote in favor of this. It's going to add to our debt and deficit. They all caved. They all voted yes. Again, Thomas Massey and Fitzpatrick are the only two Republicans who voted no. Cenk.
Yeah, so we're gonna show you why this bill is deeply unpopular in a minute and give you the numbers on Medicaid and why I think that the Republicans just, cost themselves probably 6 million votes, which is pretty critical. So we'll explain all that in a second. But actually, before I explain all the different parts that are obnoxious here.
The thing that I'm wondering is, are they picking up on the expansion of ICE, right? And some of the more authoritarian measures in the bill that are going to enable the Republicans possibly to once again escape any sort of culpability for what they did. They're not going to have a free and fair election in 2026. They're not going to have a free and fair election in 2028. Right? And now they have an army, they have a Gestapo to do Trump's will. I wonder if they picked up on that part of it as well, because they're all like, well, they're fucked in these next elections. Says you. Like, I'm not sure that they didn't steal the 2024 election. There's a lot of weird characteristics to some of that data, right? And I don't know what the answer is, but there were some weird states between Elon and Trump. There were some weird statements between Elon and Trump. Trump, you'll never need to vote again. Elon, there's something really fucking fishy. There's something fishy about that fucking assassination attempt. I'll say it. All right. There's a lot that smells to high hell about, look, chat, I'm going to tell you this now, and please lock into what I'm saying. All right? The relationship that the government in Washington, the current regime in Washington, bears to a legitimate government of, for, and by the people is the same relation that the wolf in the story of Little Red Riding Hood bears to her grandmother, right? It may be wearing grandma's nightcap. It may be wearing grandma's gown. It may even have grandma's glasses on. But that's not your grandma. That's a wolf. And you owe no allegiance whatsoever to an illegitimate government. The allegiance you owe is to each other. The allegiance that you owe is to the values that you hold dear in your heart. Chat, when you look into grandma's eyes and realize they're kind of big, and she says the better to see you with, when you look at grandma's ears and they're woolly as fuck, and she says the better to hear you with, you look at grandma's teeth and they're sharp, predatory teeth, and she says the better to kiss you with. The correct answer is not to hand over that picnic basket, right? It's to call for the woodsman. I hope you understood what I said there. Because there's a limit to how specific and that I can be. All right? That thing is dangerous, and it needs to be taken care of. And I can literally say no more. It's the best I can give you from over here. Hope it's enough.
I want to go to Donald Trump quotes, graphics 12 and 13 first, because I remember somebody saying something pretty clearly Here's Trump saying, we're not cutting Medicaid, we're not cutting Medicare, we're not cutting Social Security. Okay, so that seemed pretty clear, right? And then somebody asked him a question another time. They said, well, are you gonna cut Medicaid? And he said, I've said it so many times, you shouldn't be asking me that question. We're not going to touch it. Okay, so now you all know that Donald Trump is a giant liar, never meant it, was a fake populist, robbed from the poor to give to the rich, and that in this case, it is the most literal thing in the world, not 1% hyperbolic. Took about $1 trillion from Medicaid, and a bare minimum, she mentioned 17 million, that's a larger number when you take SNAP and other things into account, but just for Medicaid, 11.8 million people will lose their health insurance, verified 100%, okay? So
a redistributive bill that will, again, take money from the bottom, take resources meant for the most vulnerable among us, and move it on up to the very top. That's what this is. It's disgusting.
Okay, so I want to talk about Republican bitches.
Well, like when someone like Anna Kasparian looks at homeless people and says they don't deserve to live, I'm sorry, I can't take your shit seriously, right? If you're fucking equality or your fucking, your consideration for your fellow citizenship is only for the middle class, then you have no consideration for your citizenship whatsoever, or for your citizens, right? If you can't do unto the least of these, then you got no business doing for the rest of us.
A little bit. So these are the people who pretended to, oh, John, I'm so concerned about the debt. Oh, the debt. It added $3.4 trillion to the debt. And then but guys in the House said, like Chip Roy, and said, oh, there's no way. The Senate better make this less debt. Senate added debt. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. What happened? Well, actually, we know what happened. Part of it was that Trump invited them to the White House. I don't blame Trump. He does carrots and sticks, right? I blame him for the bill. I blame him 100% for the bill. But in terms of the strategy of the politics, right? So he says, if you go against me, I'm going to destroy your career, end your career, like I did for Tom Tillerson, the senator from North Carolina.
Chat, I think we need to get Red Riding Hoods. Like, right? Do you think, where do you get one? Where do you get an actual, like, I mean, you could get like a costume, right? But what we need to get those. That could be a symbol.
But if you come and play ball, then I'll give you tchotchkes, and I'll be nice to you. And you'd be surprised how petty United States Congress people are. Although these days you wouldn't be surprised. But when I was growing up, and still to this day on mainstream media, they make them seem like, oh, these honorable senators and Congress people, they're so important. And they're the best of us. No, you know what happened? He started signing merch for them. And he's like, he gave something to Chip Roy's son. And Chip Roy's like, my son got a tchotchke. So he doesn't care about the debt anymore. Burchett's even worse. Burchett was like, oh, no, I'm not gonna do it.
I wonder if they realize that, by the time these like keepsakes get passed down like generations, this isn't gonna be like something to be proud of. This is gonna be like Nazi memorabilia. Right? This is going to be Nazi memorabilia that you're handing down to your descendants. Yeah, we got to get those Red Riding Hoods. Let people know.
And he's like, he said I was good on TV. He was so nice to me. He invited me over and he gave me some signed merchandise, and like, I'm so happy. Oh, you guys are such losers. Pathetic losers. And then 11 House Republicans signed a letter saying, we are not going to accept Medicaid cuts, right? The Senate added to the existing Medicaid cuts by about $300 billion. And they're like, we completely accept it. All 11 caved. Maybe they got a hat, maybe they got some Trump cologne, golden Trump sneakers. And those bitches walked out and cut the living crap out of Medicaid, and all of them should lose their jobs. All of them.
Is he mocking himself? I think he does that without even realizing it.
Okay. So when they promised you that they were not going to cut Medicaid, and then they butchered it, but hey, they got a Trump hat. signed by the big boss. You know what? One of the things Burchett was giddy about? They misspelled his name on the placard when they went to go see Trump at the White House. Trump put the R in and then signed both sides of the placard. And he's like, oh my God, he signed a placard of my misspelled name. I'm relevant for half a second. And then he started getting on his hands and knees and licking Donald Trump's boots. I'll add any shit you want, as long as our rich donors are happy. Republicans have zero credibility on debt. None. They add more to the debt than anybody alive. On the politics
Hold
of
on.
this.
Look, we already knew this even without Trump, right? This is true about Republicans in general, right? This is if you look back to going back to Reagan, right? Who invented who invented big deficits? Ronald fucking Reagan did. All right. You know, the purpose of the deficit is to have an excuse, is that when a Democrat does finally get in power again, and we had this with Bill Clinton, that there's so much pressure on him now because raising taxes is hard. And to his credit, Clinton did raise a few taxes, right? But he also cut welfare to some of the people that needed it the most, right? You put that imperative on the Democrats, and you get them to do the work, to get their hands dirty, to hurt their own people. Bill Clinton was the best at attacking his own side. Chat. Google Sister Souljah if you don't believe me.
Yeah.
No, I guess I want to talk about politics a lot today, but I'm going to pause and just say something. This bill is going to do a lot of damage to Republican voters. Okay. So if you're on the left, you have one of two options. You can go ahead and point at them and laugh at them and dehumanize them for voting for the very people who are gutting the benefits that they rely on. I would venture to say that if you consider yourself a, kind left-wing person, you should take a good hard look in the mirror if you opt for that option, okay? Because you should never dehumanize anyone. Or the other option.
Is this even the? Let me. I want to check on something. I think this is what the Vanguard covered. I just want to make sure there's not another clip out there that I'm missing, because I know they covered this general phenomenon of Anna.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say, obviously,
realizing way too late.
Then the country could get something very positive out of it.
No, we always lose. You're.
Oh no! Wait. Yeah, this is different.
Optimistic. I'm done. I allowed myself to have maybe a little tiny sliver of hope, thinking that there's a portion of the Trump base that's actually serious about changing this system to benefit the American people. Everyone's full of crap. No one cares about anything but themselves. No. Let's keep it real, Cenk.
Yeah, let's take a look at this TYT debate from the other night on air. Bit of an interesting exchange between Cenk and Anna. Anna specifically seems pretty fed up, and that led to a pretty fascinating admission, I would say. Interesting. I haven't.
He says he's going to keep spending more and more money into politics.
Yeah. In fact, he was a lot more threatening toward Trump yesterday, and also anyone who votes in favor of the so-called big beautiful bill. He had posted on X, it is obvious with the insane spending of this bill, which increases the debt ceiling by a record $5 trillion, that we live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Time for a new political party that actually cares about the people. Elon, listen, I'm going to answer the poll, okay? I don't know whether it's going to be Trump or Elon Musk who wins the so-called long war. What I do know is that the American people lose no matter what, okay? Elon Musk doesn't care about the people. He doesn't, okay? This notion that he's concerned about the debt is hilarious to me, because he wasn't whining about the debt at all when it came to subsidy.
Look, I don't care even if he is concerned about the debt, people are more important, right? If the U.S. government can go into debt for tax cuts for billionaires and for wars that make the world more unstable and more unsafe, you can sure as fuck afford to take care of your people. So I don't want to hear any of this deficit nonsense, right? It's just an excuse to fuck over poor people. And as much as Anna is virtue signaling about not wanting to fuck up the American people, apparently the least of these are not someone that Anna considers to be part of us. I'm trying to figure out, this is the only clip I can find where she's wearing that.
You guys proud to be Americans?
Where she's wearing that, like, yeah, it doesn't look like it's from here. Anyway, chat, if I can't find it, we'll just watch it through the Vanguard. But I should be able to find it. I really should. I mean, they sometimes have access to like bonus to members only content, so it could be one of those issues. Trump in minute is out of control. I don't think it's that. Okay, there's that outfit. It kind of could be part of this.
Congressman Thomas Massie, a libertarian, and
we actually have the data
to 19%, with a majority of voters still undecided. Massie's favorability.
Disaster. It ran us straight into an iceberg. I wish 1,000 times more Democrats had challenged Biden. By the way, this ass kissery happens on both sides. That's why, like, Dean Phillips
addresses Trump-endorsed primary challengers. To look into the methodology of that data, how they gather that data. Because 2022, there were a ton of people that Trump endorsed that didn't make.
Yeah, you're the boss at TYT is what I'm seeing here.
That he was enjoying.
Yeah, I mean, look.
$38 billion in subsidies.
Definitely the same day.
And all sorts of government contracts and grants.
Yeah, and guys, he didn't bring up the oil and gas subsidies back when he was in charge of Doge. He didn't bring up the electric vehicle subsidies. The one thing Trump is right about is that Musk is not really mad about the deficit. He didn't mention the deficit. I will tell you ahead of time. You know, he thought he was going to get the electric vehicle subsidies, but now that the subsidies for him are, then the country could get something very positive out of it.
No, we always lose. You're endless.
Okay, that's the Vanguard sizzle reel. You're our boss. Let's see if we find that. It seems like they've always got a Chiron up during the segments, which makes me think that, yeah, it was, you know, a bonus. It was like the members only show or something. Anyway, we'll just watch it with the Vanguard.
War. What I do know is that the American people lose no matter what. Okay, Elon Musk doesn't care about the people. He doesn't. Okay, this notion that he's concerned about the debt is hilarious to me, because he wasn't whining about the debt at all when it came to subsidies that he was enjoying.
Yeah, I mean, look,
$38 billion in subsidies and all sorts of government contracts and grants.
Yeah, and guys, he didn't bring up the oil and gas subsidies back when he was in charge of Doge. He didn't bring up the electric vehicle subsidies. The one thing Trump is right about is that Musk is not really mad about the deficit. He didn't mention the deficit when you know, he thought he was going to get the electric vehicle subsidies, but now that the subsidies for him are taken out, all of a sudden he discovered that there was a huge deficit. Okay, so then you want us to take out the tax cuts for the rich? No, I didn't think so, right? So the only thing I disagree with you on, Anna, is you said no, but like the country's not going to win out of this, right? No, if Elon was in charge, they wouldn't win. If Trump's in charge, they're not winning. But if Elon and Trump fight, and later they split the vote, then the country could get something very positive out of it.
No, we always lose. You're endlessly optimistic. I'm done.
This is actually exactly what I said was the best possible outcome for the American left, was that if they do split the vote and we get like a Ross Perot situation where no matter what happens, there's just there's a fissure in the Republican Party.
So my understanding is this, right? Elon's starting the America Party, the first election, that it would be in effect would be the 2026 midterm election, right? My understanding is that they're going to target a limited number of seats. The goal of the Elon party is not to run in every district. It's not to run a third candidate in every district, right? It is to target certain districts, probably try to win the Republican primary and get their person in. Then once they've got their person in, they'll have like 5 members of Congress and, 1, 2, 3 senators. And then they can, if they've got like the enough to swing the vote one way or the other, that's when they'll have some degree of power of influence. Of course, the bill is the main thing that Trump is going to pass, legislatively speaking, right? During his whole tenure, right? Early on, he was able to pass the Laken-Riley bill with votes from Democrats by scaring people into, oh my God, they're going to think that I don't care about this murdered this murdered woman, right? If I don't vote for this, so I better vote for it, right? There's not going to be a lot more votes, right? So, the fact of the Elon. I don't think it's what Jink is saying. I don't think it's that like they're going to run a third party every single place, right? Could they run a presidential candidate that does a Ross Perot and swings the election? Yeah, but it's not like Elon wants the Democrats to be in charge, so.
So it's like some of them are going.
Elon should be locked up for Doge. He should be deported to Mars, is what Elon should be.
For the George H.W. Bush, which would be the Donald Trump in this situation. And then some of them are going for whoever Elon's guy is. That would be the Ross Perot in this situation. And then pretty much whoever got the Democratic nominee would have a shoe-in to the White House. And the primary would become a much more focal point if Elon Musk is to be believed, which I don't think he is.
Then the country could get something very positive out of it.
No, we always lose. You're endlessly optimistic. I'm done. I allowed myself to have maybe a little tiny sliver of hope, thinking that there's a portion.
Anna, you didn't allow yourself to have a little sliver of hope. You put all your eggs in the Trust MAGA basket, and you got your face eaten. You're another victim of the leopards. Of the face-eating leopards party.
Of the Trump base that's actually serious about changing this system to benefit the American people. Everyone's full of crap. No one cares about anything but themselves. No. Let's keep it real, Jake.
Watch her make friends with Steve Bannon now that he's on the outs with the Trump administration.
But I am going to keep it real with a segment that we did yesterday. So remember, again.
Watch her show up on the War Room.
It's so funny because despite the fact that Cenk has mostly turned on MAGA, he still does go out here and defend his ridiculous theory on shows like Crystal Kyle and Friends that no, we can't yell at MAGA. We can't call MAGA a Nazi movement. We have to drink beer with them and pander to them and go on their shows and give them soft.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that, considering Anna was the one leading TYT to the right, that it's now Cenk, it's now Anna that has to tell Cenk it's over. We were wrong. We lost. It's not going to happen, right? That Cenk's still like holding on. Well, there's some element of populism, and it's like, no, it's gone. It's done. We're cooked.
There, Anna just basically, she was like, you know what? Fuck this shit. They're all full of shit. They're all fucking lying. This is fucking stupid. So we'll see, if that holds. I think Anna's still a member of the Her Take show. So, she's going to have to go hang out with a lot of those people soon, every week, that is. But, do you think that actually...
I think Anna hates Cenk and Cenk resents that, but he needs Anna. Yeah, he very much does. I don't think TYT runs without Anna Kasparian. I could be wrong. Maybe it would run better. I mean, like, there's some chance that she's like the toxic element. I don't think it would ever be good, right? I don't think that Cenk's takes are good. I don't think the way he runs the organization is good. I think he's a massive hypocrite, especially for his labor practices. But it's if she walks, better than 50-50 chance that TYT folds.
Potentially represents Anna realizing the errors in her way, maybe being like, God damn it, I did get this one really fucking wrong.
Omega Star says all it took was a tampon getting tossed at her. Yeah, she recognizes that she cannot. These people are not her friends. They are not. They're literally farming her for content. PBD brought her on to like one of his shows onto Her Take, and he's literally like the PBD organization is literally farming her.
I mean, in a sense, yes, it's humiliating for her because she does watch our show and we screamed this exact analysis at her face at the top of our lungs, just like we did at Cenk Uygur, right? We should remember that Cenk Uygur was one of the last holdouts saying that Josh Hawley actually gave a shit about the Medicare amendment. He went on air. He said, Josh Hawley, he's a real populist guy. You might not like anything else about him. I don't like anything else about him, but he cares about Medicare. And I knew that wasn't true, right? I'd had my row with Zed Jelani where I was like, hey, man, listen. I first wrote for an article for Milk Mag, which would become the Vanguard blog, which would become this podcast, when Josh Hawley was running for Senate, right? It was called an open letter and addressing all of his shit and how we knew he was going to win, but he was a total scumbag, right? I've been following this guy since the beginning. And one of the things he's always done is pretended that he is a populist, pretended that he cares about working people, pretending that he cares about medical coverage, period. He talks a lot about, and he did in the past, talked a lot about his son, his own child, who had a pre-existing condition. When you guys might not remember, but during Donald Trump's first term, okay, there was a massive bill to repeal and replace Obamacare. It was really just going to be to repeal Obamacare.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, they lost on that one because of John McCain, and now they've achieved that goal. They've achieved more than the goal. They've hurt people more than they would have, I think, by just repealing the Obamacare bill.
They repealed that. It was going to end mandatory coverage for individuals with pre-existing conditions. And Josh Hawley campaigned and said he would never vote to, make it harder for people with pre-existing conditions to get insurance. And it took him about 8 months after he got into office to do it. Now, that bill didn't pass because of John McCain and because of his silly feud with Donald Trump. But Josh Hawley still went against his word and did that. So I knew for a fact he was going to roll over on the Medicare stuff, and he did. Yeah, 100%. Either way, I do think that this is kind of proof that Anna realizes that it's not really tenable to play this role of a fence sitter anymore. I think MAGA and Trump 2.0 has just been so fucking bad that even she's kind of starting to realize that, like,
Yeah, she massively miscalculated.
a little bit more hard on these people. I can't keep
A little bit? I hope that she realizes it's more than a little bit.
giving them excuse after excuse, which I do think is, potentially part of what led to this eruption. But let's watch that one more time.
To benefit the American people, everyone's full of crap. No one cares about anything but themselves. No. Let's keep it real, Cenk.
But I am going to keep it real with a segment that we did yesterday. So remember, again, now I'm telling you, Trump voters are not all the same. They're not all MAGA. We're trying to peel off the independents and remember the. Hold on.
That's a dead giveaway that she was the one that conned Cenk into doing this whole about face, right? She made the turn first, and he was like, "Oh, now I'm the one telling you Trump voters aren't all the same." And here's the only thing that I think will stand in the way of Anna ever really just kind of like pushing away the MAGA voters. I think she still deep down agrees with them on LGBTQ issues. I think she still deep down agrees with them when it comes to crime and when it comes to unhoused folks and when it comes to policing and those kinds of things. So I don't think she'll ever be able to fully come back to the left. She still will fence it on those things, but I don't think she is going to, play footsie with the Republicans in the same way that Cenk was trying to. And I think they also just realized that it didn't work. So again, I can't tell how much of it is genuine or how much it was like, oh God, we didn't even get the bag after doing this. Like, how humiliating for us. Yeah, I almost get the sense that they're mad at MAGA for humiliating their analysis to the degree that it was humiliated, right? And just instantly fucking proven wrong. And now you see some of that frustration where they're like, God damn it, you guys, you fucking idiots, you had to embarrass us to this extent. What? But either way, let's watch a little bit more of this.
Hold on, you remember the polling yesterday? It's at this bill's at minus 26.
I don't care about the polling.
So, okay, no, you got to care
Everyone
about the
talks a
polling.
big talk. Everyone talks a big.
Oh, the poll is at minus 26, Zach. The big beautiful bill is at minus 26 in popularity. That proves MAGA is full of orthodox thinkers ready to stand up to the powerful and ready to impeach the president. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? His his first piece of legislation, his only piece of legislation in the first term, the giant tax cut for the rich, was also massively unpopular. And then guess what? All these fucking idiots came back and reelected him. They voted for him to be president again, even though they knew that was the only piece of legislation that he was responsible to.
I guess I'm more, look, the MAGA's gonna MAGA, all right? Those people were there already. And yeah, did Bernie, inspire a few of them? Did some of the, could some of them maybe have been won over by Bernie? Yeah, but they would be voting for Bernie for his tone, not for his politics, and probably be put off by his politics pretty soon. But the people that I'm most disappointed with are actually the center, right? The center that did not learn their fucking lesson from Trump 1.0. Like, the center is where the fucking worms are just eating the brains whole.
The first time he was actually in power. So it's fucking crazy. And then you want to turn around and be like, see, they actually hate Trump, even though they keep fucking falling for the same shit over and over again.
Does her take get any real views? I mean, for a new show, they're doing all right, I guess. I don't know how much it's juiced by the PBD network, and how much it's like organically supported.
Like at what point do you just have to be like, maybe they are a little bit complicit in this? Again, if you voted for Donald Trump twice, if you voted for Donald Trump the first time, saw everything that he did, watched January 6th go down, and then fucking did it again, like, what the fuck else am I supposed to make of you? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
100%. Not only that, but where's all of the holdout over the big beautiful bill, Jank? What about the $1 trillion military bill that Marjorie Taylor Greene was so opposed to? What about all of the anti-war Republicans that weren't going to stand for that? What about Doge cleaning up the Pentagon budget? They were so massively wrong about everything. They said that Donald Trump was only going to deport criminals. They said he wasn't going to put fucking American citizens in camps. They said they weren't going to really house people in Guantanamo Bay. They were just going to do what Bill Clinton did. Bull fucking shit. Wrong across the board. We have people getting abducted in Home Depots. We have American students being black-bagged off the streets. They prevented a man from being from the birth of his child with no charges. Okay? Kilmar Abrego Garcia was just reported through his lawyer that he's been forced to kneel for 9 hours a day in fucking El Salvador, that there's horrific beatings that he's been subject to. That is what this new fascist president, which you denied, he's not a fascist, he's not a Nazi, he's actually going to do good things. I believe in this guy. I want what's best for America. Why would I believe he's going to do all these bad things? I want good things to happen. It's called using your fucking brain, Jank. You haven't done it in 8 months.
Yeah.
Game when it comes to the polls, or oh no, I'm gonna put my foot down and this is what I believe. But when push comes to shove, everyone caves and does exactly what we predict they're gonna do.
But in terms of the American people, forget the politicians. Of course, that's true about the politicians. They're all crooks. We've said that 100 times, in fact, thousands of times throughout all these years. No, I'm talking about the voters. Those independent voters do flip-flop. They did vote for Obama.
Independent voters
they did vote for Trump.
Yes.
They are flipping and flopping.
They are flipping and flopping.
And they do care. So and they are paying some degree of attention, because the Democratic Party lost young African Americans slightly, but it made a difference. Lost Latinos big time. Lost a big chunk of younger voters. Why? Because they were paying attention and they thought the Democrats didn't deliver, right? So now, and they made the mistake of thinking, well, maybe Trump will deliver. He's not a normal politician, right? But it turns out he's abnormal, as we knew, abnormal in the wrong ways, right? Oh, I'm gonna arrest anyone who criticizes me, blah, right? But in terms of tax cuts.
What?
Right? But it turns out he's abnormal, as we knew, abnormal in the wrong ways, right? Oh, I'm gonna arrest anyone who criticizes me, blah, right? But in terms,
what did you like, Dracula? Blah, I will arrest anyone who questions me. Blah, I am authoritarian vampire man. I come from Transylvania. Blah, Mar-a-Lago.
in terms of tax cuts for the rich and giant deficits, he's the most normal politician you've ever seen. So those independent voters are not going to get pissed again, and they're going to want to vote for someone else. And at that point, that's why I started Rebellion PAC. Because at that point, you have to give them a real choice, a real option, not a fake corporate down.
And now you're turning.
There is nothing real about Rebellion PAC.
Big fucking scam pack. Thanks a lot. Go fucking sign up at rebellionpack.com and give me some money so that we can.
Brianna Wu tweeting like, I've been called a quote unquote dirty Jew more than any Jewish person has. And everybody was like, why are you tweeting shit like that, dude? You are a crazy person. This is who Jank is affiliated with. And by the way, I bring up Brianna Wu because this pack paid that woman.
Tiny MAGA Draculito. Yeah, look, still got my steak if we need it, chat. Still got the steak for Draculito.
More than they paid any other singular candidate. I think they paid her well.
Stick a fork in it or stick a steak in it.
Over $10,000 last year. The most they paid any candidate was Jamal Bowman, and I think he got like $3,000. And potentially Ro Khanna got somewhere in the similar ballpark. But those are the documented, contributions that you could see. Now they've
Brianna Wu is fake. Well, she's definitely not Jewish.
Richard Ojeda, who, people said was a winnable district, but I'm
Oh, he's not gonna fucking do shit. Unfortunately, I mean, Richard Ojeda seems like a nice guy, but he ain't doing anything. He's already lost like 600
every
fucking
single
times.
time.
Yeah. Either way, again, no shade to the dude. He seems like a nice guy. His heart is in the right place. But again, what's with this like fucking 2017 analysis of like, hey, like a lot of Trump voters, they didn't really know what they were signing up for. You know, they thought they were just going to be like throwing a grenade into the establishment, bro. And it turns out that they got fooled. Again, that was apt analysis in 2016, 2017 after the first fucking Trump election. But Trump has already been president for 4 fucking years. He had already fucked this country up massively for 4 long fucking years before all these idiots that you're so desperate to give credit to reelected him. Why the fuck are you giving them credit? We all sat there for 4 fucking years and saw that Trump was a phony, that he was a fucking criminal, that he was a treasonous bastard. And now you're going to give credit to these people and be like, they didn't know what they were signing up for. When on the campaign trail, Donald Trump explicitly promised to be an authoritarian this time around. He explicitly promised to go full dictator on day 1. And you still want to act like these people, oh, they just didn't know. They wanted to throw a grenade at the establishment. Like, dude.
Anna's realizing, saying she's kind of over it, but Jink is realizing or just tripling down. No, they're both still gonna, they're both gonna still do stupid shit. Like, I don't know. She's just frustrated. You know, Anna's expressing, like, Anna's crashing out, right? Jink is sticking with the program of like, nope, we're still gonna grift in this direction. We're still gonna be like, we're not on the teams, we're not on the sides. We're like, we're for the American people. We're for the populist everywhere, right? But Anna's just gotten mad, right? The same way that she's mad at the left when they call her out for birthing person. She's mad at MAGA when they don't, when they prove her wrong. That's what happened. MAGA proved her wrong, and she's upset about it, and she's like rage quitting. She might even rage quit the internet. Who knows, chat?
So fucking 2017. Update your talking points.
Yeah, it's like they learned nothing.
Oh my god, this is a 9-hour stream.
Their brains after the first Trump term, and
I keep on telling myself I'm going to do a shorter stream. I'm going to do a shorter stream, and I do a 9-hour stream.
Did it to be a different guy for some.
It's terrible, chat. This is why I never got any videos edited. God damn.
Bullshit reason. Gavin and
It's
I.
my own fault.
And, shouted about that, but I mean, even the people that Jank would point to as folks that are actually on our side, like the Dave Smiths. It's like, did you not watch that guy be president for 4 years? Did you not watch the escalations that he did? Do you know that he did more drone strikes than Barack Obama? Okay. Do you know that he acted lawlessly? Do you know that he pulled us out of the Iran nuclear agreement? Like, they acted like they had.
He did an act of war against Iran. The only reason that we didn't go to war with Iran in the first Trump presidency, the first Trump administration, was because Iran was the cooler head that prevailed.
No idea that he'd already been president before. Well, he might be a mover.
Did he literally committed treason and tried to fucking overthrow American democracy on his way out of the fucking, White House? Like, anyone that overlooked that, I just think you're fucking crazy.
People that overlook that, I low-key think that they attribute some like truth to his claims of the stolen election. Like I can't draw any other conclusion. If you think that that's in any way okay, you are very likely an election denier.
Oh, 100%. But even the Dave Smith, he's like, oh, I'm so passionate about Palestine. It's like, have you never heard of the Abraham Accords, dude? Hello? Did you not know what was fucking happening during Trump's first term? Like, I genuinely think so many people who rose to prominence just pretended that the world began the day that Joe Biden was sworn into office. Like, the pandemic actually happened under Joe Biden. The lockdowns, quote unquote, actually happened under Joe Biden. You know, everything bad that happened under Joe Biden. It's like,
It's just some very common brain worms. Yeah.
Joe Biden did a lot of bad shit. No arguments there, right?
And let's be real, Joe Biden should not have been selected in the first place, right? America would have been infinitely better in 2016 had Bernie been selected and not Hillary, and infinitely better had Bernie been selected and not Biden. Joe Biden, had no business taking the presidency in the beginning. Now, that being said, the I don't know what you want to call it, like a caretaker administration that at least it was sold to be, was better than expected on issues like labor, on issues like consumer protection, and they tried to do some good things, but they just did it so anemically and so poorly. And at the end of the day, he was in no way prepared to run a campaign, let alone to govern for 4 more years.
Foreign policy conduct was atrocious. Nobody would fucking argue with that. It was abysmal. It will stain his legacy forever. He was also very senile at the end. But Donald Trump had done a fucking just an ass awful job of being president for 4 years before the left us in the total gutter and the lurch of COVID-19, and also was spiraling out of control with like a bunch of weird military projects that didn't make any sense.
Yep, 100%. Either way, I thought that was an interesting, little bit of a revealing moment, seeing Anna at her wits' end with MAGA. It's nice to see her admit that she was wrong. I can't deny it. We don't see that very often. Zach, Anna, Kasparian, or Jank.
That was what was missing, though. I'm not sure I agree with Gavin here. I couldn't see any contrition. Did I miss something? Did she apologize? I mean, she was despondent, she was upset, but I didn't see her take any kind of accountability.
Admitting that they were wrong. And that did happen. Anna was like, you know what? I gave these fucking idiots too much credit.
I mean, you can draw the conclusion from what she said that she's wrong. It's just still like, there's no acknowledgement. There's no accountability there.
About standing up for Trump or thinking for themselves or whatever. It's all a fucking joke. And obviously, Anna's had moments like that before in regard to both the right and the left, but I did think it was pretty interesting. So hopefully she continues in the right direction, I guess. Although I agree that it's potentially also just a save face now that she's been so humiliated, and now that both of their theories have both just completely imploded almost immediately as soon as Trump was reelected.
Yep, 100%.
All right, chat. I would like to thank my own Patreons, because you really do help provide an island of safety out there in a sea of uncertainty, and I do appreciate you very much. If you are a Patreon of mine at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of every stream, so let me do that now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Whoa. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moni Noah. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Al. And shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Also, thank you, DJ Spill, for the Prime sub. Really helps me out, and the best thing about it is you get the emojis and it costs you nothing. So first time watching on Twitch, just subscribed here. Nice. Well, you got the jellyfish. You got all the jellyfish, DJ Spill. Anyway, chat, that's gonna do it for me. 9-hour stream. I've got to figure out a way to do shorter streams so that I can there's more stuff that I need to get done, and unfortunately I'm not getting it done, but that is a me thing to figure out. Hopefully I will figure it out and start pumping out those videos like I am supposed to do. But until then, chat, I've been No Comment Chick. It's been really nice hanging out with you. Thank you to the mods for keeping us safe. Thank you to the Thumb Gang for helping promote this. Thank you to everybody, my Blue Sky crew that kind of pumped the thread a little bit after I immaturely bitched at chat. Thank you, Blue Sky Gang as well. I will see you again tomorrow. Again, just like yesterday, I feel like we left some stuff unfinished today, leaving some major stuff unfinished, but we'll get back to that, and we'll do the what are we doing? The J-Stalk stream, which is, I'm told, is pretty interesting. I'm sorry we didn't get to it today. My sense of like Gestalt, wanting to see things kind of complete, wanting to see those shapes start to take, is it's not really served very well by like doing like this, that, and that about the Dan Saltman Nick DeOrio thing, and then not showing you the big blow up. So that'll be tomorrow, and I'll be back for that. Until then, much love. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, and don't let the wolf in. That's not your grandma. That's not your grandma. All right. We got to get those riding hoods. Maybe that'll be merch. We'll figure out how to get riding hoods, and I'll sell them as merch, and we'll start our little, that'll be our little code word for the things we must not say out loud, but we all know intuitively. So talk to you later. Bye bye.